Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. All I'm going in, got me like all grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3 a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. All grind. I'm going in. Got me like all grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top. top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Guys, welcome back to Legends in South Asia, another League of Legends tournament, one of the biggest ones we've ever had, and we are in the final day. The finals are going to come up, and it's two familiar faces on the Rift once again. Asterisk versus Kakao, giving the best of five. Fearless draft over here, Kakao.
Yeah, I mean, can't wait to get this one started. Of course, it has been leading up to this moment yet again. Kakao Gaming versus Asterisk. Let's see if Kakao Gaming have something for Asterisk this time around, because in the many finals that we have had before, it's only been won by one team, and that's been Asterisk all the way around, right? They just have Kakao's number. You can change the roles of these players, you can change the name of the teams, but it doesn't matter. As long as it's the same players of Asterisk facing you, they're just going to win the tournament. So very excited, and of course it's a best of five, and that's going to tell us a lot about where these teams stand.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna end. Asterisk did play semi-final, won their semi-final without their ADC. They had Thorfinn Nero coming in as a substitute, as the APC was playing a Swain, and then he played his Mel over there. He did a phenomenal job, but now they also have Lotus in the action, so it's going to be a much more hectic competition as well.
Yeah, 100%. And let's look at the prize pool and see what's at stake in this final today. So, of course, as we have seen in the last few days, a 10 lakh INR prize pool in totality, and a spot at the LCP wildcard playoffs. So remember, whoever wins this one qualifies and will be one of the teams that will qualify. And we have two more qualifications coming in this month and the next. And that just, that slot is just going to give so much exposure to one of these teams. And I think that's the real prize, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. What you talked about is completely phenomenal there. That this is what we want, that exposure, as you were saying, getting to a stage where other people from around the world get to see some of the gameplay that we have to offer, get to see our aggressive kind of region that we are. And mind you, both these two teams that are playing right now have already qualified, because it's the top three teams that come in. But just as we're talking about the qualifiers, this is qualifier 1 that will be ending today, May 11th. It's the finals. Qualifier 2, so the registration will be beginning very shortly, and then it goes on between May 12th to May 25th. Then our final qualifier, May 26th to June 8th, goes on. After that, the top three teams from each one, they face the kind of league that they have, enter that league stage between June 13th to July 20th, and then the playoffs between July 25th and August 3rd for the top 4 teams.
Yeah, and let's look at the format really quickly as well. Of course, 9 teams are going to participate, and that's going to be a round robin, so everyone plays against each other once. Top 4 battle it out in double elimination playoffs, so you do have some sort of lifeline if you don't show up on the day. And of course, the best part about all of this, full fearless draft, so you can't pick the same champion again and again, or even if your opponent picks it, that disables it for the rest of the series. So and we have full fearless draft coming in today as well, and that's going to be really fun to watch and see where these teams have been preparing. Yesterday we did see Kakao Gaming changing the player roles and not just the champion.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it is going to play a factor in here.
Yeah, and that kind of switch up did end up making them win that best of three series, because that was the game that was pretty much a blowout for their side against FFing. Until that time, FFing doing a good job. Yeah, but that role switch did come in, did play a huge factor in that, and allow them to reach this stage to face against pretty much their arch nemesis, Asterisk. And we talk about that. This is the matchup of today, a best of 5 fearless draft, an all-out brawl between Team Asterisk and Team Kakao Gaming, two teams that have faced each other time and time again in upper bracket finals, in grand finals, and yet again they have to face each other. Will Kakao finally, triumph the curse that has befallen them, that they can't seem to, get the best out of Asterisk, or will Asterisk just continue on their dominance? Is yet to be seen.
Yeah, I think that's the question on everyone's lips, and I am pretty sure the answer remains the same, as we have gone into the draft directly right here. And as you can see, that looks like sort of a troll draft coming in. I'm not too sure about this one. This is very confusing, honestly. But
I'm as speechless as you, Kakar. Like, there's nothing to deny that there's just you're a bit speechless about what champions. I think these champions that are put on our screen right now are not the ones we want. And yes, it looks like we just have a bit of an issue. We just get back to that. But let's just continue talking about the teams furthermore going on forward, right? Asterisk pretty dominant, as you said, won pretty much all the tournaments that they have been a part since we've come back into the scene, since Riot has started pushing, more League of Legends, because they know we have a fantastic community, and once you get behind it, we can, go to far places. Especially now they're offering up that LCP wildcard playoff spot for the winner of this tournament. So this is, huge improvements for the scene, and I like the, feedback that we are getting out from the scene. Also, guys, while we're at it, please make sure to follow all the social medias that we have in our description box below. Join our Discord server. We're going to have a lot of Discord events, not always tournament related, even some fun ones for the people who are more casual players who just want to enjoy with their friends and meet new people who also enjoy the same game that we do.
Yeah, 100%. But getting back to the game for now, the draft will be remade, of course. It's not going to be Tariq and Yumi in one team and Katarina or some other thing that we saw, Timo coming out for the blue side. But yeah, the draft will be remade, and it's going to, again, tell us a lot about where these teams are standing currently. If the Kled is going to get banned, if Dead Corporal, picks his Azir once again, which was kind of a letdown yesterday. Did win the game, however, but it wasn't the strongest performance coming out from him, at least the way that we expect him to perform. It wasn't quite that. So I think that's going to be very interesting to watch. Any specific player or lane that you will be turning your eyes on, Madness?
I really want to see what DC is going to do against Red in the mid lane, right? We've seen DC struggling a bit in this mid role. He's not showing his dominance. We saw in the last game when he took that silence to the top side where he was showing his prowess as the top laner that he is, even though he's going for more of a mid lane champion. But yeah, played it fantastically over there, and that's the DC that we like to see. So I really want to see that he doesn't give maybe too much of an advantage to Red early on, and that's where he's going to be struggling a bit. Even the bot side is a fantastic matchup is going on between them. We're going to see what kind of champs they want to pull out for the first few matches and what they have in mind. It's a fearless draft and it's all best of 5, so you have to keep that ADC pool pretty tight and neat, and you have to get the supports the way you want it to go around for them over there. Top side, Copy against RTO. You like you said, Copy probably number 1, number 2 top laner right now, as we can see over here, against RTO, who does struggle sometimes again, but is a very resilient player. So that's also one matchup I'm really looking forward to.
We say that he struggles, but most of the times he's not dying 1v1. Most of the time, even when he's playing the weak side, he's getting that solo kill. So, and especially with how Copy performed yesterday on the Darius, there are some question marks coming in about him as well. And then he did change his role and went to that jungle role in the third game as well, right? So some questions to be answered, but again, he's an excellent player, and I'm pretty sure even if you have an off game, that doesn't define what your skill level is, and he's going to be fine today. Quite excited to see him. But yeah, I do think that bot matchup will be quite interesting as well, because Sam has been performing really well, at least from what we have seen so far. Yesterday, getting that triple kill on the Varus, 14-0 on the Kaisa. His Jhin looked phenomenal as well. So all 3 games, even though they lost one, he looked quite phenomenal.
Yeah, like you said, Sam playing very good in the bot side over there. Did see the triple on the Varus was pretty good. The Quadra to finish it off with the Kaiser yesterday before, finishing off the Nexus.
Yeah.
Just proves that Sam has been playing phenomenal. And I've seen a couple of his games that were off stream as well. He did fantastically over there. So he seems to be in pretty good form. Lotus, mind you, had taken a break on the last game, wasn't there. So maybe a bit of nerves coming at least in the first game. But yes, both are top tier ADCs, and it's going to be a battle that you have to watch out for on the bot side of who's going to get the advantage for them.
Yeah, all right. Having said that, the wait is over. We will be jumping into the draft directly now and to see what is happening and what priorities do these guys have when it comes to champ select. I'm quite excited for the mid matchup as well, as you said. Being a mid laner myself, Dead Corporal and Akshat especially, like he is the best mid laner that we have around. So it's always wonderful watching him. And there you go. The draft has begun. Mordekaiser ban. I don't think that's a surprise against RTO. I do expect the side of Kakao Gaming to focus RTO out because he is the one with the sort of a small champ pool. There you go, following the suit right there. The Renekton gets banned as well. So 3 top lane bans out of the 6. That tells you a story in itself.
Yeah, that definitely is telling you a story in itself. They don't want copy to see the clear, but yeah, as you said, targeting a bit on the shallower pools that RDO does possess right now. So you won't see the mod, won't see his, signature pick, that Renekton. So now he's thinking about what they want to ban. They're actually waiting out the clock over here, and I think we don't get to see what that ban is currently in our user face. But let's move on that. We don't get to see the next ban as well. So a bit of an issue over there, but
Yeah,
yes, continuing forward.
Could be some sort of a bug there.
Yeah, I think it is a bit of a bug on that side. But yeah, what kind of first picks do you want to see going into this matchup over here?
I mean, the Gwen is open, right? And Dead Corporal does play the Gwen, and if they are looking to swap lanes and pull out those shenanigans yet again, I don't think that would be a bad idea. As another ban seems like it has missed. I just think that's a HUD bug. We'll have to see when the picks start coming out. But for now, as we can see, 3 top bans already. And yeah, just waiting to see what the first pick is. The Gwen is open, the Nafiri is open, so one of these two always tend to get picked. And looks like we're not getting the champ select as we had planned.
I guess we're just gonna have envision what this champ select is at this point of how it's going down. I'm assuming Lotus is locking in something like that Kaiser for himself if Sam hasn't first picked it for him, because his first pick he was on the Kaiser, did a phenomenal job for himself. So yeah, it's kind of how it goes on. And I think we're just gonna have to take a bit of time before we get into what we actually see on the Rift. We have to see what champs get selected here and there. We do have player pictures, so you get to see their smiling faces, how ready they look over there. Kratos looks pretty serious in his photo. Mind you, very good support, very good as an enchanter, as an enchanter, as a support engage, I would call tank engage for him. So very well played for him, and he does have a good job yesterday.
All right, guys, as we are looking to fix the champ select right now. Did get the word the Zinja was first picked for W. The bans were Lucian and I think Ash from the other side. So some sort of AD bans. The Ambessa has been picked as well for RTU, it seems like. So that's going to be pretty interesting to watch. That's the word we have for now, but we will see what how the champ select is going pretty soon. Of course, apologies for the delay right here. We will be fixing that, surely in a few seconds.
Yeah, just some nerves coming here and there. Yes, these kind of things, issues do happen. But yeah, as you said, 2 bot laner bans after they're targeting the ADCs over, and that's a very important thing to do. Once you've already got 3 top laner bans going in, if you hit the ADC pool, also it becomes a much more shallower region. I don't see many Kallistas being played in our region that much, which is being a favored around the world currently for how they want. Ash, a very good champion in terms of being more of a supportive type ADC. Doesn't have the DPS that you would like out of an ADC towards later side of the game, but does provide enough CC for her team that can, start an engage, start whatever you want. Force the other ADC to even go his CC out, cleanse on them. So it's up to what they want to go. I think you said the Lucian and the Ash. And Lucian is also doing a phenomenal job on this patch right now. So he is pretty far ahead. He does have a very good combos. The Nami now is getting favored instead for the Melio with him. We used to see the common duo of the Lucian Nami in the bot side. Now the Lucian Melio is also picking up quite a bit.
Yeah, you can pick the Braum as well. And we have seen a few Lucians running the electrocute as we jump back into the champ select. This time it looks like it has been fixed, and as I had mentioned earlier, the Zinjao first pick coming out and answered with the Ambessa and Kaisa. For the side of Lotus, the Jarvan, of course, in Fee's most effective champion, you can call it, gets picked up as well. The Varus that Sam was, doing so well on yesterday is the choice of ADC for him, and the Nar that was banned throughout the 3 games against FFing for the side of Cockpy gets picked as well. The Hui is going to get banned. The Aryan Karma are banned as well. I am expecting Dead Corporal to pick the Azir, but let's see how that turns out. Not sure if he feels too confident in him. The Silas is going to get banned. This should be the mid lane pick coming in, unless Red wants to counter Dead Corporal. In that scenario, I wouldn't mind seeing the Nautilus come in, but the Braum isn't banned. So do you really want to, play against that is the question.
Yeah, Braum, a pretty strong support champion as well. Did get banned, I think, in 2 of the games yesterday as well. And as we talk about the Mustache champion, he does get selected in the side of Asterisk. Now, that does leave open the option for Red to counterpick whatever mid lane that Dead Corporal is looking to pick. You're thinking the Azir, but after seeing, Dead Corporal struggling quite a bit, at least in laning phase, as the Azir did a phenomenal job when he got towards the late state. Got I think one nice Rumor shuffle in as well. But I don't think he's the type of player who likes to wait towards the late game side. And looks like the Thresh gets locked in for W in the bot side for Love with the bot side alongside Sam. So the Varus Thresh combo will be going down over there, and it's up to see what DC will be picking up for his mid laner.
Yeah, and that remains to be seen, right? Of course, the Talia is open as well. Quite a strong pick along with the Zinjao, but it looks like he's going to pick up that Azir that he has been practicing. And for Red, any artillery mage, something like a Zerath or the Orianna even would be a really good pick, honestly, coming in with the Ambessa. Of course, with the Jarvan as well coming. I think Orianna makes a lot of sense here, but it looks like it's going to be Zerath. We'll hold our thoughts and see if that is the pick, and it looks like that has been logged in. So yeah, very favorable matchup for the Zerath in the mid lane.
Yeah, has a lot of range, can get a lot of poke onto DC, and we've seen him struggle a bit on this Azir, especially against that Vlad that he was facing over there on the side that AK-45 was going around with. But yes, I don't think I've seen Red yet till now play the Zerath in the tournament format. But yes, given his versatility on champions, don't doubt this man at all on what he does. He, as Kaka said, is rightfully so the best mid laner that we do have currently in our region. And he's just looking to prove a point by showing you how vast and deep his champion pool is. But yes, that is going to be your drafts locked in copy on his favored Nar right there. As you said, banned 3 games against him yesterday, all 3 games, and now he finally gets the chance. He's going to lock that in straight for himself. W, Zinjao, no doubt, will be doing good. Zinjao, pretty good jungler currently on this patch. But Infi on the Jarvan, like you said, such huge win rate when he went to hit the challenger mark.
Yeah.
And yes, that's, as you said, pretty signature for him. And Jarvan has been doing fairly good when whoever's hands it, I would say one of the best players' hands as well, is going to show you what kind of champion this is actually, in a player that knows its limits to the full utmost.
Yeah, 100%. And it's a good pick against the Varus as well, who does not have any dashes, right? So anytime you don't have flash, you are going to fall victim to that cataclysm coming out from the Jarvan. So it makes a lot of sense. As for the Zerath as well, should be a pretty easy matchup for him in the mid lane. I mean, as long as you connect your skill shots, right? I think that's the only condition, because Zerath does have 4 skill shots in his kit. So that's going to show us how good of a Zerath and how good of a player Akshaj is. But I like that Asterisk has given the Nar away. You don't have to worry about it for the rest of the draft, rest of the series. Win or lose, it does not matter as much. Even for the Azir, I mean, if you don't really have to prepare for a champion specifically, right? That's how Fearless Draft works nowadays. You just hand out the champion and you play against it once. If you lose, it's fine. If you win, well, perfect. Now we are putting a lot of pressure on the enemy team. So leaving out the power picks, although not the best idea, but I think they will be fine.
Yeah, as you said, it's like a kind of max win kind of strategy that these teams will go for in a Fearless Draft. You have to take some risks, especially at this level of the tournament, if you want to reap the rewards. As you said, if you take it once,
Yes.
it's in the game plan that you might even lose that. If you win it, as you know, benefit cherry on top, you get the win out of it, and now champion no longer in the foreseeable future, at least for that series. So yes, that is what people will be looking for. I thought they might even try to do this with the Claire, but unfortunately, no. Copies Claire just won't be allowed to see the Rift. I don't think so. All 5 games.
Yeah, or maybe it comes, if Asterisk is 2-0 up or something like that, and they do want to uh, leave it open and see how they fare against it in the third game. Maybe that could happen, but for that, they will have to be 2-0 up, right? So I think that should be the task. I think that should be the thinking as well. Again, we'll have to wait and watch, but for now, which draft would you favor when it comes to the first game? And it's quite important. I think anytime you win that first game, it relieves a lot of pressure, and now you only have to go at it, twice more.
And it's not just relieving pressure, it's such a huge confidence boost as well going into it, right? You got that first win under your belt, at least for the series. You're doing fine, keeps the morale pretty high as well for your team. As you said, you have, now a safety belt also to fall on as the series continues or as you go on. Yeah, thinking about the drafts over there, right? I would prefer Asterisk draft overall over there with the kind of engage that they do have with the range they do possess, especially with the Kaiser going in on the far end whenever she needs to go in. The Braum level 1 can even look for a couple of invades depending on how they want to go for it as well. It's up to them how they want, but usually, yeah, draft and no draft, no matter how it works out, it's about what goes down on the rift between these two teams. And I really want to see Copy do something well on this Nara after, a bit of an abysmal performance on the Darius that he did go for. Now he's on one of his favorite champions, and I want to see him perform to his, true potential that we like to see out of him.
Yeah, usually he has performed pretty well on the Nar. I think we have seen it time and time again with the 4-man, 5-man Nar coming out from him. So I think that's very interesting. It looks like RTO has added one more champion to his champion pool, which is good to see as well. The Ambessa and first picked the champion as well. So I think that's going to be something that we have to keep our eye on, that top matchup, because RTO is usually the one who plays weak side, and Infeed does tend to focus towards the bot side and the mid side more, or just play for himself. So that is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be interesting from that standpoint of view. RTO, as you said, even if he does play weak side, is pretty resilient. And will not lose too much of those fights, won't give early kills for himself, so he will be in a pretty good spot no matter how he is. That's what I look at RTO as, like, kind of the backbone of the team, where no matter what much pressure is put on him, he always comes out on top no matter what he wants to do over there. But yeah, Copy Nar, pretty dominant fashion, tries to even get early kills for him, solo kills for himself in lane on this Nar, and is not afraid to throw Nar ults around willy-nilly in the beginning, but later on in later stages in team fights, he does manage, as you said, get those 4-man, 5-man Nar ults that do change the perplexion of these team fights. Now getting back to Red on that Zerat, that's going to be a huge factor. As you said, champion with 4 skill shots coming in. His ultimate going to be huge in team fights. The amount of damage he can give from a range will also be good from a safe point of view. So I really want to see how Akshas does perform on this champion.
Yeah, and the amount of space that it can provide as well. You can use the Zerat ultimate from halfway across the map and help out the bot lane or the top lane, right? So it is one of those mages that can just stand behind the turret and farm very effectively as well. And as you spoke about the team fights, right? I think that was the very important bit from yesterday's games that we took away. Kakao Gaming, though, did not do so well in this skirmishes, but in team fights, they were winning against FFing, and especially in that first game, that's how they got it back and won the series as well on the back of these team fights. So I think that shows you how good of a team they are when it comes to objectives and fighting around it. But so is Asterisk. So I think we do have a very tough match, a very equal match, hopefully, coming in. And that brings me to the next thing as well. If you have any predictions for this, I mean, you did say 3-1 would be the safest bet in the final. Have you changed your mind? Any other thought coming in? Or maybe, game one tells you how it's going to be?
Yeah, maybe after game 1, I might change my mind on how we're going to go down. But till now, I'm still going to stick to the 3-1. I would normally say maybe a 3-0 for a team like Asterisk against Kakao at this point of time, but sometimes Asterisk does get overzealous towards that game 2 or game 3, where they do tend to maybe throw one game away here and there, just, while having fun amongst themselves. After guys, it is a video game. These guys do like to have fun while playing on the Rift, and Asterisk sometimes takes that a bit too far, even at this stage like a final. We've seen Akshat sometimes in the chat box in the YouTube stream coming and asking what champion he should play next for himself. So these kind of shenanigans are expected from that team, and yeah, I'm still going to stick to the 3-1 at least at this current point in time.
Well, all that's left is to get into the game and find out. So I think we'll see what happens. As I say that, we have jumped into the game. Let's just look quickly at the runes coming in and summoner spells as well. So nothing too fancy. Both supports not taking ignite. Kratos running with the heal. Exhaust comes out for love to. And yeah, nothing too fancy, honestly. Cleanse for the Kaisa to dodge the Varus Circuit, the Threshold, Varus Ultimate and the Threshold, coming in. Yeah, but nothing too fancy coming out from either of these teams. And the level 1 seems to be pretty passive as well.
Yeah, like I was going to say, nothing too fancy even in the level 1 as well. Pretty standard over here.
Yeah.
No one seems to be going... Nobody seems to be like pushing their luck no matter what. Copy just walking about. I like that astronaut Nar skin as well. One of my favorite Nar skins at the end of the day. I also do love Nar as a champion, so love to see when we get to see it in a bit of pro play like this. Yes, minions will be spawning and they'll be heading into the wall. You can see the Varus and Thresh are maybe trying to walk into the bush, maybe try to get a cheese, but experienced bot lane like Lotus and Kratos will be aware of this. They see them move into the bush over there. Nothing much will get done of this shenanigans, except love to eating a Q to the face and maybe predicting his hook or where Lotus will move to maybe try and dodge it when he's high in sight. You can see on the top side of the map, the RTO is hiding in the bush, maybe waiting for the copy to come up, but copy being pretty aware of that, still in the bush towards the riverside. In the meantime, in the mid lane, Zerth and Azir already start trading, and now we have a basic start to the game right now.
Yeah, and I don't think you can mess around too much with the Braum at level 1, of course. The stacks do come in, the stun, the Q is going to narrowly miss onto Love 2 as Lotus uses his Q to farm out in the mid lane. I think that's going to be a poke war coming in. Red will feel very comfortable after level 3 or 4. As you can already see, the Azir dropping down to around 70% HP. The level 2 comes out for the side of Love 2 and Sam. The hook is going to connect. They will trade. Nothing, happening as of yet.
Yeah,
but in the mid lane,
pretty good. The mid lane, a lot of pressure. This is what we were talking about. Red has that, space advantage, the range advantage that he has on that TC, and he's using it to the utmost over here. TC already being forced to pop one of his health pots in the mid lane. Red not relieving any pressure whatsoever. Continues with the trade. The bot side, Sam and Love to seem to be trying to freeze the wave a little bit over there, cause the rest of the team. Xinjiao comes in the mid lane, flashes forward over here. Maybe ill-advised. Red being forced to use his own flash to get out of that scenario. If he didn't flash, he would honestly end up dead because the third Q was about to land. Infi's going on to W over here, but Infi might be in a world of trouble. Here comes Red. Red is trying to provide some backup.
Beautiful.
Flashes backwards as well, and it's Red securing the first blood for Asterisk over here.
Oh my god, that was beautiful from Infi. Uses the EQ onto the Azir, makes him flash away, and then flashes with his own knockup onto W. That was some really top tier Jarvan mechanics coming out, and the benefactory of that is Red. He once again gets the first blood, gets the blue buff more importantly, and now he can just keep pressuring this Azir. And I'm not too sure why W was around the mid lane. There is nothing that the Azir can do to help you at level 4 or 5.
Yeah,
and that's too true. There you go. The solo kill comes in as well for Red.
And that's going to be Red getting the solo kill on Red Corporal. Red Corporal flash wasn't there because of what Jarvan shenanigans Infi had done earlier. Red picking up an easy kill for himself with his nice skill shots. All of them pretty much landing onto him. And this is what we talked about. DC having a bit of a rough time on this year now, especially against a champion like Zerth in the hands of a player like Red. and especially after a bit of kerfuffle earlier on due to W and Infi. As you said, excellent Jarvan mechanics. And this is what we were talking about when we talked about putting the champion Jarvan in the hands of people like Infi.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake to leave it open, and we are already seeing its effect as Lost Chapter and health pots will be picked up for the side of red. So he's not going to relieve any pressure anytime soon. Still has the blue buff for himself. So he's a very, very happy camper right now. Another cube connects onto Dead Corporal on that Azir. And till now in the 2 games, at 1 game or 5 minutes that we have seen from Dead Corporal on the Azir, it has left a lot to be desired for how strong of a pick it is.
Yeah.
In the bot lane, though, Sam and Love to have been doing a really good job. As you can see, the CS numbers almost 40 to 26 coming out as Dead Corporal gets poked once again to half HP. I think he's going to die pretty soon when Red turns level 6 if he keeps on tanking all of those Qs. He's going to go back once again. Remember, he just TP'd to the lane, so it's a struggle for him in the mid lane.
Absolutely, and it's not just Sam winning out on the CS mark, it's also Nar's copy in the top lane. He's around 8 CS up on RT over here, and he's putting a lot of pressure, getting a lot of chunk damage onto him. Nice Q lands onto RTO. We look to also get the passive stack off onto his W, chooses better over. He's just keeping a nice distance, keeping RTO on his toes over there. In the meantime, it's red in the mid lane, but Copy does jump forward. He does
level
get the
6
bounce
by
off.
though. Ooh.
Yeah, RCO did have his level 6, but Copy was turning into Mega Nar. His rage bar was filled up. Depends on how you want to play. But look at the top side. Here comes W. The W gets flashed away. Misses onto the Xin Zhao. The Xin Zhao is level 4 compared to the level 6 of RTO, and he still wants to fight against the shield being proc by RTO. RTO goes in forward, gets the kill onto the Xin Zhao over there. Copy is chasing him away to his own tower, but he's not letting go. Love to now caught between a rock and a hard place, being used to force his flash over the wall. But RTO, even after missing his ultimate, gets the solo kill onto Infi over there. In the meantime, Asterisk, will be causing onto W over there, will be, making the side of Kakao pay for the mistake. Especially after they picked up the piece of warfare.
Yeah, disaster for the side of Kakao Gaming right there. W goes in for the kill in the top side, ends up dying, gives the kill over to the Ambessa, and in the process they lose the dragon, they lose the Thresh flash as well. So it's a disaster all over the map right now. And Asterisk are, at least in the first 7 minutes, looking really strong. But credit to Copy, for now he is quite up in CS, so he's doing fine for himself. If it wasn't for W dying there would have been some sort of gap towards the top side, as the hook is going to go wide. Sam takes some sort of damage as well. But yeah, disaster.
Absolute disaster for them. But look at this. Infi is walking up over here. This might be a double kill in the favor of Asterisk. The Braum passive completely locked on. Here comes Infi. Flash forward into the Cataclysm. Love to is left for the Wolves, and it looks like Lotus wants to pick up the kill onto Sam. Like I was predicting, a double kill coming in from the side of Asterisk. On the top side, Copy is going forward onto RT over here. This Q is going to be up any second over here. RT is pretty much dead at this point, and that's exactly what he is. He's going to meet the Grace King. Copy will pick up his solo bolo, even after the advantage that RTO got off the kill of W, and that's what you want to see from your top laner, especially Copy on this Nar, putting in the performance you expect from him. On the bot side, that's where Asterisk comes up on top and picks up the double kill for themselves.
Yeah, I don't like the items coming out from RTO. I think he should have gone for the plated steel caps as well to answer it. Now look at the CS difference, right? 31 to 64. That is literally double the CS that the Ambessa has. And if it wasn't for the kill that he had gotten towards the top side of the map, it would have been a huge gap. But he gets solo kill as well. So Copy doing whatever he can for his team right now. But the rest of the map, as you can see, 0-2, 0-1, 0-1, 0-1. I mean, it's the same story all over again. Infi, of course, previously burning the flash of Love 2, comes back in, uses his flash and Cataclysm, and secures 2 kills for his team.
Yeah, he does secure the kill for Lucy. Ninja's looking on the top side. Shurira Shuffle comes in from DC, but flashed instantly away by Red. Love to was close by, so if that did land, it might have spelled trouble for the mid laner of Asterisk, but he gets away while, albeit, burning his flash. The top side, Copy will be TPing up towards the top wave over there, will be facing against, roles have swapped. It's gonna be the bot lane of Asterisk doing a swap with their top lane. Copy is doing a 1v2 against Lotus and Kratos in the top side, and this is what they had to do because, you know, RTO was facing a bit too much pressure from the side of Copy, right?
For sure, and that's why I think TPing towards the top side was not the play for Copy. As you can see, the Varus moving up as well. So now Copy will have to go back after catching this wave towards the bot side of the map, and that gives a lot of space to the Ambessa to just free farm and get back into the game. So a good swap coming in from the side of Asterisk, but Kakao Gaming not sure how to handle it. As you can see, the Varus again going towards the bottom side, so he has essentially wasted almost a minute just trying to roam around the map and checking where he can go. As the ultimate is being used by Red, connects 3 or 4 onto Dead Corporal. You can see the blinking HP bar coming in, so he has to recall now. But inexperience showing up for the side of Kakao Gaming, not sure how to answer the swap, and Varus is going to catch the wave, but he does fall behind a bit, and Ambessa is able to get back into the game.
And here comes W onto Kratos. Kratos in a bit no man's land, but here comes the backup. Here comes Infi. And that's enough to deter W from moving forward whatsoever. It's 5 kills to the 1 kill over here. 2 grubs picked up by Asterisk to the 1 that is picked up by Kakao. And for Copy does not want to leave RTO alone at all. Look at the amount of damage he's putting on here. If he gets one more Q off onto here, the W stack, that's going to be a lot with the W passive that goes on. Bot side, Kaiser always very close to completing her Utils, while the Varus very close to completing his Blade of the Ruined King, and it looks like a surprise is being set up. The Drake has gone up as well. Which of these two teams want to engage forward over here earlier on? The Drake has been started by the likes of Aztecs. Do Kakao really want to challenge this? They don't seem to be in the position how their players are spread across the map right now, and I think they're just going to choose to end up giving this up. Second Drake going over to Aztecs.
Yeah, second Ray goes over. The feats of strength has been claimed as well for the side of Asterisk, picking up all 3 objectives so far on the map and getting the kills as Dead Corporal uses his flash in Shurima Shuffle, but W was not in the vicinity, and he burned his flash as well to get there. So 2 flashes burned for Red, who is just able to walk away from that gank. Again, this is not good for the side of Asterisk, putting up so much resources and not getting anything out of it. Red, of course, 1 level up. He is doing really well in this lane so far. Is going to poke that Corporal again, and you can already see the Jarvan is in the mid side of the map as well, just in case there's some pressure to come in. The Nar is going to come out for Copy. W is there as well. Connects his Crescent Slash, but is not able to secure the kill for the team. I think he's doing the right thing to W. He has only 1 lane that he can play out of right now, and it's the top lane. So if they can kill the Ambessa once more, maybe they are able to get back into the game. But for the rest of the map, it's looking very bleak.
Yeah, it's like, as you said, Kakao's top lane, the only winning lane currently for them. Look how much CS copies up onto RTO right now. Around 40 CS, that's a huge number, especially after they missed one of the swap margin timings properly, and he's still up like this. But look at the top side of the map. The jungler just did his recall. Ambessa is going for her own recall. Copy's going to maybe place down a deep ward there over into the bush. It looks like Lotus and Kratos really want to push in this wave. If Sam gets it, but Sam makes it in time. Will be picking up some of this CS. Lotus a bit behind in CS, but is up 1 kill on to Sam's Varus. So he's also doing fine. And then he and Red in the mid lane, up 16 CS, has the 2 kills as well. So it just looks like Asterisk a bit too strong right now for the side of Kakao.
Oh yeah, 100%. And they're just going to keep stacking these dragons up, right? As the Q is going to connect onto Love 2. Sort of a lull state. Both the teams are just farming, as Infinity is spending a bit of time towards this bot side of the map, just fishing for any sort of mistake, if there is any, from the side of Kakao. And just going over the items as well, right? First items completed for everyone in the Asterisk side, and you can now see why plated steel caps were not made for RTO, as he did choose to go for the free boot there. again takes heavy punishment from the side of Copy. Enfi hovering around towards the bot side, just again looking to burn some flashes before the next dragon comes in. A pretty smart move, as well as the lantern will be used to check if there is something going on in the tribe rush towards the bot side for the side of Kakao.
And here comes Ilpi, instantly flag drag into the Cataclysm. Sam does go back. Lotus comes forward with his ultimate. The cleanse was burned to get out of any shenanigans that Lotus might face, but it ends up Sam going down. We wanted the flashes burned, but instead just flash burned. And the kill was claimed as well. Love to. Nice hook lands onto the Braum. Now the Braum probably sacrificed, but Braum, Kratos with an excellent flash away from the fight over there. And it's going to be a 1-0 in favor of Asterisk, whereas I thought it was certain that Kratos would end up dying.
Yeah, W flash away from Kratos, so he ends up being safe. But that was a big fight coming out as RTO decides to go in. Copy is going to tank one turret shot. Let's see. Okay, that was very, very close for comfort right there. As Red is moving towards that top side of the map to see if Copy is going to overstay. But yeah, you burn the Varus flash, burn the Varus barrier as well, and then end up killing him. I think that's pretty big for the side of Asterisk. And Kakao Gaming just not respecting the damage coming out, as Love2 is looking for something here, but the Braum is here. Can W away if he wants to. I don't think that's a fight that W can win, as he's going to go down right here. Not sure what happened
Just
there.
about surviving. Red's about to have his ultimate up. Infi is looking low on HP. The Shiver Shuffle does come out. Infi with the flag that just gets away to safety in time. Red's ultimate is up. He can maybe look for targets, but I think he's thinking better of it right now. Will not be channeling his own ultimate over here. But as I talk about that, Red does channel his ultimate. Is it going to land the way we think it will? It's not damaging many people. DC is pretty much kiting it around. Doesn't take any damage over there. And Red channels his recall instead. Infi, Red looked pretty close to call for Infi as well in that scenario.
Yeah, that was pretty close. I would like to think, as we couldn't see obviously what had happened there. But Dead Corporal goes in, does not have the ultimate, so I'm not too sure why he's looking for such aggressive trades. If any of the members of Asterisk was around, that would have been a dead Corporal. As Infi is going to use his Cataclysm, burns the Zinjao flash, and that is going to be free dragon once again for the side of Asterisk. As I really don't think they should be contesting this.
Maybe we don't think, but they are going for it. Kakao does TP in from the form of Dead Corporal. They are pushing the way of Asterisk away. Asterisk playing this cautiously, taking their time over here, playing it front to back. And over here comes Copy. He does get a 2-man Gnarl, but that's not enough. Sam's ultimate does miss. Infi now slays Copy, and now is going all downhill for the side of Asterisk. Infi is still alive, and guess who's not alive? The entire side of Kakao Gaming have entered the grave. It's a clean ace for the side of Asterisk, while they pick up their third Drake of the game, which will be the Ocean.
Yeah, that was a very questionable play coming out from the side of Kakao. You don't have the ultimate on Azir, you don't have the ultimate on the Xin Zhao, and yet you somehow think that you're going to win the fight. I think that's just a very poorly executed team fight. They had no business trying to fight Asterisk, especially after they, having such huge ultimates and flashes down, but they decide to do it anyway, and they pay for it. And how 5-0 for Asterisk, and now they are almost 8,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, and this is the point where it just looks a bit hard for Kakao to come back from. Copy did jump forward, tried to get a nice Gnarl, only hit the Ambessa, so not really the kind of target that you really want to go for in that scenario. Only one member has died of Asterisk in this entire game, and that's going to be the solo kill that Copy got on the Ambessa in the top side. Other than that, a pretty flawless game coming from the side of Asterisk. They've only given up one grub from the stats that we can see. A bit of missed communication to control what's down over there. But W looks to be getting caught in his own jungle. This is no longer your jungle, Zinjao. This is now the territory of Asterisk and Infi.
Yeah, it's really not, and W could be in trouble. He's just going to walk away. Infi secures the blue buff. Lotus is going to pick up the second part of it there, and the Rift Herald gets started. And I think this game is just done. I don't think Kakao Gaming has any answers left. for the side of Asterisk in this game one. They have been outdrafted, I would say, and they are getting punished. And here you go. Dead Corporal keeps looking for these ENs and trying to shuffle, but I don't think they have enough damage to kill the Ambessa. Between themselves, with the Azir and the Thresh, as RTO does use his ultimate to get out of a sort of a sticky situation. And now Copy might be in
Yeah, and
trouble, does
now
not have the flash.
yeah, no, Copy does look in trouble. He is gonna go Mega Number just before he even turns the 4-man squad, the game over there, picks up the kill. Now it looks like RTO is gonna face the side of the Similars. It's the death of the top players. That's what has been decided in this match. The Shurima Shuffle does come out. RTO is getting burned out pretty low. It's importantly Dead Corporal who picks up the kill, so gets some more gold in his pocket. But in the meantime, Kakao on the top side, taking the tier 2 top, aiming for the tier 3 over here. I don't think Asterisk can, Kakao can even get back in time to prevent this. Might even look to pick up the inhibitor, but no, instead they're going to channel that Rift Herald to make their escape. Red's driving this all the way to the tier 2 in the mid lane. Now will just walk away to safety essentially.
Yeah, beautiful driving right there. Only 47 HP left onto the Rift Herald, but he gets the hit onto the second turret as well. So 3 procs of the Rift Herald is, getting maximum efficiency right there as they are going to go towards the top side of the map. Pick up the Artakan as well. Of course, no contest is going to come out from the side of Kakao Gaming. This game is just done at this point, madness. I don't think there's too much to talk about. Maybe just 1 or 2 team fights left in this one.
Yeah, it is kind of looking like that. They're just pretty much waiting the Baron timings out before they want to take inhibitors as well and just go for the kill at that point. Like you said, not much to talk about, especially from the side of Kakao. Only 2 kills to the name, and both of them went to RTO. One, so Copy getting the solo kill, which was pretty good, but also RTO getting dove in the bot side. That's the only 2 kills that Kakao managed to secure, while Asterisk pretty flawless otherwise, playing it perfectly. And look at how much damage Copy is putting out to RTO, though he's still the man of the hour in that fact, but he was their only willing lane, and that's where it's coming out to show over here in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, he can do well in isolation now, but I don't think it's going to matter too much in these team fights as the gap between all of these champions and the team is too big. You can already see 503 on the Kaisa, 2 items completed. Same for the Zera, 2 items completed as well. Some sort of silver lining for the Azir, who has his own couple of items done as well. As Lotus goes maybe too deep, gets exhausted, uses his cleanse to get out. The copy is there though, and the shutdown will be picked up by the side of Azir. Copy still doing a lot of damage. Shutdown again goes to the carry of Kakao Gaming right there, as Red is going to use his flash to get away. Never mind, I think that's a huge throw coming out for the side of Asterisk, as they have given up a lot of bounties. 3, maybe 4 if RTO goes down here, but Copy is just going to get away. Infi is looking to come in, uses the flag and drag, is going to secure the kill. I think that's going to be another ace. Almost an ace for the side of Asterisk, but again 3 shutdowns did go over to Kakao, and some sort of good riddance coming in for them.
Yeah, that did look pretty hard for them in that fight. As you said, Lotus just going a bit too deep in at that point, just trying to run away from Copy over there. Gets hit by the Shurima Shuffle in her back.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back is tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joe. top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back is tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just need it.
Guys, we are back after that short delay, and we will be heading right back into the rift, into the action over here. And it does mean a lot. We did see a big fight go down just before we did go away for the break, and that was a lot to uncover over there. Amount of action that went down, and yeah, they just went a bit too deep. And a nice recovery by Asterisk, even though they gave away 3 good bounties to their names. When they picked up the last 2 stragglers from the side of Kakao, it was a nice play by RTO and by Infi over there towards the dragon bushes.
Yeah, 100%. But I still think that could be, one of those team fights that could turn the game around, because a lot of shutdown bounties were handed over to the side of Kakao. Of course, they did end up winning the fight. RT was alive, so was Infi, and he used his flag and track to finish off the kills onto Nar. And I believe it was, I'm not too sure, maybe the ADC. So we'll have to see. But yeah, some sort of small victory for the side of Kakao. I think these are the sort of scraps that they have to look forward to and get these shutdown bounties and get the gold for themselves, accelerate the Azir as much as they can, because that seems like the only win condition that they have right now as we jump back into the game. And this is the Soul Dragon that has been started from the side of Infinity and RT1. If they end up giving this one over, as the TP is coming out from the side of Azir, W is going to go in, so does the Azir. I think that could be a mistake. It is secured by Black Infinity, who will finish off W as well. I'm not too sure what the plan was there. Dead Corporal just using his E directly into the pit. and ends up dying. And just like that, all the good
Mm-hmm.
work that they had done in the previous 4 or 5 minutes doesn't matter anymore.
It was like a bit of a desperation play to prevent the soul going through. I think if just W went through, it would have been enough. You don't have to give up Dead Corporal as well. Trying to just maybe finish off the Drake as it was getting pulled away from the pit, because if he realizes the risk that it does matter. As you said, just undoing their incomplete work they had done till that point, and also Asterisk did pick up the soul. Copy, nice knock against the wall onto RT over here. RTO has to try and run away. Copy is Mega, can't chase for much over there. RTO just getting away safely will clear this ping towards his side. But yes, even after all those fights, even after all those shenanigans, Asterisk still up 9k gold approximately and have huge numbers on their side. Mind you, Infi didn't go down, so that one big bounty also didn't go. The Kaiser's bounty did go over. Infi still remains intact, so does RTO's. The Azir did end up picking up 2 of those bounties, so that is what's working for him. As you said, accelerating the Azir is important at this point in the game. But what's more important? The Baron spawning in 30 seconds time over there on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I think it's not going to matter too much though. Now, is it some sort of anti-heal is required from the side of Kakao, as the Ocean Soul was picked up for the side of Asterisk right there, and you can see the items of Frozen Heart, Black Lever, Eclipse, a Clawfield's Warhammer as well picked up for the side of Black Infinity. I don't think he's the one getting caught, guys. I think he's the one that's catching you as a beautiful Braum ultimate comes in. Dead Corporal flashes out, goes back in again with his E. I'm not too sure what he was trying to do there, ends up dying. Sam will have to pay for his sins as well. A 4 for nothing for the side of Asterisk. And this Azir pick yet again, I don't think it's looking too good. That was not the optimal play right there.
Hey, at least they don't have to play in the next game, because they can't play it, and DC has to move on from this pick. He did better on the Silas, did even significantly better on the Ari than he did on the Azir. The Azir pick, yes, just not working out the way they want to. Empowered minions coming out over here. Infi with the flag and drag, forces Copy.
Even sorry to just cut you off right there. Even the Xinjiao pick, right? It was the first pick on blue side for the side of Kakao. And 0, 6, and 2. So the W not having his best game as well. As you can see, the only one that has performed to his level has been Copy, as he connects one more Nar ultimate. Will end up going down. I think we are looking at the end last team fight right now. Infinity gets one more kill. 8-0 and 17 on that Jarvan. Guys, maybe just should have banned this champion.
Yeah, and a triple kill picked up by Lotus towards the end, and exactly as Kaka is pointing out, this will be end of game 1 of your finals here in qualifier 1. It's going to be Asterisk taking game 1 against Kakao Gaming. 28 kills to 5 kills, a pretty whitewash, and it all started with W, screwing up a bit in the first, kill of the game, essentially the mid lane, and that's where they didn't just, the vibes were just wrong going forward over there. As you said, Copy, the only one doing good on that team, and yeah, now Copy's Nar is also not going to be available for the rest of the series.
Yeah, if you're Copy, you're wondering what else do you need to do. You're double the CS of the enemy top laner. You have solo killed him once, even though the jungler did not really help earlier on by dying to the Ambessa. So the rest of the team, does need to step up if they are going to contest or be competitive at least against Asterisk, who just look flawless so far, getting all the objectives, getting all the turrets. No chink in the armor for them at all in this game. 128-5 is quite a margin of victory in only 26 minutes as well. Getting that Baron for themselves along with the 4 kills and just finishing off this game very, very cleanly.
Yeah, I said pretty much very cleanly. Only that one mishap fight that did go off just before the Soul Drake fight was started. Where Lotus just goes a bit too deep, gets caught out, 3 kills go over. They do end up getting the ace, but it's a lot of troubles over there. That's where Kakao, as you said, might have had the opportunity for turnaround, but then it just all went to hell as soon as, W and the Azir Dead Corporal tried to go in for the steal of that Drake. The Soul Drake just didn't work out, and from there, just continued going downhill at a more accelerated rate, just more they steepen down that slope going downwards and end up basically winning this game 1. Guys, and before we head into the action into game 2, we're just going to take a very short break.
Alright. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm gonna win. Flip the letter, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Did it, I did it, I did it. All grind. I'm going in, got me like all grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm gonna win. Flip the letter, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check. What's
Guys, we are back with Legends Ascent South Asia. This is the finals, mind you. It is a best of 5, and we're already on the second game. First game, Asterisk taking a pretty dominating game against Kakao Gaming. Kakao Gaming have to pull it up. Most of the picks not working out. Pretty much copy the only star in that lineup at that game, at least. So things have to change a bit over here, don't they, Kakao?
Yeah, the only one who can, pump his chest up and say, like, I did my bit. Rest of the team do need to step up, but of course, first game, Asterisk do grab that victory in a very convincing fashion as well. I don't think it was close at all. And let's see what changes is Kakao Gaming going to bring into the second game as we look at the summary of that first game. Look at the goal lead: 15,000 in 26 minutes, 9 turrets to 1, 4 dragons to 0, 1 baron picked up as well. That was the end of the game. 2 grubs to 1, and Atakan as well was picked up from the side of Asterisk with 28 kills to 5 deaths only. I think that was a statement of a victory coming out from the side of Asterisk, and they have laid the marker down. Kakao Gaming will have to step it up, or it's going to be very brutal for them in this best of 5.
Yeah, absolutely. As you put it out, only one void grub taken by Kakao. Rest was taken by the side of Asterisk. Speaking of Asterisk, I think there's no other man that you have to talk about when it comes to MVPs. Infi, Asterisk Infi on that Jarvan for his signature pick, going 8-0 and 17. And oh boy, did he have a phenomenal game, especially that flash flag and drag that he did backwards as well. That did so well for his team. But yes, this man, we did talk about that he's going to put a phenomenal performance on this champion, and he delivered on the mark completely, and if not more so on it. And that's why he has to be your MVP for that first game. Heading into game 2, Infi does have a lot of champions in his pool as well, so you have to watch out for that. And it was yet to see if Copy is going to be targeted, and if Kakao Gaming are still going to rely on just banning out more top champions in the first phase of gaming.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, very well deserved for Infi right there. 8-0 and 17. That's a 25 kill participation. So the only kills he wasn't involved in were the solo kills that had come out in the mid lane and the top lane. Just a phenomenal game from him coming in. But I think that's the sort of expectations that he has set as well for himself, for being the best jungler and arguably the best player in the scene right now. Well, I don't think it's arguable. It's between him or Catbot anyway. And yeah, as you said, I think Kakao Gaming will have to step it up quite a bit to match the ferocity and brutality that is coming out from the side of Asterisk, and specifically in the mid lane and the jungle role, which has been outmatched in the game once by quite a margin.
Yeah, by quite a margin, as you might say. W not having the performance he wanted with that first big Zinja that he did take for himself, not working the miracles that he expected of it, especially after that hiccup in the mid lane earlier on where he went in.
Yeah.
If he comes up as well, excellent flashback on the flag and drag, secures the kill for him, gets the Azir flash away that helps them get a kill on the Azir as well later on. For the side of their mid laner, Catbot gets a solo kill onto the Azir, basically just left stunned underneath the tower. Catbot on the Zera did pretty well as well, but yes, just in his entire team just doing a good job. RT was just the one a bit on the back foot, but didn't give up too many kills as well. Played his role phenomenally, even though he was lacking in the CS department. Didn't give up kills, played resilient, hung it out in the storm that Copy was putting on him, and for that you have to give props to the man.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, RTO did what he could, after tanking so many bans and getting focused as well. But still, huge props to Copy for performing like the way he did. Even though the rest of the map was falling apart, I think he was the only one that was performing essentially, as we touched on it previously as well on the Nar. But now he doesn't get to pick that champion up. So let's see how deep he can delve into his champion pool and maybe bring out something else to support his team. Or maybe him and the top side of the map just swap roles once again, as they did in Game 3 yesterday. And maybe he does not go towards that top side of the map at all. And maybe it's Dead Corporal who decides to go up there. So it's going to be quite interesting to watch. And we can't wait to get into Champ Select and see what happens. The teams are in the Champ Select. We'll be getting into it pretty soon as well. and see if there are any changes. Of course, there will be changes, but in the banning phase, if something is left open for either of these teams to pick up, and hopefully dominate on.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Sam doesn't get to play his Varus as well. He did pretty good on it. Maybe get to see something like something else out of him. We want to see how rich he goes. He did have a good Jin game, even though albeit they lost that Jin game. Did pretty well on it. So maybe that is still left in Arsenal. We're gonna head straight back into the bans. It's going to be the same exact bans as of yet. The Kled banned out by Kakao by Asterisk, while Kakao banned out the Mord and the Renekton. So they really want to put the pressure on RTO. It did work wonders for Copy in the top side, but the rest of his team has to follow through as well. They have to provide that support. The Nocturne also will not be seeing this game. W pretty good on the champion, does favor it quite a bit, and also W pretty lacking in the jungle department, at least in that last game.
Yeah, the Lucian gets banned again. Let's see if the Ashe is going to get banned right here. Like in game 1, Sam does play a very nice Ashe. He's pretty proficient on that champion, so I wouldn't mind seeing it get banned. Maybe it's the Jax ban that comes in for the side of Asterisk to deny Copy and just pinch his champion pool a bit. But for now, Lulu's going to get banned, so that's quite interesting. But RTO does have the Aatrox left open, the set left open, the On is there as well. So I don't think he's in trouble as of yet, as the Victor is going to get logged in. And yesterday, if you remember, W was the one who was piloting that Victor, so maybe more of the same.
Might be something of that same opinion. Exactly, you bring up a very good point. W was the one who went from jungle, went mid, Dead Grapple went top, and Copy went jungle instead. And W went on with that victory pin, like you said. Very good scaling champion, does a lot in team fights, a lot of AoE damage for himself as well. That leaves it open to be picked up. A Syndra in the hands of Red over here. As you said, very versatile player. That is Akshaj, is Catbot, does very well, did good in the Xerath, got a solo kill, something that we're just used to seeing from this man. We never seem never on the back foot. So Copy has to, sorry, whoever's going to be playing in the mid lane against him has to be putting a little bit pressure on him. He can't give him that much free reign, otherwise he's just going to take his solo kills, go for roams later on, and just show that aggressiveness off.
Yeah, and the Ezreal gets logged in as well. So very safe pickup coming in for the side of Lotus. Has been playing a lot of Ezreal. And I like the 1-2 coming in from the side of Asterisk. You get the favorable matchup in the Syndra against the Victor. And I don't think Ezreal is... I think Ezreal is just such a safe pick, right? You can leave him alone. He's just going to farm up, scale well with the 2 items. As the Caitlyn is going to get logged in now, let's see if the Lux comes in as well for the side of Love 2, or is it going to be some other champion? Some other poke champion. The Karma is open as well if he wants to pick that, but Graves is being hovered. I'm almost sure that's going to be Dead Corporal or Copy playing that champion, but we'll have to see. I wouldn't like to see. There you go. The Morgana gets logged in with the Caitlyn. So I'm expecting Kratos to pick up the Karma right here. We'll have a good matchup into the Morgana, but let's see what his choice of support will be.
Yeah, it's important to see what they want to go out. The Morgana comes in pretty stable pick. Get one root land, you put that around the traps. Same thing if you had a Lux as well. Now you have the added spell shield, nice ultimate that goes along. It looks like they want to pilot the Seraphine as a support for the Ezreal. Good double poke coming in from both their comps. It can be matched out by the Morgana. She has to time her spell shields right, especially in which kind of scenario she wants to go for, and she has to keep those decisions with an open mind. That being said, we are going to enter the second phase of banning over here. It's up to Asterisk to ban out their first pick over here. What will they be looking for? It's going to be that Jax that the Copy favors a lot. I was also assuming it would be something like this. So Copy is probably going to have to reach deep down into his pool and think about what he wants to play, because Gnar is not an option anymore due to the first game. Jax is out, Kled is out. Now they're going to ban out the Vi for the side of Infi. Infi can't play that Vi. Infi does play a mean Elise already, but there's so much magic damage already on the board. Probably something else in his arsenal that will come to fruition. And yet to be seen what W will be picking up in the jungle as well.
Yeah, I'm not too sure you can, ban Infi out. He still has the Viego. He still has the Lilia. I mean, his choice, his pick of the litter. Honestly, the Camille gets banned. That does sort of indicate that RTO might be looking to pick up the on, it seems like wouldn't be a bad pick if he decides to take that for himself. But the Seraphine does come in, as you said. Should be a fine matchup into the Morgana. As long as you can avoid the binding, you won't be in too much trouble. The Kindred is going to get banned from the side of Kakao Gaming. Have not seen Infi play Kindred recently, but of course he can play that champion. Is pretty good on it as well. This should be the top pick coming in, or maybe jungle if they are confident in that. Yeah, let's see what the pick is going to be. Quite interested to see it.
The Kindred bag comes out. Infi does play a good Kindred, but yes, Avego is also good. Pretty much in the top tiers of the juggle in the Korean solo queue right now. Has a lot of things that can steal away. Infi, as you said, pretty versatile. Very hard to ban him out. You can try as much as you want. Might have maybe opted for someone else because they will be harder. But it looks like Asterisk want to focus copy as much as possible, and most teams are coming against Kakao to target at least 3 top laner bans as the norm is. And now he doesn't have Camille to play around with. We're going to see what he wants to choose to lock in for himself. It looks like W is going to be playing the Monkey King, the Wukong, as his own champion for this game 2 over here, and we're running down the clock to see what copy is going to blind pick as his top against RTO, and it's going to be the Aatrox that we thought that RTO might play for, but it's going to be snatched up by copy. And what do you think would be an appropriate answer here from outside of RTO?
I don't think there's too many champions left for him to pick up, so expect the on or maybe the set that comes in. Wouldn't be surprised it's one of those 2 champions, but I do like the takeaway from the side of Asterisk right there. You know, Aatrox gets denied. Copy looks like he's going to play that. The Malphite is looking like the choice. Never mind, it's not going to be. That would have been surprising for sure, but the set comes in. So as we predicted, that's going to be the pick up right here. And we're just waiting to see if Copy is the one who plays the Victor, because that's what he's hovering right now. There does seem to be a lot of changes coming in the draft right here. These guys have not decided what they're going to pick, and even the support and mid lane Kratos and Seraphine, they have not swapped as well. Now they do, and looks like Copy is going to be playing that Wukong in the jungle, and Dead Corporal piloting the Aatrox towards the top side of the map. W taking the victor for himself. So again, the shenanigans have started very early on after what was a very, very one-sided game 1, and let's see if this is going to change anything.
Yeah, and as you said, sometimes when it's not working out for them, they go for this role swap. And as we had seen that Victor getting first pick, we had some inkling that something like this was going to happen. That's exactly what's gone down. Dead Corporal's gone back to what he knows as his home, which is the top lane. Copy will be going in the jungle over there. And they did work wonders for them against FFing, and they did a phenomenal job. They were pretty dominant. Maybe this is what they think is the answer to what Asterisk is putting out against them, especially that Copy's champion pool was narrowed down quite a bit, and now Dead Corporal can use it as the backup. And this is maybe a kind of substitute play that they like to go for, because it makes people focus other people's champion pools, especially if they're not going to play that role, and they can get some bans and picks out of the way that way.
Yeah, but if you're going to do that, why not just do it from game 1 anyway, right? Clearly, again, there does seem to be some mistrust among these guys, you know, that top mid and jungle player, that maybe one of them is not doing too well in that role, or maybe someone else can play better in that role. So that shows that the trust isn't completely there. And I'm not a big fan of, you know, role swapping in middle of the series. Either you do it from game 1 or you don't do it at all. And of course it worked wonders for them last night when that third game had happened. It was pretty one-sided, but against the best, it is quite questionable, and it remains to be seen if it's going to work out, because if it doesn't, what is the plan C, if they even have one?
That is also true. If this is their plan B, what would be their plan C? What kind of roles do they want to change over there? Because if this doesn't work out, honestly, they will be in a bit too much depth. If it doesn't work out, for one thing, they'll be 2-0 down in the series. Secondly, that would be their last chance to, make a comeback, and they have to pull out maybe all more stops. And we are yet to see what that could be from a team like this, the way they are doing these role stops at this moment of time. But yes, yesterday we did see W did pretty well on the Victor, did put a lot of damage out. Copy did also pretty well in the jungle. Dead Corporal had the Silas in the top side, pretty dominant against the Ornn, even though some people were saying the matchup can go either way. So it's just how they will roll out over there. Maybe if you put Dead Corporal on a role he's more comfortable on, a champion that he's more comfortable on, you can see maybe a different side of Kakao Gaming, and that's maybe what we're in the area to see.
Yeah, I think that's the hope for the side of Kakao Gaming. But I'm not too sure how you top what Copy did in the last game anyway. Being double the CS, taking the solo kill as well. So I don't think it is a problem in the top lane. I think it's just about where these guys feel comfortable playing. It looks like Copy will be going into the jungle role as he did in Game 3 yesterday, taking the Jarvan. But now that's off the whole series as well. You can't pick that champion up anymore. And if the Wukong doesn't work out, I'm not too sure what options do these guys have left. Maybe Sam decides to go towards the mid side of the map with one of his AD carries. Maybe the Tristana comes out. I'm not too sure. Not a big fan of it, but again, can't wait to find out what sort of changes do these guys make. As you know, we do have to give them the benefit of the doubt because it did work yesterday. Does not necessarily mean it's going to work today as well, but yeah, it did. The Game 3 was their best game, and that's when Copy was jungling, and that's when W was going towards the mid side, and we saw Dead Corporal truly unleashed, getting those solo kills onto the Ornn with the Silas, and just being a menace all around the map.
Yeah, absolutely. He was, as you said, a menace. Went for a couple of solo kills. He got 3 solo kills, I think so. In the top side, did pretty well. Even shows that one very aggressive dive, and that's why we saw the aggressiveness that he likes to come over. He tried to dive with the Stolen Nocturne alt underneath the turret, under the Syndra. So that is something that you'd like to see out of this man. When he brings back his aggressiveness, that's when teams start to fear him a bit about how he's going to play out in those team fights, how it goes out for them. But they can't give up that early game lead like they did in this game, right? The game 1, they were 11-1 at one point in Asterisk's favor, and that was a very tough thing to watch and a very tough thing to come back from. They had one moment, one spark where they looked like they can maybe try and mount a comeback, but that was all. So they have to try and keep it as even as they can, not let the feats go over so easily to the other team, and just think about how they want to go for their rotations. Even the lane swaps they went for were pretty late in stages where Copy had done that TP top side, especially when his Varus was walking up as well, had to instantly recall, come back top. It was just a mess in that kind of formation. So they have to rethink some of these things going into this game too.
100%. And well, the talk is done for both the sides as well now, but remains to be seen who is going to start off strong. If it's Asterisk, if they do end up going 2-0 up, I think that's going to be the series for them. Honestly, I don't think Kakao Gaming can ramp up the pressure and can, essentially 3-0 Asterisk after going 2-0 down. So this game is going to define the series for sure. If Kakao Gaming do win, then we might have a series in our hands. But we are going to find that out soon, I'm sure. But Asterisk does look like they are feeling quite comfortable after especially playing such a one-sided game 1. And Kakao Gaming will have some sort of confidence issues coming in as we jump into the game. There you go. W is in the mid lane. Dead Corporal is playing the top side of the map in this one. Copy goes to the jungle. Sam and Love to in the bot side. Nothing too fancy to talk about right here. The runes and everything looks exactly the same as last game. Heal being run by Kratos and Exhaust coming in for Love too.
I have to point out one thing though. Sam is running the fleet footwork on the Caitlyn, whereas nowadays people are pretty much running, the lethal tempo. Maybe he just wants to go for the collector build and doesn't want to go into the Yuntals. Thinks the, fleet focus is enough for him, especially when the double poke lane. He wants to get some more heals off for himself. So maybe that's how he's feeling around why he's changed his runes from pretty much now what is considered the meta on that side. Other than that, as you said, pretty standard all the way around. RT and Dead Corporal just having a bit of a tease in the top side. Nothing much. They're just enjoying their presence. These people know each other for a long time. Just chilling around, throwing some dances here and there, some sit-ups. But like game 1, nothing of a serious action does happen before the first minion waves do come crashing in. It's pretty over here. Lotus and Kratos will be taking the push advantage over here. They're trying to wait for Sam and Love to walk into them, and this might be an early cheese kind of trade for them.
Yeah, wouldn't be a bad trade. There you go, the root lines, but
Ooh.
it's traded back as well. The tormented soil being started from the side of Love 2, and the Q from Sam is going to connect onto Lotus. There you go. The Arcane Missile connects onto the Morgana as well. So, even trade so far. We'll be keeping our eyes on this top side of the map for sure, though there has been a change in top lane towards the top side, and it's going to be quite interesting as W is zoning red quite a bit right now. Victor really strong in those early levels, but afterwards, I think we saw the same matchup in Game 3 yesterday as well, right? Victor versus
Yes.
Syndra. So let's see how much better Red does on this champion compared to AK-45.
And AK-45 did have a good series yesterday, and we
He
do know
really
the
did,
caliber
yeah.
that Red is at. Nice Q land over there. Gets the Scarab of the Wind onto him. Gets the stun. But yes, as you said, Victor pretty strong in those early levels. Trying to get as much poke as he can. And this is what you have to do against a player like Arshad. You have to keep the pressure mounted against him. Otherwise, he's just going to run you down essentially. And he will take any space you give him and will not let you breathe any further on from there. Talking about the junglers, Wukong going from top to bottom from the blue side, while Viego going from bottom to top on the red side. So you can maybe look to close in on whichever lane they want. Nice Q lands from the Ezreal onto Love over there. Dead Corporal going into RTO on the top side, winning most of the trades. RTO below half HP, does have a health pot to his name, so can be using that anytime soon. Exactly as we are talking, does pop that health pot.
Yeah, and very interesting jungle pathing coming out from Infi right there. Thought he was going to get spotted doing his the Raptors, so he goes in for the Krugs instead, as the cleanse is going to get used preemptively right there. But yeah, he has been spotted. He is taking the top scuttle, so nothing doing so far as Copy is towards the bot side of the map. I don't think there's a kill for him as of yet. Takes a lot of damage actually from the side of Kratos and Lotus down in the bot lane.
It does take a bunch of damage, but Love 2 is preventing the backs from going down over there. Kratos is at around 100, 150 HP, so now he has to be very aware of this. Love 2 still trying to maybe get something out of this. Clears out the ward over there for future ganks as well. Infi is walking towards where the Wukong is, but Wukong's recall will be channeled off before Infi can even get close by. Dead Corporal keeping good spacing against the set in the top side. Now HP bars are pretty balanced over there, and over here W keeping Red pretty far away from the wave. Talking in terms of CS, at least Dead Corporal up quite a bit, 10 CS up, while the Caitlyn in the bot side is up around 4 CS on the Ezreal, while both junglers are pretty even in terms of camps right now.
Yeah, they are shoving the bot wave though pretty fast. So Ezreal is going to reset pretty soon. Dead Corporal, of course, as you said, establishing some sort of lead here, 19 CS ahead from his counterpart, as another W is going to get connected. Beautiful E coming out. That's going to be one turret shot as well. RTO with a beautiful trade and could look for a solo kill opportunity once his cooldowns do come back. Dead Corporal again uses his Q, dashes in as well. I think we are going to see a solo kill pretty soon right here, as RTO is going to flash in. Misses his E though, and that was very close. Too close to comfort for the side of Dead Corporal, but he's going to survive with his flash up.
Yeah, his flash is up. RTO is not in the best of situations, is a level down as well. In the meantime, W still putting on the pressure onto Red. Red is blinking HP and mana bars. Doesn't have much. Has to get a recall, get the TP back into lane to just not even give up the first blood over there. But chooses instead to cancel it and will catch out the wave from a safe distance. Catch as much XP and CS and money as he can. The Drake's going to be started up by Kakao Gaming. Scopy over here. And he does have complete prio on the bot side. And yeah, on the top side, Infi is close by towards Dead Corporal. Dead Corporal does spot him out after he TPs back into the lane as well. So now they have a pretty good idea of where Infi is at all times. Infi is still looking to walk up over here onto Dead Corporal, and there's the ultimate triggered by RTO. From the heavens he goes down, and there comes the flash forward by Infi with the W. Does land the stun up as well. Dead Corporal is trying to run away as much as he can. Does still have his flash up. He's trying to trade around backwards. Has to flash away, but still gets hit by the W, but ends up still with his life. It's a flash burn by Infi, a flash burn by Dead Corporal, and he's gonna have to walk back into lane after almost very recently TPing back to it.
Yeah, I think that Corporal could have just walked away, but decided to stat check RTO right there, hoping to kill him. Was not able to do so, so in turn has to burn his flash. But good answer from the side of Kakao as they pick up the dragon towards the bot side of the map. And they do have, it looks like 3 winning lanes right now. W doing really well into red, as you can already see, blinking HP bar onto red, as while W is sitting quite comfortably with his towards the bot side. Of course, Caitlyn Morgana will have a lot of pressure, and top side you can see it in the CS as well. Dead Corporal just keeping RTO quite honest in that lane.
Yeah, and he's doing a pretty good job about it. As you said, didn't have to actually burn that flash. Maybe if he just chose to walk away, could have not even end up burning that. And they did invest a lot in the top side. RTO ultimate plus Infi flashing forward to try and catch something over there. Red Nice Scatter does land over here. Here's copy from behind the Wukong ultimate Jessica channel. Seraphine is pretty much dead at this point. The flash also gets interrupted with a knockup from the second R from copy, and that will be Sam picking up his first kill of the game, the first blood of game 2, and this is where Kakao Gaming can maybe try to look to get ahead.
Yeah, and a beautiful gang coming out from the side of copy right there. Uses the Cyclone as we see some sort of trade coming out on the top side, and finishing off the Seraphine, who did burn her flash and heal and still ended up dying. So very well played, and we are seeing Kakao finally connecting to the game and contesting Asterisk right there, as Sam was the benefactor of that kill. Might pick up the BF sword if he wants to when he goes back to the base. Is doing pretty well as well. Is going to pick up the serrated Dirk actually, so he's looking to build Collector first, as you had mentioned. And yeah, the grubs have been started from the side of copy once again, so he is focusing heavily on these objectives as soon as they spawn. Infi is here to look for some sort of kill, but there isn't one right there, and Asterisk are sort of struggling in this early game.
Yeah, and they are, as you said, pretty well struggling. They are 1k gold behind almost at this point. The Void Grubs also getting taken by Kakao Gaming, so they're taking the complete domination of jungle objectives this time. They have 2 of the 3 that they are needed for the feats for the jungle. They have the first kill. Dead Corporal's pretty good. He's trying to freeze the wave as much as he can. RTO's too afraid to walk up at this point. Is down around 20 CS. And even in the mid lane, a pretty good CS differential for the side of W. The bot side, almost pretty much even. Only 3 CS up, 4 CS up for the Caitlyn. But she is also a kill up, mind. And Asterisk does take some time to get back online. W is going pretty aggressive here against K-Turtle. A lot of damage coming in. Just about surviving over there. That was Seraphine almost picking up the kill onto the Victor.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Kratos didn't use his ultimate there. Could have definitely killed the Victor. Maybe didn't think he had enough damage, as the binding is going to get dodged barely by Lotus. As we can see, RTO is putting some pressure, connects as he trades quite... I mean, that's still a very poor trade because of the plated steel caps that have come out for Aatrox.
Yeah, and that is pretty bad for Side of Asterisk currently at this moment. 10 minutes in, still not much improvement from the side. Now a bit over the 1k margin in favor of Kakao. And Kakao are matching for Dead Corporal. The switch on the top side doing wonders for him. Now you see the kind of dominance that we expect from a player of this caliber, of his potential. And RTO yet again struggling a bit, not giving away any kills, but is bleeding away a lot of CS in the favor of Dead Corporal. Is pretty even in levels as well. In fact, gets up in the terms of XP mark against the DC over there. But DC is just trying to freeze the wave as much as he can. Other than that, not much scenario comes down here. The Love to Skew does land onto the Seraphine, but look who's here from this side. It is Toppy. Toppy comes in. It's Sam who claims the kill. flash forward with the R2 from the Wukong. Maybe another kill can be picked up. It's going to be Love to picking it up this time. But look who's here to meet the Monkey King. It's the MVP of last game. It's Asterisk Infinity picking up a condolence consolation kill over the Dead Corporal going a bit too forward.
That's a beautiful 1v1.
Well played by the top laner of Asterix. Nice R forward. Gets him underneath the turret. Gets enough turret shots onto Dead Corporal that piece of the kill. In the meantime, in the mid lane, W flash forward, matched by Red flash away. So both mid laners burn the flash. That's a lot of action to unpack in the last maybe 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, and I don't think that should be a surprise in the top lane. RTO does, almost always goes down in the CS department, but a beautiful outplay and a solo kill coming in for him towards the top side, and all the good work that Dead Corporal has been doing almost vanishes right there. In the bot side, we did see a 2-for-1 coming out, but Copy again just being in the right place at the right time, securing the kill for his team. And Sam might be in trouble here, does not have the flash, has the cleanse. I'm not too sure what that's going to do, as the Mystic Shot is going to miss. Lotus, okay, that was very, very close still. If one of these guys had their ultimates, that would have been a kill onto Sam. But well done by Sam to get out of that situation. Yeah,
Sam did bob and weave here and there, did make Lotus miss a couple of Qs. But in the meantime, I want to talk about the top kill that RTO did get on Dead Corporal. Dead Corporal, mind you, did have Flash also open at the time. I just think he didn't think the turret damage would be enough to take his life, or maybe he could have just flashed out earlier. But as you said, in the bot side, Lotus putting now on the pressure onto Sam, getting nice Qs off onto Love to, getting a lot of trades off for himself. Has 195 stacks onto his tier, and as I expected, Sam going for the collector first. But hold up, over here, Copy into Infi. They're walking into each other. The smites are being channeled. Infi's going low, but here is his savior Red to put enough damage. And it looks like W is the one who will end up falling. It's Infi turning that exchange into a double kill for himself, accelerating him onto this Viego role that can be detrimental. He is going Triforce first as well.
That's the one guy you really don't want the kills on, but now he goes 3-0. There you go, catches Copy out. Copy is able to trade some damage there, but the scatter of the week comes in, stuns Copy. The reset comes in. If you remember, W had burned his flash in the previous exchange in the mid lane, so he ends up going down as well. 2-0 for the side of Asterisk, and 3-0 goes Infinity. Is going to complete his jungle item as well pretty soon, and scary times for the side of Kakao Gaming seeing that 3-0 Viego.
Yeah, and the goal lead pretty much almost neutralizes it, but only 300 gold in the lead for Kakao right now, especially after the disaster start that Asterisk did have, pretty much going 3-0 over there. Infi coming up clutch for his team right about now. But Kakao, if they get the next jungle objective, which will be that Rift Herald, they will secure the feats of strength, mind you. They have the first 3 kills of the game. They have 2 out of the 3 jungle objectives that they do need. And all that remains is that last jungle objective that they have to capture for themselves. I would say Red is going toe-to-toe with W over there. RTO is no longer afraid of Dead Corporal, is matching him up pretty well, has his Tiamat built in. The W just barely missing from Infi onto W, not much he can do. Infi being forced to flash away. He does have his ultimate, but the binding from the Morgana does not land. Infi will be used to force his flash, uses his ultimate, but that's just not enough. RKG's Victor gets that kill for himself, and Infi just being a bit too aggressive and a bit too forward over there.
Yeah, misses his stun right there, but I have to commend Love to. He is first on the play, almost always. He's going to make Liandry's, it looks like, as his first item as we go to the replay. If he had burned his flash, uses his ultimate to get out, but Copy has his ultimate up, and W is able to secure the kill for his team. And that was a 1-0, and that's going to be Feats of Warfare claimed by the side of Kakao Gaming, as they do pick up the third objective as well onto the map. First items have started to come in, even for the support Love to, who is 1-0-3, has 100% kill participation along with Copy. And once he gets his item, I think he's going to hurt quite a lot as well, even if he's a support.
Yeah, that Morgana does a lot of burn damage as well. It just takes over time. It can just poke you down quite a bit. Drake will be coming up very shortly, and you have to keep that in mind. Kakao have got the feats that kill onto Infi over there, allowed the Wukong to pick up the Rift Herald. He has that in his pocket right now, that he can leave anywhere that he feels like. Copy gets a reset, goes back to base, has the level 2 steel caps with that added feats of strength part to it, has a trinity first, so he's pretty strong as well. Infi, the strongest member currently on the side of Asterisk. If he gets resets on fight, as you know, that should be game over, but that's what the side of Kakao have to prevent. On the top side, the CS is still being bled away by RTO. He's around uh 30 CS down at this point. Still a pretty big gap between them. And the bot side, the Ezreal's finally come out on top in numbers of CS, around 10 CS in his lead. While in the meantime, in the mid lane, W still maintains at least an average of a 10 CS lead. But look at this love to caught between a rock and a hard place. Where do you go over here? Well played from Asterisk to get that pinch maneuver onto the support. Love to, just as we were praising the man for being a step too early everywhere, he actually becomes a bit too early for his team to be close enough for them to respond. Asterisk look to pick up the Drake. Kakao can maybe try to go for a steal if Copy wants it. But other than that, there's not much he can do. Copy has jumped into the bed. He gets the steal! And Copy has done this before, especially when he was a jungler on the side of Kakao. And he is just putting on rinse and repeat performance. Gets the steal for his team, gets their second Drake. And all that he had to give up was his life for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good steal coming out from Copy. I think he had to go for that maybe. But again, it was a 2-0 for the side of Asterisk. So I think even though if they lost the Dragon, I think they'll still be happy with how the trade has gone for them as well, securing the 2 kills for themselves. Normal surface has resumed. There you go, just all of these guys pushing out their lanes respectively. A huge CS difference towards the top side of the map, and the solo kill that RTO had gotten for himself actually being the saving grace for him, as he is still one level above Dead Corporal somehow, quite possibly down to the solo kill.
Pretty much at that point, you can see because of the CS difference, not because of that at least. And now look at this. Love to's also walked up over there. Maybe just sitting in case RTO decides to walk up over here. They just want to push in this wave. Maybe look for a dive potential later on. RTO has to back away from his start. He may be sensing that a dive might be coming. That's exactly where the Wukong was heading. When they see that the turn's gone down free, Wukong immediately does a 180, heads towards the mid side instead. It's very hard to catch Lotus, especially with his arcane shift up. He has his flash up as well. So you have to just look to maybe just farm instead. Sam taking quite a bit of damage from Lotus, but is answering back. He's now on equal levels as well. Finally, Dead Corporal hits his level 13 on the top side. RTO does not mind a fisticuffs over here against this Aatrox. There's just not enough with the W at that point. Dead Corporal maybe wants to walk forward, but just picks up the CS and walks away.
Yeah, and the scatter of the week is going to connect for red, but not a lot of damage traded, as you can see. Merc threads completed for W, and he has bone plating as well to avoid the burst damage that is going to come out from the Syndra. Still though, Asterisk, even though they are quite even in gold right now, do have a lot of vision control and a lot of territory for themselves. As another scatter of the week is going to connect. W uses his flash, might still end up going down. There you go, the flash used from the side of Infi as he gets the reset. Might finish Love to as well. No, he's not going to, but Copy might end up going down. TP is going to come in from the top laners. A Dead Corporal finds himself behind the enemy lines. The flash stun is going to miss. Lotus uses his own flash. Ult away from the side of RTO, and Red is walking to a certain death right there. Dead Corporal gets his reset. Might be able to secure the kill. Never mind, it's not going to do so, and it looks like it's going to be a 3-for-2. Oh, never mind. Lotus is going to get caught as Sam goes unstoppable. 5-0 and 1 on that Caitlyn. And a huge team fight for the side of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, and that's going to be one to break down over there. Just how well Dead Corporal comes in, turns around pretty much how the picture was looking at that point. It looked like Kakao was completely on the back foot. Copy went in on the backside, got a kill to his name, does flash forward, did get caught. Infi got a reset but could not go forward. Sam did finish him off over there. That's how it went. Lotus almost getting out, didn't have any time for the arcane shift, did not have the cooldown enough. couldn't get out. Aatrox catches him up, and Sam picks up another kill. You said 5-0-1 right now. Has the Infinity Edge, has the Collector on a pretty good power spike for himself. Meantime, the Ezreal has completed. Muramana has a Trinity Force as well. So it's just about how you want. Sam will be dishing out a lot of damage if he gets targets, and if he's left untouched. Kratos has to bob and weave between these Qs. And Copy is going forward. He just channeled his R. Will probably looks to catch Kratos, and Kratos instantly goes down. This is the second time we're seeing a support of this variety getting caught out like this.
Yeah, and that Seraphine pick is not working too well. It looks like SW is looking for a very aggressive trade. I'm not too sure if you want to do that. Is going to burn his Arcane Storm to push Red away as the Artican is going to get started. But Red still has his TP up, and just now Victor burned his own ultimate. So the fight might be favorable for the side of Asterisk. Dead Corporal dealing a lot of damage. Lotus gets caught. RTO is going to run away. A beautiful stun comes out. The Artican is still leashed right there, so they are taking a lot of damage from it. Infi is going to take a look. Oh, beautiful ultimate from the Ezreal is going to chunk them down. The Artican is secured, and Dead Corporal might end up dying here.
Yeah, they did sacrifice Dead Corporal for that, but they do end up picking up the Artican. As you said, nice ultimate coming in from the Ezreal. Did get a lot of chunk damage for himself. But yeah, that's going to be Dead Corporal falling for his team, at least getting the Artican out of that entire exchange. They were fighting the Artican quite a bit of times, and they were, as you said, taking the damage from it. But this also results in Asterisk maybe picking up the Infernal for themselves, and that's exactly what they will be doing. Copy this time doesn't think the steal is worth it, doesn't have the vision, doesn't have the resources that he needs to get over there and do it with the proper steal like he did last time. Copy secured the Artican for his team, has got it stolen before, and is looking pretty huge in these team fights. As we're going to take a closer look as we go back over here, you can see Dead Corporal is giving this. You'll see the Ezreal all just coming down. Love to get chunked down so low over here. Dead Corporal is trying to be the one that is dissuading the side of Asterisk from walking forward, and for that he's just left alone by his team. Team does decide that it's better to leave with just one member dead while picking up the Artican, and that's exactly what Kakao Gaming does.
Yeah, that could have gone worse for the side of Kakao. Again, it looks like an even trade. Artican was picked up, but a kill was given away along with the dragon. So again, I don't think Asterisk would mind that. And it's a very close game. Even if you look at the gold right now, only a 600 gold difference at 23 minutes as RTO is looking to trade towards the top side. Dead Corporal, I think he is fine. Is going to get a really good trade on to RTO, but Infi is here. The E is going to miss, unfortunately, for RTO, as Infi is going to stun Dead Corporal and save his top laner from his own demise. Caitlyn was up there as well with her ultimate and the Collector. That would have been the end of RTO, but he's going to survive this.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with that last Whisper in his pocket, that would have been completely the end of RTO. Dead Corporal is going to cancel RTO's back. RTO is going to again put it back underneath the turret. This is a rinse and repeat of the solo kill that RTO got. But this time it's Infi as the backup, and it's going to be Infi who picks up a kill yet again for his team. This man is 6-2-2 on this Viego, and he's doing phenomenally. RTO always looking for that, move that he can go for with his ultimate, pushes Dead Corporal to his turret. Dead Corporal just does not respect it enough, getting caught by it twice like this. You can see he walks up over here. You can see RTO just hiding in the bush. RTO just come forward. Nice positioning after he gets the E landed onto Dead Corporal. Pushes him back into the turret with his ultimate. And that's all that she wrote for Dead Corporal, at least from that life of his. He gets a 44-second death timer as well. And the rest of his team can move forward with their lives. And what are they going to move forward with? It's going to be the Baron that has been started over here. Copy is very close by. Copy is known for his steals over here. He's gone pretty deep. He does channel his R, but he's left alone. There's not much of his team close by. W takes a lot from the set W over there, and that's going to be Viego getting another get out over here. He's trying to run away with his own ultimate. Dead Corporal is trying to go for the kill. He's trying to catch up as much. The smite does land, but the minion block is enough to secure Infi's, and Dead Corporal still walking forward. He's not done over here, ladies and gentlemen. He's still walking forward. He flashes for a 3-man knock-up over there. Gets Lotus as well. Now RTO is the one trying to run away. Red with a nice scatter does land, but there does land the binding onto the set. Set will be ended. Dead Corporal narrowly missing the Syndra ball over there. there. And these are very, very close fights. Seraphine's waiting in this bush. He tries to maybe pick up a kill over here. And we've maybe just gone off picture over there. And it's going to be Seraphine who gets picked away. But it's going to be Dead Corporal that ends up going down. Red is still looking close by in case he can maybe catch a kill or two. That binding will cause the distance enough for the remaining two members of Kakao to walk away.
Yeah, a 4 for 2 for the side of Kakao Gaming. Again, coming out on top right there. You could call it a 4 for 3 as well, as Dead Corporal had gone down previously as well. The resets had started to come in. It was looking quite scary for the side of Kakao Gaming. But again, Dead Corporal comes in with a huge 3-man knock-up. Q2 there. And that was the end of the team fight for the side of Kakao. Beautifully played. And these guys and these fights are just still very close. 7-0-2 on the Caitlyn right now, but does not have any sort of bounty for herself. Tells you how close this matchup is. Only a 400 gold lead still for the side of Kakao at 27 minutes in. W has gotten his 2 items. Lotus looking to poke Sam right here, but Sam with his fancy feet is just going to dodge away from all the damage. The Infernal Drake is going to come in very shortly in 35 seconds, and it looks like Kakao Gaming want to trade that for Baron.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. Dead Corporal trying to dissuade them from that very kind of play, but they're still going to be walking towards that Drake. Set is in the top side of the map. It does have phase TP, so does W, so they're going to match that way. They're maybe going to try and bait a Baron fight before the Drake spawns. It still has 15 seconds to spawn over, and they're going to narrow this Baron down over there, chunking it away. And although it's at a slower rate, you can see behind RTO is ready to come for the flagger. TP is coming in from the Cinder, who was at the bot side of the map. Here comes the cat bot. Will Copy get this down in time? He will manage to secure the Baron. But nice Seraphine ultimate coming out over here. RTO on the backline is going in, but there goes down Infi instantly in that fight. RTO is left to his own devices, and the binding does land onto the Cinder, who ends up going down now. It's Lotus who's trying to run away from his life. Nice arcane shift over the wall, but how much can little Ezreal run away? And the fact is, he's still alive, but does burn down at the end of the day. That's going to be a dead Ezreal. That's going to be an ace for the side of Kakao, and all they lose is W. They pick up the Baron, and they will pick up their third Drake, putting them on Infernal Soul Point.
Yeah, and that's almost certainly the game as well for the side of Kakao. They pick up the Baron, they get the Dragon as well. That's going to be their soul point. And more importantly, they get the team fight for themselves. A really good call coming out from the side of Kakao. You know, starting the Baron, Infi wasn't close. A beautiful flank from the side of Dead Corporal as well. Helps finish the kill onto Black Infinity, and I think that was the end of the team fight there. RTO is able to trade kills with the Victor. The binding lands onto the Syndra, so she goes down, and then Lotus remains the last man standing and ends up going down to the minions, it seems like. And Copy is able to secure that kill. So there you go. Sam goes 9-0 and 3. Love to 2-1 and 13. And it is a big bot lane difference coming out in this game too.
Yeah, it does seem exactly like that. Sam, as we spoke about this man, and we give him praises throughout this, semi-finals and this finals, doing a phenomenal job on this ADC role. And now look at him, has his LDR, has his collector, has his Infinity Edge, probably building up that rapid fire as well. And now it's Asterisk completely on the back foot after that fight that was disastrous for them at the Baron. They do pick up a tier 1 turret in the top side, but they're going to end up losing a tier 2 in the bot side at the end of the day. They're doing a 4-1 formation for the side of Kakao, leaving Dead Corporal in the mid side to maybe pressure over there while they just, jiggle the aggro between them over here. The pressure with that cannon empowered minion up. Dead Corporal is going to pick up this turret for himself in the mid lane. Copy is coming around, maybe trying to go catch him out. Sorry, Copy is going to keep more pressure over here. But yeah, they pick up that turret. They're going to back off. They're going to pick up this turret as well. The Seraphine ult whiffing completely. As you said, this Seraphine pick just not working the way that Kratos would have liked it to work. W going forward, does flash forward, does channel his ultimate as well. The members of Asterisk are running for the hills. Nice carry of the wind, pushes the members of Kakao away. RT with the W is enough to persuade Kakao not from going forward. W is so low on HP as well. They probably just want to get this inhibitor and back away from this fight.
Yeah, that was quite aggressive from W. Right there, the Syndra stun saving uh, the whole of Asterisk. Essentially, that was looking like it was going to be the end of the game, but Asterisk survive, and they're going to see another day coming in here, and maybe they have one more opportunity for a team fight to come back. Red really needs to get his death cap as soon as possible, though I think that's one of the saviors for him. The Shojin as well for the side of Ezreal, but look at that Caitlyn, man. She's just so damn strong right now. Enfi hooking and looking for kills, gets binded, might end up going down, overstepped his boundaries right there. Sam is able to
Oh no.
claim that kill, and another one onto the Seraphine as well. Red has to flash away. Sam again, I think, is going to secure this one as well. There
Yeah,
you
he does
go.
exactly
He
that.
does that as well, and I think that's going to be the end of game 2. And Kakao
This is
Gaming coming back in half.
coming back in how exactly as you said, and yet again it's their role swap comp that works out for them, and it's working wonders. That Corporal very good on the top side, bullied RTO a lot. RTO albeit did not giving too much to him. Sam in the bot side, 12-0-3. This is a monster Caitlyn at this point. Lord is trying to clear some of these waves with his ultimate, but it's just not enough at this point. They have to land something miraculous to turn it around. Here comes Kratos. Kratos does have his ultimate, does hit two members on the side of Kakao, but is that enough? They're focusing down the Nexus over here, but they are falling down, but it's a double kill picked up by W. Nexus is very low. One last two autos, and that will be all she wrote for game 2. That's going to be Kakao Gaming taking game 2 in this best of 5 finals, and it's 1-1 in the series over here.
Yes, we have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. That was a beautiful game coming out from Kakao. All the role swaps and everything has worked out yet again for them. And Dead Corporal just looks like a different player when he goes towards the top side of the map. So maybe he should stick to playing that. But yeah, 1-1, and now we have no idea who's going to take the series.
Exactly. This is the kind of spice that we want in the scene at this point. They are spicing it up with their role changes, and they're spicing up how the way it's going. The Ezreal and Lord is just not working out the way he wanted it to. RTO said not working out. Red did have a decent performance on the Syndra, but none of them could, storm their lane or get an advantage in their lane to show anything for themselves. There you have it, this nice smiling faces, except for the sign of W. No, I think only Copy and Sam are smiling from all of these faces over here, but it's very well played by these boys, and they're going to take us to game 3. And as you said, a series on our hands over here, and that's what we wanted. Now my prediction can come true. If Kakao win next game, then my prediction's out the window completely. So
For
I'm
sure.
just excited to be watching this kind of League of Legends in front of us, and I wonder if they're going to stick to the change role, because yesterday they did it in the last game, so we didn't get to see if they're going to continue doing that. Over here they have to play more games further on. Let's see what they want to do with the roles over here.
Yeah, 100%. The role swaps worked. I think they should stick to it. Let's see if the champ pool holds true for them in this game 3 again, fearless draft. So, game by game, we are losing out on a lot of champions now. There are 20 champs that will be unplayable for the next game. But having said that, Kakao Gaming did really well in this game, especially Sam. You could see his picture as well, smiling from year to year. And why not? He did put up that MVP sort of a performance on that Caitlyn. But again, huge props to Copy as well in the jungle role. He secured a lot of objectives for his team, won the Smite fight twice as well, and did facilitate the Caitlyn to get ahead. And while we discuss this game 2, guys, game 3 will be upon us very shortly as we take a break and come back for game 3. It's 1-1, and hang around.
my back is tugged. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back is tugged. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm gonna win. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back is tugged. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name when I Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back is tugged. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not got a cheat code. We went until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Welcome back, guys, to Legends Ascent South Asia. We are in the grand finals, best of 5 between Asterisk and Kakao Gaming. And right now, madness, we are even Stevens right here. A very dominating first game from Asterisk and a very inspirational game, I would say, from the side of Kakao Gaming, who were looking down and out after that game 1. But the role swaps had come in and all the shenanigans played out. And not somehow, they have picked up the second game quite convincingly, I would say. As you can already see in the match summary right there, 9,000 gold lead for them, 9 turrets to 3, 3 dragons to 2, picked up the Baron, picked up the Rift Herald, picked up all 3 Void Grubs and the Artican as well. So it was sort of a dominant game. It was quite close in between, but it always felt like Kakao Gaming had the game in control.
Yeah, it did look like it. And in the meantime, it was still pretty okay for both sides towards the mid game, but after that, it got blown open at one point, and the lid just never shut down after that. All the team fights were just going Kakao Gaming's favor. They were playing it beautifully, and as you said, role swaps working tremendous for them. Also, another thing that they did do very well, get those early, jungle objectives for themselves. They got the feats of strength for themselves, and they locked it in. They got the game out. Asterisk had a more dominating game in game 1, but Kakao Gaming answering right with a pretty good decisive punch in game 2, and that leads us all the way to the game 3, which will lead either team into the momentum for the series depending on which way it goes.
Yeah, 100%. Now there is some changes coming in again now. Let's look at that later though. Let's speak about the MVP for game 2. Look at his smile. 13-0 and 5 on the Caitlyn, almost 800 damage per minute, 8 CS per minute. You can see how efficient he was on the Caitlyn. Of course, helped by Copy. Special shout out to him as well, who did pretty well on his own, getting the Caitlyn, getting the bot lane ahead and securing the objectives for his team. Having said that, it looks like Asterisk has decided to pick blue side this time around, so we are going to see some changes here, especially in the first pick coming in. Maybe there's a change in the banning phase as well. Maybe the Fled is left open. Not too sure about that, but a change in priority, especially when it comes to the side select. What do you think happens next, Madness?
I think now Asterisk said prior some first picks for themselves, or the way they want to play it out. They can maybe go back to the drawing board, think about how the options went out. Now think about if it's still going to be the same swapped roles for the team, how they want to play against that. Maybe choose their banning and picks according to that. Maybe because we've seen that Kakao is flexible in the roles and it does work from it. It's something like their trump card at the end of the day, that they use this against teams, and it has worked yesterday, it worked today in game 2, and this is something Asterisk has to keep in their notebooks when they are planning out their draft. And some things like this can go down, and something like this will most likely go down because of the success that it has followed. But let's throw that all aside as we head in to the draft phase of game 3, and instantly we see the Kled get banned out, no doubt about it. Pretty sure the Kled, the Mord, and the Renekton would be seeing the Rift. It's up to see what Asterisk want to continue with the bans, if they want to change it up slightly here, there, and so. And mind you, this is Fearless Draft, game 3. There are 20 champions that are out of the picture currently just because of how the format is. So people are going to have to dig down deep into their roles, and let's see if they really want to focus top bans later on. They really don't want to see the Lulu paired up because of the ADCs that can pair up with this Lulu very well. And as I predicted, the Reddit also does get banned.
Yeah, so not a lot of changes coming out, especially in the draft phase. Both these teams just happy with what they have banned so far. Don't really want to play against Lulu Kled from the side of Asterisk, and pinching RTO's champion pool can always help. We knew what he was going to pick. It was always between the on and set. Now the set is out as well. Uh, he's already played one other champion. And his champion pool is getting pinched very slowly but surely, and he might run out of options. But for the side of Kakao Gaming, of course, they did swap around the role, so they won't run out of champions anytime soon. The Ash is left open now. Let's see if that gets picked from the side of Asterisk. Looks like the Nocturne that wasn't banned is going to get picked up for Infinity in the jungle, and that indicates some sort of control mage. Maybe the Oriana might come out for the side of Red, or maybe the Hue that is still open would be his pick of the litter.
Actually, yes, very well played. We did see he did have an okay game on the Syndra, nothing stand out ish, anything of that kind. While as Dead Corporal, W on that, Victor did a lot. And yes, this is the champions that we are talking about. The Gwen, the Fury left open instantly. Gwen gets picked up. So this could maybe look again at maybe role swaps here and there about how they want to play it around. Lucian also doesn't see the rift. So does the Vi. Now it's up to Kakao to pick their second champion. It looks like they want to go for the Bandle Gunner Tristana. Shana is very stable right now. Pretty good as a pick. We've seen it a bunch. A lot of people use this as their primary ADC. Now Sam's going to be piloting this in the bot side. Let's see what they want to pair that up with later on as we head back to the side of Asterisk to see what they pick up.
Yeah, and that Gwen could go to the hands of Dead Corporal, who might take it towards the top side of the map or the jungle as well. So that remains to be seen, as the Jinx is going to get locked in. For Lotus right here, wouldn't be surprised to see a support pick come in. Maybe, just maybe, they decide to pick up the top laner and save RTO from almost certainly getting targeted in the next banning phase. So let's see what happens. Very intriguing to see. The third pick, maybe the Hue gets logged in red if he decides. Never mind, it's going to be the Leona. The Brom is, of course, out, so that looks like a pretty safe blind pick for the side of Kratos, and I really prefer him on these engaged sort of champions as well, where he can perform to his level, throw the Seraphines and the Karmas out. Just give him some tanky champion who can initiate and just unleash the beast towards the bot side of the map.
Because he is that kind of a player who walks around with that kind of confidence. He likes to have more of the tanky. We used to see him just as the tank engaged support. Last few couple of tournaments, he has been experimenting with enchanters as well. It's not been working out, so he's just gone back to his bread and butter, brought out that Leona. While in the bot side, Kakao with that Tristana will be bearing that big bad cow that is the Alistar. And now it looks like Kakao want to ban away the Silas that could have been going in the hands of Red, because Red takes away Alistar's ultimate, is pretty tanky in these situations, in these fights. So that's not going to be there anymore in the picture. It's up to see what Asterisk want to remove. And yes, interestingly, they did not choose to give RTO a pick because, as we do know, it's going narrow on the narrow side of his champion pool, and he doesn't also know what he's going against. But instead, they still are targeting Copy over here because Copy is known for this Jax, known for the Kled, but Jax is a pretty good champion in any top laner's hands. He's got a pretty good kit. He does a lot. And the Hue that Kakao was talking about so very importantly, so also gets banned out. So Akshay has to choose something else. His Kiana is left open, but that does leave at the top has to be an AP, something like that. Some variety has to be arranged otherwise if you want to go that path. That's up to Asterisk for the last ban.
Yeah, right now as it looks like not a lot of CC coming out from the side of Kakao Gaming. So the option, just putting out there, just the option of picking Katarina is still valid. It will depend on this fourth pick, what they decide to pick. If the Gwen is going to the jungle or top, let's see. So that's a Pantheon, and that is again a flex pick coming out. So still can't be sure who's going where, and that's a very smart pickup. Essentially, Tristana could be mid lane, A Pantheon could be jungle. Dead Corporal could pilot the Gwen towards the top side of the map as well. So a lot of flex picks coming out from the side of Kakao Gaming and still keeping Asterisk on the bay and confused as to who's going where.
Exactly. These are nice three flex picks, can go a lot of different places. And as you said, pretty smart coming out from Kakao, keeping them guessing. And it looks like the Ornn, that's what he's resorting to at this point. RTO does lock in the Ornn for himself. It's up to see what the top laner of Kakao wants to go for, or if it's going to be one of these flex pieces. Is now all that remains is to see what Akshaj is going to be picking for himself, as the last pick of Asterisk is about to get locked in over here. Against this comp, I don't think the cat
I think
would
that's
be
going
that
to be an
good.
Orianna pick pretty soon.
Yeah, probably the Orianna with the Nocturne, right, coming into that picture. You're going to have to lock that in. And that's exactly what they're going for. If you get a good Orianna alt off with the Nocturne, it's going to be huge in these team fights. And what do you think this last pick is going to be? It's going to solidify what kind of comp we're going to be looking at.
I think it could be the Talia, honestly, looking at the Pantheon as well. Think they should pick the Talia. It's a good combo with the Pantheon. Dead Corporal can play that champion, but then who's going to play the Gwen is the question, right? So the Vladimir comes in, still not sure who's going to pilot that. Maybe looks like W might take that champion, but not a good matchup into the Orianna, as Orianna is going to have a lot of priority in the mid lane. And I really like what Asterisk have drafted for themselves with variety of champions, variety of engages as well. A lot of shields, a lot of peel back, and a tank, of course, towards the top side of the map. So, and Pantheon is going to get severely outscaled when it comes to the late game, especially against the Ornn. So, Kakao Gaming is sort of on a timer in this one.
This is going to be like the opposite of what they did yesterday on that Asterisk game. They are the ones now that have the timer on their head that FFing did have. They have to try and end this game as quickly as possible. As you said, Asterisk, pretty good comp if you look at it all around. So much peel, so much engage going on. You leave Lotus in the backline just free firing, and there's a lot that can go right for the team, as you said, on a timer for the side of Kakao Gaming. Asterisk, very solid comp, and I'm honestly going to be favoring them quite a bit during this draft.
Yeah, 100%. But again, Kakao Gaming do have, the sort of players that can carry the game on their own, and Gwen on Dead Corporal is quite scary, honestly. He does play a pretty mean Gwen. It is going to the jungle, so I'm not too sure how that's going to fare. I do think Gwen is broken, especially in the top lane, but not as efficient in jungle, but we will see what happens there. Just speaking about the draft a bit more, Ornn, Nocturne, Orianna, even Leona, so much reliable CC to lock down the Gwen if she does get into the backline. And as long as you can secure the reset for the Jinx and save her till she gets one reset, I think it's game over for the side of Kakao. So they will have to navigate these team fights very carefully. Maybe the Alistair can, get a huge engage or something like that. I think that will be required. And especially looking at the early game, you want to just give as much time as you can to the Nocturne to turn level 6, and then he takes over the map. And Nocturne Orianna is just such a reliable combo as well. So yeah, I do think Asterisk have the upper hand in the drafting phase at least, but it's all going to come down to how these guys play out in the Rift. And it is 1-1 right now. Both have taken a game off each other, so we are not sure who will reign supreme in this game 3, although if history tells us anything, it's going to be Asterisk taking the series somehow 3-2, 3-1. It does not matter what the scoreline can be.
Yeah, like talking about it, like Kakao won the last game, so they have a little bit of momentum on their side as well. That does factor into these things coming into it. But yes, we talk about simple comps, right? The Nocturne, the Orianna, very simple comp to work out. You have so much peel as well. Simply just let the Jinx get out the resets. Asterisk going back to the basics where they need it the most, and does look like it should work out for them. As you said, on paper, looking like the better draft. But yes, theory is one thing, practicality is something else. What happens on the Rift is what is going to happen. But 5v5 fights looking a bit difficult for Kakao, at least in the late game. Early on, depends on how they want to pick it out. Maybe do some bush camping here, there, something, and pick something out like this. Because even in the last game, 2 times supports on either side did get caught out walking up to a bush as well. So these things do come into the factor before important team fights. And how many summoners get burned, how many ults get burned before the team fights. These things are the factors that will define what goes on. But yes, that all can only be answered when we head into the Rift. But before that, guys, I would like to take a moment to tell you guys, please, once again, please make sure to follow all our social media in the description box below. We have everything linked over there on this channel, Fragnation. Make sure to subscribe to it. Make sure to like the stream so you get more of this action coming up. We do have more qualifiers coming up, and you don't want to miss these games going in, because this is all leading up to the biggest tournament that we have hosted so far in this region.
Yeah, and one thing I think we forgot is how these guys can change their lanes, right? Copy was playing jungle last game. He could still go Pantheon jungle, and Dead Corporal might just take the good matchup into the Ornn as the Gwen, and she is going to outscale the Ornn.
I think that's exactly what they're going to go for, if I'm not wrong, but I think that's exactly what Copy wants to go for.
Yeah, that might happen, because again, Pantheon and Gwen can be interchangeable into these lanes or jungle. Both of these champions can do both the things. So not sure what happens, but again, it looked like the recipe for success for the side of Kakao Gaming is to send Copy towards that jungle role and Dead Corporal towards that top side of the map, because that's where he looks his most comfortable. And so wouldn't be surprised if that's what happens. W on that Vladimir as well towards the mid side of the map. I do think Orianna can be just so efficient against the Vladimir, as long as you get that tier and then complete your Oblivion Orb and you're not letting him heal too much. We did see Vlad come in yesterday as well, AK-45 playing really well. Did end up losing the game, but the champion was working quite well until he picked up the Magi, so I think that was a miss from his side, but hopefully W does not make the same mistakes.
Yeah, AK-45 did have, we had a good match with that Vlad, did get an advantage, and it was against Dead Corporal on that Azir as well, mind you, had the advantage, but instantly got cursed almost as soon as he bought that Magi's for himself, never got any more stacks of it, so just didn't go that way. But yes, Vlad, pretty strong champion, you do scale pretty well, so if you do manage that in those team fights, it can go in your favor. But yes, still on a timer. That is what we are deciding about Kakao right now. Unless they get really ahead really fast, it's gonna be them against time. Basically, they're not just battling against Asterisk, they're battling against Asterisk plus the time it takes them to finish the game, and that's what it's going to come down at the end of the game between these two teams. And we just hope to see something or miraculous or another. These team fights are looking very spicy when they're going for it. People are making mistakes here and there, like these silly kind of mistakes that do happen at these kind of high pressure situations. Sometimes the communication is lacking, but yeah, these role swaps working wonders for Kakao. Probably going to stick to it, and moving forward, maybe this is what's going to define them as a team.
100%. And as you said, I think better press our champions do have more chances of winning the game, and Nocturne ultimate on ultimate, Leona, Jinx, as long as Jinx gets that one reset, it's going to be a very scary thing for the side of Kakao Gaming. But again, Dead Corporal on that Gwen can be scary himself on that champion, and it looked like RTO's the Dead Corporal had RTO's number in that game too, playing on that Aatrox, being almost 50-60 CS ahead at like 12-13 minutes. It's quite absurd as we head into this game 2 of the best of 5 series. Is tied 1-1, and let's see who's going to take the lead.
Yes, you guys, this is game 3 of the best of 5 series in your finals of qualifier 1. Mind you, both teams have qualified, but there is money still at stake between both these sides. They are battling out for an humongous amount of money as well. Again, pretty standard level 1 positioning from both teams. You can see Red is walking closer towards that side. Wants to put a ward later on, clear some vision for himself. And it's gonna be Copy in the jungle like we predicted. Dead Corporal in the top, W in the mid. That's how they want to Copy. Might get caught out over here. He's a bit far away from home. Has to walk away. Probably gonna flash over the wall. And now that's a flashless Copy, at least for the first 6 minutes of the game, 5 minutes from the now, and that's what you want like to see. Something
Yeah.
eventful finally happening in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and Red right there just faked putting the ward in, and Kakao Gaming do think that he did that. I would have really liked to see RTO start his E on the on and knock up the Pantheon to secure the kill, but instead he started the Q. Of course, Pantheon burning his flash is going to be a bit troublesome for him in the early game. So Pantheon does rely on his flash and W to start these fights and secure the kill. So 6 minutes, he won't have as much pressure.
Yeah, he will not be having that pressure, but level 2 gonna be hit earlier for Asterisk. Asterisk putting a lot of moves over here onto the bot side. Jinx getting free fire onto the Tristana and the Alistar. Dead Corporal doing pretty good in the top side. Red against W over here, so pretty even right now. If you take a look at summoners, and even if you take at runes, pretty basic. Oriana are going to be rocking the phase rush to get the extra movement in between. Vlad going for the basic ghost and flash, and nothing much of a difference that you can actually see over here. Junglers are starting on the opposite side of the map. Sorry, Nocturne pathing from top to bottom, Pantheon from bottom to top, and Dead Corporal pushing this wave in. Might not survive it for his Pantheon, who will be going there later. Nothing of a gank opportunity of that sort at the level at the 3-minute 30-second mark or something like that. The bot side wave is also getting pushed in by the Jinx and Kratos over there. I want to see how Lotus does on the Jinx against the Tristana. Tristana has the chance to bully the Jinx a bit earlier on, but later on, if Jinx is allowed with the range that she gets, she can do a lot of damage in these team fights, especially with a reset that gets off. And as we continue on, you can see over here, Lotus continues the farm, pretty even in farm everywhere except for the top side where Gwen was pushing that wave pretty deep into the turret of RTO. Both junglers are finished pretty much all their camps. And here comes Sam. He just jumps in forward, gets the explosive charge off. The cleanse also used as well in that exchange. He wants to put it off more damage, but mind you, he has cleanse and not barrier, and Lotus is walking for it. He doesn't want to deny anything. Love2 has to walk away from the choppers. The Leona spear does land. He does walk forward with that sword. The stun does land as well. Sam does get another explosive charge off. And look who's here. It is Infi. The flash away from Sam is not enough. It's followed up by Lotus as well. And that's first blood. Picked up by Asterisk. Picked up by this Jinx. And now it's Lotus's turn to assert dominance in this bot lane compared to what he was facing earlier. A nice timing from other side. Comes in, Alistar butts him with the Q's enough to put enough damage so that far when the Jinx does go forward, he does get enough damage, does get that final hit, does secure the kill for himself.
Yeah, and a huge kill for the Jinx. She's going to pick up the cull for herself as well. So just looking to scale into the late game, as we did see the supports cancel out each other. And towards the top side, RTO has run out of mana. Might end up going down here. He has to be very careful.
He does get out of that tricky situation as it might be. As you said, low on mana, and Dead Corporal again asserting dominance on the top lane. He's remembering what his hope was like, and he's putting a lot. Red also running pretty low on mana in the mid lane quite a bit, right? W is putting pressure on him. Love2 has gone for an early roam as well. Not much that you can actually catch out over here, given that the waves are pushed in even on the top side and the mid lane. He probably has to work to the bot side. Maybe just wants to clear some vision, put some vision of his own to help his jungler predict where Infi is going to be at all times and all places. Drake has come up. It's going to be the Ocean Drake. Red very low on mana right now. Probably has to get it back pretty anytime soon. Does have TP to come back into lane.
Yeah, exactly. Still has the TP, and again, before the first base, the Oriana might struggle a bit, but once he goes back, picks up the tier, he's going to be just fine. Still keeping up in CS, so nothing too wrong for him. Top lane, we can see 10 CS difference coming in already. But same is replicated towards the bot side of the map as well, where Lotus is feeling really good about his life, especially being up ahead in CS, has the cull, and has the first blood to his name as well.
Yeah, and that's just Gull just gonna keep on getting him that gold. He keeps on getting these free hits onto Sam. Sam has to maybe even try and dodge that W, which he didn't. Might want to look forward to jump, but Leona's enough there to dissuade. And Drake yet again getting started up by Infi over here. So they have the full pry over there. They're going to take it out. The wave's pretty in a bad position also for Kakao right now. Sam is too afraid to walk up and maybe even trying to get some CS, given that the pressure that Kratos is exerting. They don't know where the jungler is. He can be close by. The Drake could be close to being finished, so he could be walking up as well. Look who's here. Oriana's going to put a ward down there, going to help his jungler take the Drake and then walk back to her own lane, or maybe even go bot or dive later on. Top side, Dead Corporal still putting a lot of pressure on. Again up in CS numbers. So RTO always bleeding a bit of this CS no matter which champion he's playing, but is still resilient, doesn't give up too many kills at all. The bot side, you can see the Jinx, Leona still putting on that pressure. They do not care about how much is being put against them. They just keep on putting it over here. They know now they put in the wave. It's a pretty big wave. Love does come forward, but the damage is pretty much negligible. He's just going to take too much damage instead for himself. So next time he tries to go in, it's pretty much a short death.
Yeah, not the pulverized head, but he was looking for takes almost all of his HP in damage. Right there is going to put up a ward in the try brush to stay safe. And as you said, yeah, Dead Corporal being quite far up ahead in terms of CS, as Infi is going to get caught. Copy is level 6. W is moving as well. Watch the shock wave that hasn't come down yet. Infi gets flashed on, is going to get finished. Dead Corporal picks up that kill. Red has to flash away from certain death, as well as RTO has run out of mana and HP. And that's all they need. They need the Nocturne to be level 6 before these sort of fights happen. Unfortunately for him, that did not happen. Sam is going to use his cleanse and get out of a very sticky situation himself. And a good counter punch from the side of Kakao.
Yeah, that means Sam's not going to have his cleanse up once Kratos gets his ultimate as well. So that could be detrimental in the next, engage they take on the bot side. But yes, good fight that happened in the top over there. Dead Corporal gets his kill of his own. And now it's even in terms of kill numbers. Kakao's a bit above in gold, 400 gold to their name right now. But Dead Corporal's the one with that huge CS lead right now, almost 30 CS in the head. W is ahead in CS as well. It's only the Tristana that's lacking. But over here, Infi's going in with his ultimate, forces the flash out from the Pantheon. Pantheon gets to safety, but not before his flash gets burned over there. Now it looks like the grubs are for the taking. Pantheon did manage to take one before he got out of that exchange, so they have that working for them, but two are going to be secured by Asterisk after they've picked up the first Drake.
Yeah, and along with the CS lead, he was able to pick up the kill onto Infi as well. As the paranoia does come down, they are going to secure the grubs for themselves. So one objective away from getting one stack of feet right there. So far, I think it's a very, very even game. Some sort of goal lead for the side of Kakao. Not too much though. The swap has come in. Lotus is going to get ulted on by this Pantheon, but he can't cross over because of the Chompers, and that's a waste of ultimate from Copy, who was looking to secure a kill onto the Jinx.
Yeah, a nice placement from Loris with those Chompers, right? Completely deters Copy from going there. As you said, a bit of a wasted ultimate the first time he used it. It does put a bit of an impact on the player's mental, but the next one has to, have an important effect. So they, buy their time with it over there. Love to's come in the top side, will be picking up the next until the Tristana walks over there as well. Love to didn't get the pulverize that he wanted with the headbutt. At least the pulverize headbutt didn't land on the target he wanted overall. But now Sam and Lotus are now battling up on the top side of the map with their respective supports in tow, and the bot side, the Gwen's going to go mess the Ornn over there. Ornn now picking up at least some of that CS that he had lost. He was behind around 30, now has narrowed down that gap to around 20 CS. Gwen very close to completing her item as well. Kratos going in, but he's underneath the turret, mind you. They do get the root onto Love 2 over there. Love 2 going very, very low. Didn't even pop the ult. So he'll be very low for the remainder of the exchange. Dead Corporal does not mind trading with RTO at all over here. Always pretty much coming out on top. Love 2 has to be very careful of his situation. Infi's ult is going to be up pretty soon as well. W is going to be back over here. Love 2 is just hiding in this bush. He's trying to make sure that his team goes in for the kill. They go underneath that. Love 2 has to go. They do not have a cleanse, but is that enough? Sam has one more auto. It does enough on the Tristana. Love 2 is going dangerously. One more auto will secure the kill, will secure the feats for himself. As we did say, Sam doesn't have cleanse. He burned in the bot side. He ends up giving his own death plus the death of his support, allowing Asterisk to get the feats of warfare.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan was there. Sam did not have his cleanse up as the Vladimir is going to get ulted. There you go. Simple combo. You still get feared even if you have used your blood pool. Another quick kill coming in for the side of Asterisk. They are looking logged in this one. A very, very weird mistake. Unconventional for him, rather, Sam, because he usually does not make such mistakes. But now 30 CS behind. 3 kills behind to the Jinx. As Love 2 is fishing for something here, I don't think there's too much. Unless Copy can get his ultimate. He is using it right now, but the phase rush is going to just help him get out. And yet again, Copy using his ultimate is not able to secure anything for himself.
Yeah, but they are jumping forward right now. It is a 3v2 over here. The Leona does go forward. Infi is pretty low on HP. They do secure the kill onto Copy, but in jumps Sam, but it's not enough to land the kill. Dead Corporal just channeling the ghost. He's trying to go fast over here. RTO is going to be the meat shield enough, but I think he might end up giving his own life instead. Channels his ultimate. He'll die before he gets to even hit it back at the enemies. So you're sacrificing your top laner for your support, and that's not the kind of sacrifices you're looking for before a Drake fight.
I think it was to save Infi, honestly. As Infi was, it looked like going to get caught by the Vladimir, who had used his ghost. So did the Gwen. So I think this Dragon is going to go down for the side of Kakao, but they did suffer a few losses there. The Vlad had died earlier. The Pantheon ended up dying as well. And look at top lane. Red, very smart, uses his TP, goes towards that top side of the map. Might even end up getting that turret for himself. So a really good call by him and his team right there. Again, bot side of the map, you can see Jinx is pressuring, and we get the replay right here. Copy stepped up a bit too far, gets punished. The rocket comes in for the Jinx, who chose to run towards the bot side of the map. And you can see RTO trying to save his jungler, uses his E, knocks up the Vladimir, but in return has to die himself for crimes that he did not commit. And the Dragon was picked up as well for Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, this is looking pretty tough for the side of Kakao right now. Infi just going 1v1 against Dead Corporal over. Dead Corporal being forced to run away from this fight. Red is close by as well. Doesn't have his ultimate, so nothing eventually can come. He can give some poke damage as well. Alistar is walking up, clearing some vision over here towards the riverside. They have full domination of vision for the side of Kakao, at least over here. But that doesn't reveal the ward in the bush over there for Lotus. And Dead Corporal is going forward onto Red, but his ultimates are missing onto that Orianna. He is 2 levels behind this Orianna, mind you. Especially after all that switching, while Red was just still stationary in the top, in the mid lane, and they will be claiming this turret and instantly also claim the feats of strength at the back of it.
Yeah, the feed secured. As you can see, the Jinx is going to stack her curl as well, so that's going to be some sort of gold influx for her. Already has the Yuntal completed, has the Berserker's Greaves completed as well, and now he's looking to get, hopefully, the Mortal Reminder. Wouldn't be a bad choice of second item in this game, especially considering how much the Gwen and Vlad do heal themselves. You know, the self-healing comes out. But look at that, 4 shutdown bounties already onto the side of Asterisk, who are 4,000 gold ahead.
They are really, really ahead right now, as you do see yourself. They are even in terms of Drakes, but that's all that Kakao has going for them right now. They're losing turrets left, right, and center. Already the tier 1, the top had fallen. The tier 2 in the tier 1 in the bot falls as well. Jinx channels that solo goal for herself. RTO is looking to maybe try and clear some vision over here. The Rift Herald has spawned as well, so you have to look out for that as one of the objectives to fight over. Sam slowly but surely building up his way, has his Yuntals but doesn't have his Berserker Greaves. While the Jinx so far ahead, has the Yuntals, has the Berserker Greaves, has another BF sword and a Cloak of Agility to her name. So is pretty fed. I'm saying so myself. Infi will be clearing the ward over here, and now Herald is started up by Asterisk.
Yeah, he's going to get his Infinity Edge pretty soon. Almost didn't notice it's 2 of your favorite champs against each other in the Tristana and Jinx right now. As the Rift Herald has been started for the side of Asterisk. It's going to be uncontested, I'm sure. There you go. The Pantheon ult does come out, but it's a bit too late, as the Vlad is going to use his E and flash in. Lotus flashes away. What was the shockwave? It's going to be a big one pretty soon. The Orianna is coming in. Double man shockwave onto the Gwen and Tristana. Double kill for Infi. Make that a triple. Never mind. Someone else picks that up, but I think it's going to be a ace for the side of Asterisk right here.
And that's exactly what happened. There was a bloody fight. 10 people entered the fight, only 2 walk away with their lives. That means you have 8 people falling down in that fight. And yes, Asterisk do come out on top. A nice shockwave hit by Red in that fight. And that's what we expect going forward from this team and this caliber. Now they're 11 kills to the 5 of Kakao. We're gonna pick up the final tier 1 turret that beat off the mid, and Red's gonna take that solo goal to his name. And as we take a replay and see how that fight breaks out, the Herald gets claimed up by Ashley. Ashley is trying to move away. The Ornn ult is channeled to dissuade people from falling. Keep in mind of this shockwave that will come in pretty soon. He catches 2 members, instantly cleansed away by Sam. Sam is trying to run away from the fight, trying to get his resets. Infi is chasing down Dead Corporal. Dead Corporal ends up meeting his end. There goes down Infi, but Sam does not have the DPS at that moment to battle out against Orianna, against the cat bot, against the Ornn as well. And it's going to be him and Copy falling towards the end of that fight. And that is Asterisk cementing a pretty good goal lead at this point as well.
Yeah, 100%. It looks like that Corporal might go down, get stunned. Gwen is immune, so you can't use your E onto her, but the shockwave is going to come down. Red goes on a killing spree. This game is falling apart now for the side of Kakao as they find themselves 6,000 gold behind at 17 minutes. Looking to take this top turret, but RTO is just chilling. He's taking out the minions. 4-man towards the top side of the map. Let's see what they end up losing to on the other side as Jinx is pushing this mid lane. The bot is getting shoved in as well, and RTO is taking a lot of time to die. The dragon has been started as well. So you get a kill and a turret, but in return it looks like at least the bot second turret will go down. The dragon has gone down. Lotus is already taking the mid tier 2 as well. That is not a favorable trade, my man.
Yeah, that is not at all favorite. And Red does like riding these heralds all the way. He's got very good driving skills, this man. And he's got hit all the way on the tier 2 in the top side. But Copies uses ultimate to come narrow the gap between them. And now Red and Love 2 are battling out. Love 2 should get the stun. He shouldn't fall away. Sam uses his ultimate to save his own support. Pushes him towards his own top tier 3 turret. And does secure the kill. So Red does end up going down. Does give a pretty good bounty also towards the side of Sam at the end of the exchange. So Sam might even be able to pick up the BS sword off his next back and maybe look forward. Try to go for his next play. No jungle objective currently up, but Baron will, Atakan will be coming up in 1 minute time.
Yeah, and just because you're a good driver does not mean you need to pilot that Rift Herald every chance that you get, and he pays for it for his mistake right there. Did not really need to take that Herald towards the top side. Copy uses his ultimate, goes towards the top side of the map, is able to pressure the Orianna into dying. And as you said, Sam picks up the kill, moves ever so close to his Infinity Edge as well as W is going to get caught here. Is going to still get feared even in pool. There you go, the Leona's there as well. He's barely surviving, does end up dying to the tick damage. The Paranoia comes in, the Ornn has TP'd in as well. I think they're just going to run towards the top side of the map and secure that Atakan for themselves.
Yeah, and this W death does open up that opportunity for them. There's no way Kakao can match it up. They don't have any ultimates up that they would like for a fight like that. Instead, they're signaling for Dead Corporal to push the bot side, at least maybe pick up a tier 1 turret in the bot side for the Atakan going. But that's just, consolation prize at the end of the day over there. W does end up getting feared. As you said, even in the pool, you end up getting feared afterwards. And you have to keep that in mind when you're trying to play Vladimir against a Nocturne like this, and it's just not working out for W the way that he wanted to.
Yeah, and the bot turret is now going to go down, as you can see. Asterisk, 3-man strong towards that top side. Earlier, the Rift Herald had taken down half HP of that T2 turret. And RTO might end up dying here.
He pretty much does end up dying here. There's no way it's out. But as I say that, he's instantly out of that picture with his flash after he challenges his ultimate. It looks like Kakao wants to back to protect the base. In comes Infi, but he just couldn't get the final hit off onto the Vladimir over there. And looks like Kakao lived to fight another day in the top side of their base. It doesn't fall down, the tier 3 doesn't fall down, and leaves the Ornn to at least get some free farm that RTO desperately does need in the bottom side of the map right now. You can see Lotus is still pretty strong, has his Infinity completed, Yuntal's completed, probably looking for Lord Doms next, or actually maybe
This
even
has
the
to be
mortal,
Mortal
given
Reminder,
this,
actually.
yeah, the mortal reminder, giving how the situation is. Not wrong with the Gwen, with the Vlad. A lot of pings coming out that we can hear the sounds out. So teams are getting aggressive about it, right? And now objective bounty is up. Kakao really wants this objective bounty. They're doing everything to get this turret as well. The Leona ultimate does whiff quite a bit. No initial stun does land, but the slows do land. Love pretty much going to get sacrificed over here. Shockwave, a 3-man shockwave coming in from Akshaj over there. A triple kill for Lotus, a double kill for Red, and that's a clean ace coming out from the side of Asterisk when they look to march it down.
Could this be game as we speak? That was a massive shockwave. Again, I'm not sure what Kakao is trying to do, fighting them under the second turret, knowing fully well that Red might have his ultimate up, and the huge shockwaves comes in. Jinx is able to secure 3 kills for herself. Red gets 2 for him. And oh my god, just look at that shockwave right here. You take the turret, you have the opportunity to get out. But Copy looks for an engage, uses his ultimate to get down. Look at the Oriana shockwave timer. He gets it right about now. And there you go. Huge shockwave, catches the Pantheon in the back end after he had used his flash. The resets start to come in. And we spoke about it in the Champ Select. One reset, and that's all you need for the Jinx to truly unleash in these team fights. And that's exactly what has happened as we are fighting once again.
Another good shockwave coming in. 2 people caught up in that one as we continue over here. But they're blinking HP bars from Asterisk. Asterisk, don't look at it with Lotus with the resets. The resets are all we need to talk about over here. That looks to be game. They can walk it down from bottom. They can walk it down from mid. They can walk it whichever way they want. And whichever way you look at it, this is going to be game 3 going over to Asterisk. That fight looked like it was turning, but Lotus was just left alone. He flashes away at the last second as well when it looks like he's about to get caught. And the resets are just enough. Another good 2-man shockwave coming in for Red. And just when you thought Kakao were hanging on, Asterisk blow the game completely wide open, forcing Kakao to a game 4 with them being 2-1 in the lead in the series.
Yeah, and that's how Kakao Gaming works. Their plan to come back into the game always seems to be, just to fight it out more and see what they can do. But this is going to be second victory for the side of Asterisk. They move 2-1 up, only 1 game away from winning the whole thing.
Yeah, and this is looking pretty dire for Kakao. We did talk about their draft. They need to end it first, but if the Jinx is getting accelerated so fast, just taking a look at the last fight, the Ornn ultimate does come in a nice 2-man shockwave, and just look at the positioning of the Jinx. So she goes forward, she now keeps her distance away from everything, gets a reset off over here, gets another kill over there, and it's all that W's left, and that's it. They're focusing the wrong members from the side of Kakao. They're not focusing the one man that can destroy them single-handedly if he gets a reset, and that's exactly what happens against them. Lotus playing this Jinx pretty darn well, if I might say so myself, and also at the back of Akshaj's 3-man, 2-man shockwaves that came in each and every single fight.
Yeah, I mean, they could not get near the Jinx, and Lotus, we have seen him when he pops up, he really does, and that's exactly what happened right here. A very convincing game 3 for the side of Asterisk in the best of 5 right here. And it looked like it could be, favorable for Asterisk, just going on the team comp itself, having so much frontline and so much engage. And if your players are Red and Lotus on the respective carries, I think you have a good shot at winning the game. And that's exactly what has happened. And now Kakao has to go back to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong in this game 3 and hopefully pick it up in game 4 and take us all the way to that game 5.
Yeah, but the problem is going game four being one game down is even if you win it out in game four, you go to game five with a much more depleted champion pool, and it's already starting to show on the players like this champion pool is affecting this fearless draft is affecting the players of Kakao even after the role switch that has occurred over here. They just couldn't get their grasp over here. I know it's pretty hard to go after the Jinx, especially with the kind of comp that Asterisk does have, and that's basically how it worked out. And as I said, a pretty basic comp works out most of the time. Better R wins, as you say so yourself, right? In the mid lane, the Oriana and Nocturne combo did work wonders. In the team fights, the Oriana Shockwaves plus the Jinx getting the resets is all that Asterisk needed to get done over there, and they did a phenomenal job closing out the game pretty early as well. And now they're taking us all the way to that crucial game four, being 2-1 up in the series. Can Asterisk get that last win over here, become the top dog yet again over here, or Kakao maybe can start mounting a comeback from this game four onwards?
Yeah, I think the momentum has shifted towards Asterisk now, as you had mentioned earlier. Uh, Especially with how they drafted, I think they were playing quite seriously in this one. Don't want to make any mistakes, and the key to success was to get the Jinx ahead, and that's exactly what they did. Once that Jinx is ahead with one or two items, I mean, you play the champion yourself, you know how effective she is when she gets the resets, and that's exactly what happened. It was a good night for the side of Kakao in this game 3.
Yeah, exactly right. Get excited in those team fights, have good positioning in those team fights, make it almost impossible for the members of Kakao to reach you, and you've pretty much done your job as Team Asterisk over there. You're doing phenomenal over there, and they did pretty very hard. I saw very little openings that Kakao could actually reach that carry, that Jinx over there. So kudos to them for doing that. And they built their comp exactly that way. They wanted to run it like that. Red comes in, or Akshat comes in with a couple of good shockwaves in the middle of the fights. Jinx gets one or two resets off, gets excited, keeps on going for the kills, etc., etc. And that's how the cookie crumbles over here. But moving forward, you won't have these champions over here. And Sam did have that one mistake where he went forward, didn't go his way completely over here. Didn't have that cleanse in the top side fight. Still managed to go for it. They were trying to bait it actually. Love2 was hiding in the bush nearby. They really wanted them to jump in onto Sam over there, but just not understanding that they just get locked down too early over there, and those fights get neutralized too fast. You're getting Jinx more kills, and that's just too much to be asked for Kakao to mount a comeback after that.
Yeah, I think that was one of the biggest mistakes in the game from the side of Sam. As we look at the match summary, the quickest game so far in this best of 5, a 10,000 goal lead almost for the side of Asterisk, 10 turrets to 3. The Dragons were 2-1. Rift Herald, as you can already see, Asterisk picked that one up 2-1 in terms of Void Grubs as well, and the Artican was picked up from the side of Asterisk. 23-9. The earlier it was 28-5 in first game. So whenever Asterisk wins, it seems like these games are going to be quite short, whereas Kakao really has to work their way around and secure the victory for themselves, as we saw in game 2. But that was game 3, guys, and do let us know who you think is going to win this one. If game 4 is the end of it, as we look at the MVP for this game 3, 8-1 and 10. AST Lotus on that Jinx doing work whenever he got the resets.
Yeah, it's also a kudos. He did do phenomenal with spacing and whatever in those fights. But it's also kudos to his team that allowed him to reach that kind of position where he gets fed up in the fights. He's kept isolated. He's not too much pressure being applied to him, but he did a phenomenal job of kiting, spacing, getting his resets off, finishing off the fights, and in the end, finishing off the game in style, in the Asterisk dominant fashion that we know and love to see. And that allows us to head towards the game 4. So yes, Asterisk Lotus will be your MVP for game 3. And heading into game 4, I can't wait to see what else these guys have in store for us.
Yeah, having said that, we will see you on the other side for game 4 as we take a short break, and we will be back with game 4 pretty soon.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant.
Guys, we are back with Legends in South Asia. We are now in the end zone, the final game. We've reached the fourth game over here, right? This is where it gets tense for both these teams. Asterisk needs one game to close out the series. Kakao needs to start mounting their comeback from here. And Asterisk, pretty good, dominant performance with a pretty basic comp last game. And what do you think, Kaka? Are we going to see a game 5, or is Asterisk going to close it out over here?
I mean, I really hope we get to see a game 5. But I do lean towards your prediction as well. I do think it's going to be a 3-1. Maybe Kakao Gaming have something left for us in the tank still. But yeah, the momentum will be on Asterisk side. They did draft the better press our comp. And I just think when it comes to the end game, like game 4 and game 5, I think the more clutch team wins, and it looks like it's Asterisk.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. When it comes to this, it is Asterisk's complete momentum now in their favor. The tides have turned quite a bit. Kakao, role reversal didn't work for them last game. Maybe they revert to what they were doing originally, change it up even more. Who knows with this team at this point? They just keep on changing it up on us, and we don't know exactly their game plan until we actually get to see it materialize in front of our very own eyes. With that being said, we're heading in very shortly into the draft for game 4 over here, where it's all to play for Kakao, and Asterisk just need that one game more to lock in their spot as the number 1 team in this qualifier.
Yeah, and it looks like not much is going to change, at least from the early bans that have come in. Copy not going to get his hands on the Killed, it seems like, for the whole series. The Mordekaiser as well gets banned. The Renekton might follow, as we have seen early on. And now Asterisk don't have to ban the Nocturne because they have played it themselves. Don't need to worry about it anymore. Infree had a really good game on that champion. Facilitated his team to, his carries to carry the game, especially Lotus on that Jinx, as we spoke about earlier. The Lucian is going to get banned. And let's see what Asterisk have in store for us. Maybe the Lulu comes out once again. Seems like they don't want to play against it.
And it seems like they don't want to play against it. You're not wrong. They have banned it out time and time again. But the Vi bans have been starting to come in, and they do continue over here. And it's up to Kakao to go for their last, and they stick to their bread and butter of banning at least. The Renekton also will not be seeing the Ref RTO, won't get the opportunity to play that champion. Now it's up to see if Asterisk continues with the same flow of banning the Lulu, or they choose something else or try to pocket pick it for themselves. It's up for all grabs on this last ban in this first phase of banning on the side of Asterisk over here. And they're running down the timer essentially, and they are going to ban what it seems we do not get to see it due to a bit of a glitch over there. But yes, continue on. Now first picks are coming out. Now it's up to see what Kakao want to select for themselves. Kakao Gaming now have blue side. Last time Asterisk were rocking this blue side. They did pick up the Nocturne earlier on for themselves, and now it seems that it wants to be a Diana pickup. Yes, and that can be going a flex as well, essentially, right, Kagan?
Yeah, 100%, but that does indicate that it's going to be either copy piloting that champion or Dead Corporal in the jungle. And we might even see the Yasuo come out from either of these players right there, as the Ashe looks to be the hover. And let's see if that's going to get locked in.
And yes, that does instantly get locked in for the side of Asterisk. They want to play maybe another comp. Ashe, a very good,
Ashe and Rel,
champion.
That's a good combo.
That is a very good combo. That's a lot of CC already locked in for the side of Asterisk at this point. And as you said, Diana is probably going to be in the hands of Copy or Dead Corporal. W does also play a mean Yone. He can lock that in, try to go something around with that, especially once you have already some AP damage in the form of the Diana. It looks like they want to lock in the MF. Maybe a Maokai pickup as well along with it, given that the Rel and Leona are not available to this team at this point.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe that comes out. Looks like it's going to the Pike instead. Not a big fan. That does indicate a lot of early game prowess for the side of Kakao Gaming. The Lulu is still left open. The third ban was actually missed from the side of Asterisk, as the Bard is going to get locked in. A good champion to pick against the Ashe, as she is quite immobile. But let's see how that works out. And there should be a jungle pick coming out for the side of Infinity right here. Still has a lot of champions that, honestly. So wouldn't be too concerned about his champ pool. and the Belveth comes out at R3 for Infinity.
Yeah, we don't get to see much Belveth gameplay essentially over here, and that's exactly what Infi is going to be locking in for him. Bard, it's still a bit lacking in CC a bit for the side of Kakao, or how you want to go for the W's ult, or you go for Sam's ultimate when he channels his MF. And so yet to be seen goes lethality, goes typical bloodthirster build that we go nowadays. But that being said, second phase of banning has begun. And Yasuo does not get to see this game. We thought maybe W will, or whoever is going to go mid might end up playing the Yasuo, but now that it's banned out, that is seemingly out of the picture. It's up to Kakao to answer back for what they want. They have a lot of opportunities. The Malphite does get selected. Now, RTO's champion pool has been reduced significantly throughout this entire Fearless draft, and the champions that have been picked out haven't they been, Kakao?
Yeah, 100%. I'm not too sure what he's going to pick for himself as well. The Olaf ban comes out. We still haven't seen the Jax ban, so maybe he decides to play it for himself. Not too sure about that. I am as bamboozled as you are when it comes to RTO's champ pool right now, because now this is the 4th game. And God forbid there's a 5th game, RTO is going to really struggle to pick a champion for himself. So let's see what he's going to pull out this time around.
It does seem to be the Shen, yes, and that's exactly what gets locked in after us hovered for a brief second. And now you see Shen will be going in RTOs, and he's playing a much more supportive role for his team right here. He can go anywhere with the ultimate. Shen is a very versatile champion, can come up anywhere he wants, has TP go back to lane. Now it's up to Kakao Gaming to lock in their last 2 picks. The Diana can still be a flex pick, jungle or mid, depending on how they want to run it out. With that Silas pickup, I'm pretty sure we know where this Diana's going at this point. That's all yet to be seen. What top laner Copy wants to rock, or whoever's going to be playing top for Kakao Gaming at this point. We just never know with this team after seeing, last 2 games, yesterday's last game as well. And they're taking their time thinking about what they want to actually select for themselves over here. Running down the clock yet again. It's going to be that Jax that will get locked in.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that comp right there, and the Annie comes in as well to provide more CC and more damage. Yeah, I think Asterisk again have come out with the better draft, especially as a Belveth. You want to play against melee champions, right? And now you have Silas against you, you have Diana against you, the Jax even, and MF is not the longest range champion as well. So I think Infi will be feeling quite happy about how this draft has gone for him, especially with the shields and the CC provided from the team as well, especially the Shen. I think Asterisk has again done pretty good for themselves in this game 4 draft.
Yeah, and again, a pretty easy, Rs that can be solidified with the Rel, with the Annie, with the way they want to go. The Ashe provides the CC as well, and yes, it's going to be hard. It looks like Dead Corporal's also going to be going into the jungle role this time on that Diana. So again, yet another switch up on the roles.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about simple champions, right? Annie is one of the simplest champions that you can play. All you have to do is flash press R onto the enemy AD carry or AP carry, and your job is done. So I really like the comp, and again, better press R champions. The Ashe speaks for herself. The Shen are not the hardest champ to use. Shen is pretty strong. We did see that champion come out yesterday as well when Charan Reddy was playing it. So again, Asterisk look like the favorites to take this game as well.
It does seem a bit like that essentially over there. Yesterday we did see AK-45 on that, and he had very good Tibbers ultimates as well. So you can see the effectiveness is all set from yesterday as well. Now it's in the hands of someone as competent as well as that is Akshaj, and he's going to be very good in his hands. And yes, as you said, better press R comps usually end up taking the game. It simplifies the matter so much more for him. And you do have some ultimates that W would like to steal in these fights if he does get a good Tibbers for himself, but it's not the same effect,
Yeah, but does not have the stun for himself with the Tibbers, right? So while it is a good ultimate, it's only a good ultimate in the hands of Annie where the stun can come out. The Ashe arrow is there. The Shen ultimate is there, but it's not the most effective ultimates that you'll ever see in this game specifically. If the Silas was picked last game, I would say that's a
Oh yeah.
amazing pickup, especially with the On, the Leona, the Nocturne. But in this game specifically, it's an okay champion. But Silas from ahead can just dismantle any team comp anyway. So that's what W is going to look forward to. Trying to get ahead and play off his jungler.
Yeah, now Copy finally gets to go back to the top lane. He's going to be playing his Jax over there. He likes to put a lot of aggression on this champion from what I've seen him play of it, right? He does try to go for some solo kills of himself. Maybe feels more comfortable right now. And as we know, TC has played 4 roles on this team from various different time periods of Kakao Gaming. One time that was the jungler role, so he'll be pretty confident going back right there, especially on a champion like Diana, which he is pretty well versed on. So I can't wait to see something like that. And this is basically Kakao pulling out all the stops at this point, right? Because it's going to be hard going, even if they end up winning this game. Game 5, you're at the bottom of your barrel for your champion pools at that point, and you don't know what you're going to go for. And we were talking about also as RTO, if they end up going to Game 5, RTO is going to have a harder time over there. He does pick out the Shen pick over here, does provide a lot of shield support for his team, but that's also because they have a balance of damage as well.
100%. I do think Kakao Gaming do need to get ahead in this game to win it, while the scaling would work towards the side of Asterisk. As you can already see, the Dyna with 2-3 items is really strong, but beyond that does not really scale too much. Same goes for the Silas. The Jax, of course, has great scaling, but MF as well follows the same suit, not getting exponentially stronger with the items, while the Ash can do so much better. So I do think the scaling does favor Asterisk quite a bit, and especially when it comes to zone control and getting these objectives, the Annie level 6 is going to be the one to watch out for. And if it's anything like AK-45 Annie, which we saw yesterday, flashing and getting that 3-man engage, turning the tides completely towards his team, this could be a long game and a long night for Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, and especially after we saw those Oriana ultimates in the last game, we know that Akshay is going to pull out something pretty much of the similar kind on this champion. And it's a pretty easy R on the Oriana, pretty easy R on the Annie. You lock those down in the fights, you let your DPS go out, you let a lot of damage come through, your Belveth comes out, your Ashe comes out, and you pretty much secure a lot of the team fights. But yes, this is all once again, in theory. Practicality will be only when we head into the Rift and see it for ourselves. Kakao Gaming should probably be known as the role swap team from today forward, given how it's been going on for them. But yes, it has worked. Let's see if this another role swap does work out for them going on into this game 4.
Yeah, now Dead Corporal has gone single, so he has played 3 roles in the best of 5. W has played multiple roles. Copy has played multiple roles as well. So again, not a big fan. I think I have said that many times before as well. But as long as it works out for you, just go ahead and do it. And let's see how good Dead Corporal is at jungling. We saw his top lane. He was doing pretty well in both the games that he played top against RTO. So did Copy, to be fair, in the first game, was smashing RTO in the 1v1. But when it comes to the team fights, when it comes to the team game, RTO just has everyone else's number, and he is able to do what he needs to do, even with a goal deficit. And that's to just be that monster in the team fights. Even in the last game, on getting multiple knockups with his E, he just knows how to play from behind, and that is such a great asset to have in your team.
Exactly, playing from behind is something so good. The mental of this player is so strong, the way he plays it around, and he's so useful in these team fights. He never just looks for the individual kills or any of that variety. He's always just looking for where he can step up in the team fights and be of actual use, and that's exactly what he nails every single time, time and again. And it's just an incredible way that RTO plays it out. Like, he's been bleeding CS in pretty much every single game so far. And that has never deterred him from moving forward and playing to his best abilities when it comes to these team fights and coming out to play. Like you said, with the Ornn, multiple knockups with his ultimate, with the Ornn Horn, and just turns a lot of those tides in his favor. And he acts as a very good meat shield for his team as well.
Yeah, I mean, he knows how to play these team fights out very well. for me, all eyes will be on the Belveth though in this game. That is the pick that is a bit out of order, you can say. But again, there's like so many champions that are banned, and it's a good place to pick up the Belveth, which I don't think we have seen in quite some time. I think it's only Black Infinity who likes to play that champion, and let me tell you, he's quite good at it as well. I have played with it. I've played with him while he's piloting that champion. I think he's the best jungler in the region anyway, so he can make anything work as long as he has like a couple of games on that champion.
Yeah, his learning curve is so far ahead of everything else in the region at the current moment, and the amount of pulls that he has pulling out the Belvin, as you said, pretty much never see this champion in anyone else's hands in this region, and he's pulling it out in the game 4 in such a crucial game, and you know that he's very confident going into it. Yet again, we head into this game 4 of the best of 5 series in this fearless draft of qualifier 1's final. It is Asterisk leading the series 2-1, and it seems like nothing of the sort will happen level 1 over here. Last time they managed to burn the Pantheon Flash, but this time it doesn't look like anything of those kind of shenanigans will actually be taking place.
Yeah, and I think that was quite crucial as well, just controlling the Pantheon early on and not letting him go gank the other lanes with the Flash W. So that was pretty good. Looking at the runes, Love2 is choosing to run that electrocute, while Copy, my man, is just fishing up there, maybe collecting some gold for himself. And the ward has come down on the Raptor camp from the side of W. The junglers will start towards the blue side of their map, so starting opposite to each other. And in the mid lane, you can already see Red just weaving on these auto attacks, and he does have quite a big range, long range, and she can harass the enemy very efficiently, and we are already seeing that.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well as copying the top side, getting nice procs off his graphs as well against RTO, using his counter strike pretty well. As you talked in mid lane, Annie keeping the pressure onto W currently right now. It looks like Lotus and Rel will hit the level 2 first, and then jumping forward, didn't quite hit the level 2 at that point, just about now getting to it, but so do Love2 and Sam. As I did talk about Love, this MF pick and the Bard pick seem a bit unusual as what you want to go for, but in the meantime, W gets a good trade onto Red, pretty much evening it out, but Red slightly ahead in terms of that trade. Does have his stun locked up with his passive right there. The bot side looks like Kratos just really wants to go in at any opportunity that he can get. You can see Sam is being forced to run in the cleanse given the comp he's against over there, but nothing else actually coming out on the top side. Now the Shen is putting on the pressure onto the Jax. Jax is moving pretty far forward. Flash forward by Kratos onto the Bard over here. The stun does land onto Love. Love to really sure has to burn anything, but he doesn't have anything to burn over there. It's the first blood going over to Angel's Lotus. Asterisk Lotus over there. Gets it, nails it down, and that is Love2 meeting his end. He's running the electrocute part for the extra damage in the procs over there, but it looks like Asterisk comes on top. Nice flashing gauge from Kratos.
Yeah, very well done, realizing the flash was down for Bard, so just why not punish it. Goes in, ignites him, so the heal is not as effective as well. Easy first blood for the side of Asterisk right there. And you can see the difference in the mid lane already, 21 CS to 11. That's a huge lead for the Annie as the taunt is going to connect. Copy might need to burn his flash right here. It's not going to do so. It's going to just stand there, survive. Nothing going so far.
Yeah, the ward was there. He could ward jump nicely over there, but it looks like Red might be in trouble. Here comes Dead Corporal. He's walking up, flash forward over. They do secure the kill. Both the mid laner and the jungler burning the flash on the side of Kakao, forcing Red to burn as well, but they do end up securing the kill onto the Annie. It's going to be Dead Corporal picking up that kill to his name. And Poppy, a bit struggling right now, but that's okay. Jax does scale pretty well. So it seems like this time it's RTO who's on the front foot, while Copy's the one playing from a bit behind.
Yeah, and Red, a bit lazy on using his flash, gets hit by the Dyna Eve and flash that had come in. As another trade is going to come in. Red Again, getting focused quite a lot. 3-man gang coming onto him, but he's going to survive this one very easily. Has fallen behind in levels, is going to turn level 5 right now. Picked up
Yeah, but look at
the
this.
yeah, that CS advantage is quite big for the side of Red, and I think it's just going to increase with how much of a lane bully Annie is.
Exactly, as you put it very kindly so about it. Red is going to be a lane bully about it, but was a bit behind in XP, only had just turned the level 5 as you put out. Nice stun does come out, but here comes W, he's going for chains, do not connect onto Red. Red can now put some more damage on the way when W is trying to go on his way back. But yes, CS advantage is definitely in his favor. On the bot side, Ash a bit up in CS as well. Not on the significant side, but 3 CS is quite a bit at this point of the game. Shen on the top side of the map does have quite a bit of CS advantage, 12 to his name. So this is the first time in the series you're going to see RTO with the CS advantage for himself, that he's playing it pretty well. Now Copy has to understand how to play on the back foot against him. Kratos is looking to go back in, but not much can be done against him. Lotus is the one up in XP, is the one up in terms of CS, but no, it's equal in numbers. And he does have the cull, so he's getting added goal. He just wants to farm up at this current point.
Yeah, and finally, as you said, it looks like RTO will get the favorable matchup for himself. Is up quite a bit when it comes to the CS numbers. So is Red, who is going to maybe kill the Silas. There you go, he ends up dying. Not the smartest move from W. Sam has to burn his cleanse, and Flash might end up dying as well. One more hit is going to do that, and there you go. Red team has claimed the feat of warfare. Beautiful stun is going to trade one more kill. One more auto is going to do it for Lotus. He's going to die as well. So a 2 for 2, but crucially both the kills went to the Ash, and on the other side both the kills went to the Bard, so they are not happy with that trade.
Absolutely, Ash definitely doing the risk and pros and cons against what will happen over there. Does pick up the kill, doesn't end up going down, but it's the Bard, as you said, picking up the 2 kills, not the one you want. In the meantime, in the mid lane, Red did pick up that kill onto the Silas, so yet again trying to show his dominance over there. RTO nicely cancelling out the back from Copy. Copy has to use his counter strike to try and get away from this exchange. RTO is going to keep on chasing, probably try to get as many procs of his drafts as he can. Thinking now better when Copy just going to be backing in that bush now, maybe thinking he can do something else, because look who's here. It is Dead Corporal. Dead Corporal's come for a gang. Mind you, RTO does have his flash if he wants to get out, but the taunt dash is probably enough at that point, especially when you cannot get hit by autos in that range anymore. Red clearing out the pink over here. They're gonna be walking around, so that gang just not coming out successful. But Dead Corporal is up in terms of camps.
He's not up in terms of cams, but he has picked up, it looks like, some sort of CS in the mid lane. So that's what he's got for himself. As Kratos comes in, Sam is going to get... Oh, beautiful dodge coming in from Sam right there. Still takes a lot of damage. Is going to get returned in favor towards Lotus as well. But look who's here. It's Black Infinity. Oh, beautiful bullet time comes out. Barrier gets used. Kratos goes in once again. Infi is going to use Flash W, misses it. And Sam will end up going down, not before trading his own life for the enemy Ash. So very well played in the 2v3 from the side of Kakao.
Yeah, they did the best they could do in the scenario with the wave. Maybe just not going to be looking in the best position. Look at the rally, he's trying to hold off the wave over there, get pushed in as well. In the meantime, the mid lane, W is trying to get some damage off onto Red, go down. But yes, as you said, doing the best that they can do in that kind of scenario in the 2v3, getting the trade off. Sam gets a kill to his name, but the Ash is also increasing his kill count as well. Infi did come in, didn't get the knockups that he wanted, couldn't get finish off a kill, and it's going to be the Ash who had to give up her life just to secure the kill on the Misfortune. In the top side of the match, Copy going in again, but nice taunt from the Shen to get outside of the counter strike is good enough, is up in CS, but they try to get onto Red, but none of their abilities land. Neither does the chain, neither does the Barq, and Red is just standing there menacingly looking down on his opponents.
Yeah, showing the thumbs down. The Silas thumbs down, to be specific, to the Silas himself, as RTO now is taking the worst of the trades. The enchanted crystal arrow is going to miss out, but Kratos is there, connects his Q. Sam might end up going down once more. He's going to survive,
but look who's here.
The Shen is going to come in as well.
Yeah, Shen comes in, but the shield gets popped away, but the TP is coming up. The top side, Copy does end up going down, but over here, goes down the rail, as does the Ash on the top side of the map. Unfortunately, Copy is the recipient. So overall, given the cross map fights, it's a 1-for-2 in favor, 2-for-1 in favor of Kakao Gaming, and they're going to get some plates also in the bot side. Some added needed relief for Sapper. Look at Red. Red's walking into a lot of people over here. Very unfortunately, he does pop the timbers, but just not enough damage at this point. And very nicely set up pincer maneuver from Kakao to pick up the kill onto the little Annie that was walking down, maybe trying to get something for herself.
Yeah, and now Dead Corporal goes on a rampage on the Diana. Is going to get his National Stone completed very soon. RTO had used his ultimate to get down towards the bot side of the map. Copy tried to stop him, ended up dying himself. Now Kratos looking to clear out some vision right there as the dragon has been started by the Belveth. He's going to pick that one up without any trouble. They do spot the Diana as well, so I don't think it's going to be a lot of problems for them, but this Diana is quite fed. Now 4-0 is up in CS as well. It's on Dead Corporal to carry this one.
Actually, it's fallen on the captain's shoulders to try and get through this game at this point. He's the one where most of the kills in gold has been funneled onto. The other person with the most kills on the team is the Bard. But look at this. Annie is getting caught by W, but just not enough damage at this point. Does force out the timbers that was stolen away. But here, W goes in again, but Rel is close by to deter Silas from walking up any further. Love to come to join his counterpart over here in the mid lane, and Belveth looks like he also wants to join the party over here, clearing out the waves with the sweeper as it clearing out the ward with the sweeper as it may be. The bot side doesn't look like Sam can actually walk that much forward because he knows that Lotus is stronger than him at this curve, but Lotus already has the Kraken completed, so does a lot of damage. Copy against RTO on the top side. It looks like Copy pops his ultimate, tries to get away. The taunt from RTO goes across the wall. It doesn't look like Copy can follow that match. The enchanted arrow lands at the bot side. Lotus eating a lot of Sam's ultimate. Rel jumps forward with her own ultimate, is putting up some power moves, but no, the Bard ultimate deters that entire fight. Now Infi gets caught out over here. In the meantime, Dead Corporal pops his ultimate. Dead Corporal goes unstoppable. Jax coming in with the counter forces out the flash from the Annie just to survive over there. And now it looks like Kakao are trying to turn it around, but yet again, the goal is getting funneled in to the Diana, and it's on his shoulders to carry it out, as you rightly so pointed out before, Kaka.
Yeah, 100% Dead Corporal picking up majority of these kills for his team. Has the Haunting guys as well as the Nashor's Tooth completed, so he is quite far ahead. The Kraken Slayer was picked up by Infi as well. As Love to looks to go in, Lotus does not have flash, and Dead Corporal is here again. The Shen ultimate, it's not going to matter too much as the target has already died, and that's going to be one more assist for Dead Corporal and a kill onto the MF who has completed her BF's Bloodthirster, excuse me. And yeah, Dead Corporal just being a menace all around the map in this one.
Yeah, and
he does get caught right here.
But no, I think it's Kratos that ends up getting caught out because Love 2 is the one who claims that kill. Nice turnaround, nice teamwork coming in. His members were close by. It did look initially like he did get caught out, but the Bard was close by, so was W. So initially he was not in that much of a trouble as we would assume just from looking at that spot at that time. But yes, nothing else can be picking up. Let's talk about the jungle objectives right about now. Asterisk do pick up the first ring of the game. Kakao do pick up all 3 grubs. And Copy is still on the back foot on the top side, but has narrowed down the CS difference that was between him and RTO.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of dirty fighting going on as Copy takes so much damage. Even in the mid lane, W struggling to keep up with the Annie. Might end up going down. That's so close. One more hit might do it. No, it's not going to be. Look at W's HP on the left side of your screen. My god, that must have been like double digits right there. But he is going to survive. And he pushing up the mid lane might be able to deal a lot of damage to that turret. The objectives are not up. Rift Herald is going to come up pretty shortly. But for now, a 1,500 gold lead for Kakao, 10-6 up in kills and 5-0-2 more importantly, and 500 gold shutdown onto the Diana who is going to complete her Leandries very soon.
Yes, and as we talk about that, she does complete it out. They're trying to defend this pink ward that is in that bush, but it's just not to any avail. Nice Oracle Lens coming out from Love 2, clears out a bunch of vision that was placed early on by Kratos. Kratos still walking around that wall like he can jump over. He's thinking about something like that, but keep in mind, Red Corporal is towards the bot side of the map, and he is the most targeted. But in VC as well, the Juggernaut does miss on to Love 2. I don't think Love 2 can get out. The Bard ultimate does buy some time, but once it gets popped, so does the MF ultimate. Here comes Dead Corporal. He's going on to Lotus. Lotus gets chunked down instantaneously over in that fight. The top side Copy is against RTO. Copy is going very low, but here comes W. It doesn't land the way he wants to onto RTO. They're trying to cut off the wave over here. And that's all that they wrote about that skirmish. The top side, they're still looking to maybe try to go for a dive potential, but no, thinking better of it and backing away. Dead Corporal using his Q to reveal some vision over there. Kratos jumping forward. Red is looking like he can do maybe land nice tibbers over here. He's trying to go for it. Does land onto Salmon Love 2, but he might end up giving his own life, and he does. So does the Belveth Fall as well, but it's traded with the Bard, but they do pick up a turret to their name. In the top side, tier 1 falls. In the bot side, the tier 1 falls for Kakao Gaming, and now it's looking pretty spicy for themselves, if I say so myself.
This is looking very rough for the side of Asterisk, who are now 4,000 and some gold behind. Dead Corporal has 700 gold shutdown bounty. 2 turrets were picked up. Dead Corporal is still pretty low, but they are going to secure that dragon for themselves. That's going to be the first dragon for them. As Annie is looking to TP, we are going to see some sort of fight. Dead Corporal might end up giving his shutdown bounty finally to the Annie. There you go. One more kill comes in. Not before he goes legendary though. And yeah, that's a huge spike going towards the Annie. Look at the gold lead. It just shrunk by 2,000 right there and then, as Lotus is going to catch this bot wave. A really good punish coming in from the side of Asterisk, but I think both the teams will be satisfied with how that went. Kakao specifically picking up the Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, they pick up the Mountain Dragon, and as well, Kratos lived enough in that fight just due to the Shed ultimate as well. It bought enough time that the rest of the Kakao were busy. Come in, get the punish on from Asterisk. They do huge shutdown going over towards the Annie, as we did talk about. Even after getting the shutdown, Diana still has a shutdown bounty on her head, and the MF is slowly but surely getting up in numbers. Has got 3 kills to her name. Is at a 250 gold bounty of herself. Has gone Berserker Greed instead of the usual 50s that we do see on MF players. And she does think that she can give much DPS. She's going to have to work for something like that. The Bard ultimates have come out at good times, but let's see if they can change around the fortune in later team. But W is looking here onto Lotus, but does get spotted out. W does steal very crucially Lotus's ult, which can be used for later team fights.
Yeah. Let's see how that plays out, as the Ashe is going to complete her curl stacks. The Rift Herald has been started from the side of Kakao. And with that, I do think they will be picking up the feats of strength as well. Unless it gets contested, which I don't think is going to happen, as Kratos is securing vision towards the red side of the map. And there you go, the feats have been secured. The taunt comes in for RTO, deals a lot of damage onto the Shen, takes out half his HP bar. And that's the Titanic Hydra doing work.
So much damage coming out from that Shed at the port. As you said, Titanic Hydra doing a lot of work over there. But very crucially, the feats have been picked up by Kakao Gaming without much of a contest towards that referral side over there. Next Rix will be coming up very shortly. It can't be an ocean, can't be a mountain. And you can see Sam is now picking up the farm in the mid lane. Red is also pretty strong at the bottom. Has a Dark Seal with 4 stacks in it. Has the Malignance completed. So Tibbers will be coming up much more often. It looks like the Ashe is going Kraken into Unitiles over here for herself, given the items that she has bought. And it looks like MF is going for the standard Essence Reaver after the Bloodthirster.
Yeah, that looks like the choice of items for both these guys. Annie is going to pick up the Liandry's pretty soon, and once she has that, the ultimates and especially the Tibbers are going to hit like a truck, especially onto the carries, as the ultimate is going to come in. Velvet gets stunned. Dead Corporal looking to go in as well, but is not able to. Red is going to miss his ultimate. A 4-on-4 battle amounts to nothing but an exchange of ultimates.
as well as love to burning his heel to just get that added movement speed in that fight. Yes, but a lot of miss shot skills over there. RTO and Copy are just pretty much on an island of themselves right now, just battling it out over there. Copy has narrowed it down to almost an even in terms of CS between these two players. Shen has got 3 assists to his name as well, has got this Army Cinder. But look at this. Love 2 really does not want to be in the position. A lot of pings coming out across your map over here, as you can see. Atakan will be spawning in around 10 seconds time. I don't think Dead Corporal and Copy really want to go for this go for RT over there. It's pretty much improbable to kill him. And if they go for it, it's going to be the Atakan going away. Now Kratos looks like he's being caught out over here. But he does manage to get a nice stun landed by him. But here comes Lotus's backup. Here comes Infi. Infi lands the knockup onto W. W uses the Bard portal to get out of the fight.
Yeah, they just need to watch out for Dead Corporal on the Diana, and they're going to be fine. As it looks like Dead Corporal is going to pick up his Zonia as well. So that would be 3 items as Copy again falls quite low when it comes to the HP. And Shen can be effective towards the opposite side of the map as well, especially with his ultimate. And we are seeing everyone group around the Atakan. The Dragon is going to come in pretty soon as well. The Liandry's has been picked up for the side of Red. And look at the CS difference coming in the mid lane. 180 almost to 111. So the Silas is not looking as effective. And again, it is down to Sam and Dead Corporal to carry this one out, because I do think the Silas will be acting like the second support of this team, just stealing the arrow and trying to connect that.
Yeah, pretty much that's all he'll be going for later on. Copy still struggling a bit in the top side, given how much damage RT is putting out right now. The Titan doing wonders for him. Kraken Slayer already built for the Belvedere, has a Tiamat as well. We're putting down vision from the side of Kakao at the Atakan. Now the Infernal Drake has spawned. It's for anyone sticking who's brave enough to choose for it. They just want to clear out some vision towards this side. They're going to clear out that pink as well. Red Rose wants to put some chunk damage onto W. And now it looks like Dead Corporal and Gang really want complete vision control, and that's exactly what they've gone for. They have started the Drake right now, and they really want to pull it out. You can see Shen is available to TP in. Red has his 4 stacks lined up. He's ready to come in with a massive timbers as well. Copy is going to fight against RTO, and it looks like the side of Asterisk are choosing to give it up instead.
Yeah, I don't think that could have been contested anyway, so I think that's a good call from the side of Asterisk. They were not in position to contest for the Dragon, so have to give it away. Not the end of the world, it's only the second Dragon of the game. As it looks like the Atakan, never mind, W might get caught, has to burn his flash to get out. The ultimate from Annie had missed previously. But a good cooldown timer for the side of Asterisk to play around, burning that flash from the Silas. And Dead Corporal finally has to leave his camps to cover his bot side of the map. Again, majority of the chunk of gold is sitting on that guy right now, as Red might get caught here.
Oh, Red is in a very bad situation.
Yeah, he's
There's not much he can do at all. Yeah, he's completely caught. It's just about who wants to finish him off. If they even want to go for it. The rest members are not helping W right now. Red is going to put out some damage, but it's just not enough to actually surmount to a kill. W pretty much could have got a solo over there. They pick up the Atakan, they pick up the kill onto Red because he was timing the bush. He maybe should have just completed his recall. I don't think W would have even come that close, that much time to check that bush. But unfortunately, no. Red cancels it, walks around, gets caught out, does buy a bit of time here and there. But anyway, the rest of the Kakao were doing the Atakan. That didn't slow them down whatsoever. They pick that up, they pick up the kill. And this Diana is massive right now.
He really is. Majority of the farm, majority of the gold and kills. I mean, Dead Corporal has done phenomenally well in this game for just showing up big time. We have seen him. He can carry games when he gets ahead. And now it's up to him to carry this one out. Red dying there will... It's pretty crucial right there. 2-4 and 2 now on that Annie. So not having his best game right there. And yeah, look at the gold lead. 4,000 gold again for the side of Kakao. As the enchanted crystal arrow is just going to miss. Dead Corporal goes in. The bullet time is big. Shen comes in, misses the taunt. Look at Copy in the back line is going to finish red pretty soon. Kratos is going to go down as well. RTO might end up dying as well. This might be the end of the game. Looking at where the fight has started and how many members have gone down, the Shen goes in, gets a huge taunt, but it's not going to matter much. I think we are going to Silver Scrapes madness.
It does exactly look as you put it out. That fight did not go the way they wanted to. There's so many blinking HP bars on the side of Asterisk. It just did not work out. The dynamic was huge, but a huge ultimate off into that fight. Angel's Lotus has been put into the prison of the Bard. As soon as he comes out, he's going to be dead. As soon as he dies, here comes Kratos. Kratos, what can you do in this scenario? You can't actually end up stopping. You're just going to in vain give up your life. Infi flashes forward. He's trying to get some damage. But yes, as you said, Silver Scrapes, we are going to a Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. That's Kakao Gaming taking Game 4 in dominating fashion over here. And we're going to hit the bottom of the barrel of all the champion pools as we head into this ultimate Game 5 between these two behemoths.
Wow, I mean, no one would have expected that coming in, I'm pretty sure. With how dominating Asterisk had looked previously, but Kakao Gaming coming up with their own dominating fashion in that Game 4. Like, this was not a close game at all, and Dead Corp was showing us how effective he is to his team and showing us multiple roles that he can play. He can carry as a mid laner, he can certainly carry as a top laner, and now the jungle as well. Game 5, finally, madness, and I'm not sure who's going to take the series.
Yeah, it just looks like all predictions have been thrown out the window at this point. And that there you have it, the nice smiling faces, albeit only from Copy and Sam over here. But yes, they are the ones who have won this game forward. Very well played by them over here. As you said, game fights up for anyone's scraps. It's about who has the deeper champion pool and how the drafting goes out essentially over there. It's not always just about the skill, the macro and the micro at that point. It's a fearless draft. It's all about the champion select that goes on and the champion pools you have, and that's something that you have to keep in mind moving forward. But oh boy, like you said, once Kakao had won that second game, we have a series on our hands and we have a Game 5 over here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and I have no clue who's going to win this one, and especially when the players play like that. But we will find out soon enough. Stick around for Game 5 that's going to come in very shortly after a very quick break.
Guys, we are back yet again. Game 5. Most people didn't think, including us both, that we would not reach this mark, but yet again, Kakao Gaming have brought Asterisk all the way to a Game 5. And that means that this is going to be a lot to take in. Now, before last time when these guys had gone to Game 5, it wasn't Fearless Draft. Now it is means a lot. But before we talk about any further, let's talk about the last game over here and talk about the stats over here, Kaka.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it's pretty one-sided, right? 7 turrets to 1, 2 dragons to 1. This game ended very quickly. One bad team fight at a very bad place under the second turret for the side of Asterisk, and that was the end. For them, 8,000 goal lead as well, but the true story is the MVP of this game. I'm sure we'll look at that pretty soon as well. But what a performance coming out from the side of Kakao Gaming. As you said, we did not expect the series to go to all 5 games. We were hoping, but we didn't expect it. And there you go, 11-1 and 7, Dead Corporal on this Diana. 8.8 CS per minute as a jungler is absurd. 14,000 gold for him, 683 damage per minute. That is one of the best games that we have seen this guy play. And that was a 1v9 performance.
And yeah, exactly as you pointed out, in the early game, only he was getting gold funneled onto him, and he proved that he could carry that weight going on. Nice. In the last fight, good Diana ult with the MF combo, the bullet time going through, chunked so much damage before the rest of Asterix came back in for the team fight, just wasn't enough, and he played a phenomenal game on this Diana. Just as you pointed out before we started in this series, he's played top, he's played jungle, he's played mid. This man is playing it all just so that he can finally beat Asterix over here with Kakao Gaming and cement himself as a champion. And he is putting a lot of pressure on himself, and he's carrying it very well.
Yeah, 100%. Like, he's played 3 different roles in the last 4 games, showing up big time for his team finally in the jungle role. And even when he played the Aatrox, I think he was a defining factor in that game as well. Although Sam had his own moments on his champion. But again, what a performance by Dead Corporal. And the whole team actually, even Copy, sustained the pressure for as long as he could. W did die solo, but he was quite effective in team fights as well. And the bot lane has been on it. Whenever they turn up, it looks like Kakao Gaming is going to win the match. Well, enough talking madness. We are going to jump right into this game 5 between Asterisk and Kakao Gaming.
Yes, ultimate game going in on here. A bit of difference in Asterix banning. They've gone for the Kled, Lulu, and Olaf. Last time Olaf was banned, but in the second phase, and Lulu was left open. While Kakao stick to their basics, their bread and butter. They've changed the Mort, they've taken the Renekton, they've taken the Lucian away, and this begs to question, what will RTO end up playing? And does this look like an Infi Karthus coming up on the Rift over here, Gaga?
I mean, the Lulu is banned. Could be the Y pick coming in as well. There you go. As we say that, it gets logged in. Remember, the RE is open as well. If one of these teams want to pick that up, the Hue is left open as well for the side of Asterisk if they want to play that. In terms of AD carries, the Champ pool has been pinned, but the Jin still remains open. I think that could be one of the top picks for both these guys, as the Melio is being hovered upon. Maybe that's going to get logged in. Not too sure, as it is game 5. A lot of champions are out of the window. We are not sure what to expect, so we'll see what happens.
As you very rightly said so yourself, it's game 5, Fearless Draft, so many champions out the picture. Count it out for yourself, guys. 4 into 10, that's 40 champions you won't see. As you were talking about the RE does get locked in. A very solid pick, no matter which comp you play it with. It is very good blind as well, and it has looked like maybe W doesn't. We don't even know who's going anywhere in this team at this point, especially after this entire series has gone on. So we're just going to contemplate. We just know the RE is going in mid. We just don't know in whose hands at this point. Because Dead Corporal has wielded this RE before, but it looks like Akshaj will be getting that Hue for himself as his pickup, and it's yet to be seen what Asterix want for their last pick over here. And any thoughts about what do we expect RTO to actually play over here, Kaga?
I am not sure. That's the one doubt that I have as well, along with you. As it looks like the Nautilus is going to be the pickup for the side of Asterisk. Never mind, the Mel is being hovered upon. Not sure if that comes in. No, it's not going to.
Hmm.
I would have really liked to see the Jin honestly come in. Now you do hand over the opportunity to Kakao Gaming. Uh, but the Zaya is going to come in and expect more AD carry bans right here. Or maybe the Malphite ban is going to happen once again, trying to pinch the RTO's champ pool further.
True, maybe a Malphite ban plus an ADC ban, maybe a Jin ban or something like that for themselves, because that's pretty much the only viable right now. I don't know how much Lotus is going to, and that's the Jin ban coming in right there as we were talking about it. It's no longer going to be seeing the Rift, but yeah, maybe with a Zayat, like maybe a Rakan combo as well, works very well, and it was pretty much open. Don't know if Love 2 is up to be playing that, but yes, up to now, see what Asterisk want to ban for their first ban of the second phase of banning over here. You're going to take down the time. They are really thinking these decisions for what do they want to ban out. They want to ban out the Kindred. The Kindred won't be seeing this, so W doesn't get to play that champion instead. I think they want to keep on targeting something like this. And the Smolder ban, so they are just going double downing on the ADC bans. They're just restricting Lotus as much as they can over here. And this leaves open the Malphite that RTO can very well play. He does like to play that supportive champ type role as a top laner, where he is much more impactful in team fights than just individual fights in his lane, because you know how well versed he's playing behind, as we've seen time and time again this series. Only in the last game was he the one net positive up in CS against Copy, but Copy held on pretty well as well.
Yeah, 100%. This should be the jungle pick coming in for one of these players. Not sure who's going to go towards that role right now, so we can't really tell you. And the jungle champ pool has been pinched quite a lot as well, as the Kindred is banned. The Volibear comes out again. That's a flex pick. That's a good time to pick that champion up. Could go towards the top side. Could go into the jungle role as well. And for RTO, I think he plays Ilawi. I'm not too convinced by that pick. Maybe that does come in. But with so many bans coming up and the champions that have already been fearlessly banned, I'm not sure what he's going to pick. The Camille looks like is going to come in. Never mind, it's the Ilawi, as we spoke about earlier. That's going to get logged in. And I am not sure what this pickup is going to be. The Draven I have not seen for quite a while. Would be really surprised if that comes in.
Yeah,
I'm thinking more of
Draven
Samira or something like that.
Maybe a Samira, especially with this comp going in with the Nautilus in the bot side, pretty good, pretty okay as you can use standard. It looks like they want to take their time, and yes, exactly that is what is going to end up happening. The Samira does come out. The Nautilus roots up in the bot side. Now we get to see where this Volibear is going with this last pick that Kakao will be picking up for themselves. And yet we can't also even begin to fathom who is playing which champion at this point. We're just going to take it by the horns when we get into the game and see what goes on. But pretty solid from Asterisk right about now. Good engage, good amount of DPS, just a bit less on the range from except for the Hue. And it looks like it's going to be the Volibear in the top side, and it's going to be the Sejuani in the jungle locked in for Kakao.
Yeah, I like the comp coming out from Kakao. It's following a theme of, kite back. A lot of mobility on the champions as well. A lot of tanks as well. So it's a good looking comp coming out from the side of Kakao Gaming. But the comfort from the side of Asterisk is something that we need to talk about as well. We have seen Red play that way multiple times before. Has done really well. I think I have seen him get murdered in the mid lane only once, and that was by Hammy Bhai's Irelia. If you remember that game, I think he died like 4 or 5 times, but except for that, I don't think he has had too much trouble facing any mid laner. And the matchup into the Ari is pretty good for the Hue. You can navigate that very easily in the mid lane and try to keep the prio up for the Y, piloted by Infi. So the team comp wise, I don't think I can give an edge to any of these teams, because it is sort of comfort versus a lot of team fighting. But if the Samira and Nautilus get ahead, I think they can take over the game very, very quickly.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. And Hue is pretty much the only range the side of Asterisk do have at this point. Samir are a
Yeah.
very close range champion for themselves, right? But you have a lot of lockup opportunities, a lot of engage also coming from the side. Does result in a lot of fighting. But as we were talking about Kakao, more looks like a well balanced comp. But as you said, Asterix with their more pocketed picks, as you said, preferred picks. So that does also play into this kind of scenario, and this is where the fearless draft comes into it. So one team opted for a more meta kind of pick ban or whatever they want for themselves, while one team's going for their more preferred style, and that's what we're going to see on the Rift when we meet up over there. And I want to see how the Samira does, because I don't think we've seen a Samira in play anytime recently in one of our games.
Yeah. Yeah, we really haven't. It's been a long time since we have seen the Samira come in. I do think that if you were going to pick up the Zaya, could have gone for the Rakan as well early on
Mm-hmm.
itself instead of the Milio, but still it looks like a pretty solid draft coming out from the side of Kakao Gaming. Maybe they don't want to play that sort of engage champion. The Enchanters have worked quite well for Love to. The Morgana we saw early on. Uh, he's been pretty good in the support role. The bot lane has been really good for the side of Kakao Gaming. Very reliable, except for a few mishaps here and there by Sam when he jumped on the Tristana and died. I think he has been a very consistent performer throughout the
Oh yeah,
series. And all he needs is just one more really good performance from him, and maybe, just maybe, they will be able to beat Kakao Gaming finally.
yeah, this might be a pinnacle or landmark in our gaming scene if Kakao
Yeah.
do end up taking this game. That would be quite a statement coming in from their team, and it would be a joy to their players at this point, given how many times they've faced against Asterisk just to face defeat. Now to finally taste the sweet relief of victory if they manage to do it. And this is really, you guys, this is not the first time Kakao has taken Asterisk all the way to a game 5. They've done it before, but just failed to close it out in that 5th game. Maybe this is where the tide stirred and they managed to do something for themselves other than that. But yeah, like I said, with the Zaya, Rakan probably better, but maybe it's up to preferred choice at that point. If you want to play
Yeah.
the Melio or the Rakan in the hands of Love 2, it's about what you want, and this is where Philosoph actually does come in. It makes you play these kind of champions like the Samira. I would have maybe liked to see a Kalista coming out from some of these teams, but I don't think most of their ADCs are that comfortable, at least on that champion, compared to the rest that are in their arsenal. So they're choosing to stick to this, which is nothing to be faulted at all, right? You sometimes have to go with what you prefer, especially in such a high tense situation. You want to play something that you're so used to that you won't end up
Yeah.
making silly mistakes, right? So that's what they're trying to do moving forward. And yeah, it's just to be seen what these teams are going to do on the Rift.
Yeah, I think that's why I would have liked to see the Jin coming at third pick for the blue side Asterisk instead of the Nautilus. But again, it's a comfort champ for Kratos, and we know how good he is on those engaged sort of champions. Even on the Rel, they did end up losing, but he was doing pretty well. In isolation, in the 2v2s, they did pretty well, burning the Bard Flash and getting that first blood for themselves. As we will be jumping into the game pretty shortly, I will ask, put you on the spot and ask you who's going to take this one. Although I do suspect what your answer is going to be, but come on, man, it's game 5. Finally, maybe
I'm
we
gonna
see the
change my
champions.
I'm gonna change my decision. I'm gonna put Kakao up there. I'm gonna put Kakao up there, and I want to see a Kakao victory. I know. I'm hoping against some odds, but I really want to support a bit of the underdog story that is Kakao Gaming, and I really am, edging them a bit more towards the victory side over here, just slightly, not that much, but just slightly more in their favor, at least from my side. Given that they also have a pretty good standard comp that they can play around, and if they play pretty well around it, it depends. But yes, Akshay is a beast on the Huin, mind you not. So that could be also a lot of problems come up. I want to see Copy play this Volibear at the top side as well. They're sticking to the same roles they played at least in the last game, where DC goes into the jungle, W is going into the mid, Copy is going top. So they are sticking at least in that formation. They haven't role swap right now over here. I just wait to see what goes down. It's going to be a very tough fight, because honestly, before the even series started, I predicted 3-1. That was blown out the window by last game at least. So that's not in the books anymore. So I'm just gonna reverse it a bit. Pray for some good karma for their side, and hopefully Kakao can maybe just finally get the victory that they want.
Yeah, we were hoping for a close series. It has turned out to be that, but I
Oh yeah.
just hope it's not a very one-sided game like the previous 3 or 4 that we have seen,
Mm.
where one team ends up winning at around 24-25 minute marker. Would like to see some back and forth, and then whoever wins would be very, they would have deserved it. Going through the mental stress that a best of 5 brings, and
Oh
especially
yeah.
the fifth game, it's a lot of fatigue that comes in.
Also, it's so
So
late at
yeah.
night, right? Like, it's a huge toll on the players, right? You're at the end of the day as well. It's a huge going up. But guys, forget all of that. We're just gonna head into Game 5 of this best of 5 series between Asterisk and Kakao. Remind you guys, this is qualifier 1 final. Both teams have qualified, but it's all for the glory between which side will come up forward. And looks like Asterisk is 5-man going bot side right now.
Yes, they are looking to invade right here, maybe hoping to catch the Saya right there. Let's see if he's going to go down. The flash has to be burned instantly from Sam. And
Hmm.
that is some sort of advantage down in the bottom lane for the side of Asterisk already.
Yeah, that's absolutely a huge advantage. Your ADC no longer has a flash for the next 5 minutes. That's going to be a huge boost to Asterix, and especially if a Nautilus hook does land, it's going to be huge on them. And Milio has already used his pushback before. But yes, finally get another summoner burnt over here. Now it looks like they want to go mid and maybe burn something over here. Kratos and Lotus have walked up, but I think they don't think better of it. I don't think there's anything that actually happened. Even if hook lands, I don't think W has to burn his flash no matter what. But a bit poke damage put by Red the Arcane Comet following through gets onto that. The main thing I really want to look out for is the Volibear versus the Illaoi in the top side. I want to see which one comes out on top and how they want to play out their matches. This time, both junglers starting from the top side of the map, and you can see that they're pathing from top to bot.
Yes, as you said, both the junglers will be starting towards that top side of the map. Both of them know where the other one is starting as another hook comes in. Love2 going to take a bit of chunk damage for himself. Sam is going to be just chilling out in this 2 versus 2. Kratos looking for that level 2 as soon as he can, as we see a good trade for Red. In the mid lane, W has gone down to 1/4 HP right there, and we spoke about the matchup. And Red showing us why his way deserves to get banned. It does take a
Absolutely,
lot
but
of damage
no.
back as well, though.
Yeah, exactly. He did eat that Q pretty hard from the Ari over there. Copy pushing Perma pushing this wave in the top side. But mind you, Ari has burned both of her pots. Red only burning one right now. Copy takes a turret shot, but the shield is enough to negate that. Red Corporal is coming in, forces a flash out of Red pretty early on into the laning phase, so he won't have that for the next 5 minutes as well. So he has to be careful once Ari hits level 6 at least. Be mindful about that he can be in a kill potential situation. The hook does land onto Love to not the target Kratos will technically be looking for, given that the Sam is the one which is flashless, but a bit of chunk damage was put out. Now W has eaten the worst of the trade. Finally Red using the last health pot and now up in the HP advantage in the lane.
Yes, the flash being burned from the side of Red as well in the mid lane. He is in some sort of trouble right here. Could be the victim of getting another ganked by the side of Dead Corporal, as in the top side of the map. Copy trading very effectively. RTO is going to trade some damage back right now after pulling his soul apart, and look at that. The trade just like that has become even. And he's going to level up as well, so very well played, dragging the soul under the turret, and Copy still is affected by it and is taking some damage towards the bot side. The Y is going to get spotted by the ward that has been put down. I don't think there's a kill for any of these teams right here.
Yeah, and Copy has gone for Jack of all trades as well into his rune page. He is up in CS, but it's going to balance it out. It's a 4 CS lead for him. The same going for Hue in the mid lane, that much CS up. Zaya and Samira are trading a lot over there. Sam's flashes 75% off cooldown already. Looking to come up. W again taking a lot of chunk damage when he's coming in. Kratos walking forward, being that added worry that is going to be in the minds of the Kakao Gaming's bot lane. Again, love to get Sook. Again, he pushes Nautilus away before he can land his route onto that Melio. So I think this is how they want to play out this matchup when you lock in like this. And they ran Emilio was their first pick at the end of the day, so they had some game plan going into this, and maybe they thought maybe a Nautilus or some kind of engaged support is going to come out in the hands of Kratos, and they want to balance it out this way.
Yeah, 100%. But the game seems to have slowed down a bit. Both the junglers is going to get their camps. Red is able to trade effectively once again, keeping the wave towards himself. 35 to 29 CS is going to grab a bit more. Some CS disadvantage for the side of RTO towards the top side of the map, but he's going to trade again as Sam is going to get hooked. Might end up dying here. Let's see what happens. Has to burn his barrier. Lotus still dealing so much damage, is going to stick around, gets bounced back. Another stun comes in, another hook comes in. That's going to be first blood, pretty sure.
Oh no, it is not.
Oh my god. One more hit. He's going to get a double kill. That's so well played from the side of Lotus. He's just going to call worth every single time. What an outplay coming in. Meanwhile, Infi secures the first dragon of the game as well. Beautiful game play from the side of Lotus and Kratos down in the bot lane.
Yeah, and when it just looked like they made the mistake of leaving him alive over here, you can see nice hook lands onto Sam. Sam's flash is not back up. Barrier has been burned. Nothing much in the arsenal. Love to trying to block all the Qs that Lotus will be dishing out. But over here, look at this next hook that Kratos will land over here. Sam's no mana as well. Can't dish anything back. He survives with 1 HP. Lotus thinks he's dead. Doesn't go for the final kill and then goes EQ combo all the way in. Gets the reset off his E. Gets the double kill for himself. Very well played by Aegis Lotus. And as you said, definitely gonna call worth on that. And now RTO putting on the moves over there. Aegis Lotus going for a lot of damage over here. Invi is close by, but so is the Nautilus. Can they catch any of these members? Sam's flash is back up. I think he's just a bit too overzealous from the side of Lotus, going in so much earlier before his teammates can come around to maybe ensure the kill. The top side, flashes being traded. 3 flashes instantly being burned. Copy lands the root on to the Ilaoi. And it's the Sejuani that picks it up. Dead Corporal, a nice gank at a nice time. But 3 flashes being burned there on the top side.
Yeah, RTO ends up going down. Could not get to cast his ultimate out. That would have been a bit risky for the side of Kakao. But 2-2 in kills. The feat of warfare is still up for grabs for any of these teams. Again, red RTO might end up going down here. Let's see what happens. The glacial prison will come out. The feats of warfare is just out. He just TP'd and ends up dying once again. I don't think that was his plan right there. RTO struggling once again against Copy in the top side, and Dead Corporal just trying to camp him as much as he can.
Yeah, that was definitely not his plan when he's TPing. You can see him TPing, and you could see once it's in channel, Dead Corporal does not move away. Dead Corporal comes into the fight against RTO. RTO does get his ultimate off. He gets Copy pretty low, but Copy with the second bite of the Frenzy does get his HP back. He has the shield from his E as well, and that's just a bit of a big misplay coming from RTO, giving the advantage to Copy in the top side right now.
Yeah, and he was doing so well as well, right? So that's just a shame that he has fallen behind by that margin. Now let's see what happens as Kratos is going to tank a lot of damage. Lotus goes in, is going to trade effectively as well and gets out. The grubs are being picked up by Black Infinity once again. So he has been around these objectives as much as he can. And through his mid laner, who is almost 20 CS up, both of these guys are doing quite well in their respective role in this game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, a big CS difference in the mid lane. Red up 20 CS on to W right now. Has the TP advantage also right now because W just burnt his. Anytime he wants to TP, he has that to his name. And RTO, as we saw, does not have his TP anymore in the matchup. Copy playing this Volibear pretty well, and it's also because of RTO's mistake. Because up till that point, as you said, RTO was doing a phenomenal job in the top side, bullying this big bad bear as well. Sam taking a bit of too much damage. The Q plus and auto is enough to put Sam pretty low. Yeah, they're looking for a kill potential mark, but I don't see it coming Dead Corporal is close by in near his own near his own Grom, so he can maybe try to do something. Lotus going in. The hook gets dodged by the flash of love too, but Dead Corporal is currently on a ward. The entire side of blue side knows it, and they are going to not do anything more. They're waiting for him to recall and then maybe keep the pressure added on.
Yes, it's the bot lane show for the side of Asterisk right now. Kratos just being so aggressive again burns the flash of love too. Although Dead Corporal was around the vicinity, has also completed. Oh, another beautiful hook comes in. That's going to be Sam, who dies once again. Lotus may have overextended right there. I don't think 100% he did not need to do that, and Kratos is going to die as well. W burns his ultimate. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Copy with 1 HP right there is somehow going to survive this Ilawi onslaught, and Red is going to pick up a plate for himself. That bot fight, I think they could have just killed the Zaya and come back, wait for the Y to come in. But look at Dead Corporal, 3-0 and 2, 5 kill participation. He is the heart of the team right now. And look at this.
Yeah, look at this. The hook lands so superbly. Sam doesn't get the time to even channel his ultimate before he's taken so much damage. But the problem is Lotus goes too deep over here, right? And it's still the Zaya who ends up picking up the kill, even though the third finishes him off. And Kratos is left for the Wolves over there. And on the top side, Copy surviving 1 HP. I think RTO thought he got the kill, and he just let go at that moment. And the Bolivar just walks away with just the sliver of HP and just saying his thanks to the deities above that he was not finished off over there. But hold up, over here the flash charm misses from W. Infi has gone in pretty deep. Here comes Lotus channeling his own ultimate. The Samira does get a lot of damage, but it's just not enough currently right now. Sam is still alive. He's dishing out quite a bit. Kratos is a big meat shield, but Sam will end up getting the kill. He has to get away with his life. But no! From downtown, Red gets a triple kill for himself, and it's the Huey's team that comes out on top. It's a 3-for-3 exchange, but it's the Huey who gets the majority of kills in that fight.
Yeah, and that's not the guy you want to put the kills on if you are Kakao. A great start to the fight by Sejuani, but the charm flash completely missed from W, and Enfi was able to cast his ultimate onto the Zaya, who ended up dying once again. Red, still dealing a lot of damage, is going to run away from the charm right there. But yeah, he comes and he secures 3 kills for himself. He's going to go back, pick up the Seraph's Embrace for himself, and now he is well and truly accelerated.
He's pretty huge. Dead Corporal, you might have been bitten off one thing you can chew. He does jump over with the help of the Blast Cone. He's trying to get away from the danger. Nice Melio interrupt over there, pushes him far back. But here is Red as well. Is putting damage. But the ultimate from Dead Corporal completely whips. Red might still end up going out. He's still alive, mind you, at the back of the fight. Dead Corporal, blinking HP bars, is still alive. Volibear coming up like the super bear that he is. Jumps up onto Red's face, eats him alive over there. Now he's chasing on to RTO, who's trying to fall away. There are a lot of low HP bars on the side of Asterisk. They cannot compete. Kratos ends up going down. Copy doesn't look like he's finished, but he's gonna have to end up giving the chase. That's gonna be Red and Kratos end up going and I think Lotus is gonna end up too. Why are you still walking up that far, Angels Lotus? That is not how you want to play, and you're gonna give over a free Drake to the side of Kakao. These fights just do not stop.
What was Lotus trying to do right there? I don't understand. 4 of the champions are still alive from the side of Kakao Gaming. You cannot afford to check that brush right there, and he does exactly that. Ends up dying. Disaster for the side of Asterisk as they fall 2000 gold behind now. And look at Dead Corporal once again, 3-1 and 8. He has been everywhere in this matchup so far, and he has been doing so well in the 2 games that he has played jungle so far on the Sejuani. Now 4-0 and 1 for the Volibear in the top lane. Copy lifting his weight, and how
oh yeah,
just a
absolutely
great performance by these guys.
Yeah, great performance coming in. Way the only shining light for the side of Asterisk right now. Even Samira fell apart in the fight like that. Charms from W are just not hitting the way he wants them to. We saw that miss flash charm earlier on. He has to get his mind in the game and try to land some of these abilities. Sam is left alone to his own devices in the bot side. That allows Amelia to walk up for the Rift Herald spawn timer as well. You can see the Sejuani is still in the bush. He does fully channel the recall as well. Talking about jungle objectives, 3 grubs to the side of Asterix, 1 mountain drake to their name, and Kakao only have the cloud drake. So there are 2 out of 3 jungle objectives. The ultimate from Red channeled onto W over here. Infi's coming in. Infi has his ultimate. He's out, not in range. W just channels his ultimate, gets out of that exchange, and will live to fight another day.
Yeah, would have certainly died there if he was able to connect his ultimate Black Infinity, but that's not going to happen. And W, as you said, is going to live and see another day for sure. 2-0 and 1 Malignance completed on the Ari. He has been pretty good himself. Maybe not in the lane, but outside of that, he has been pretty good. But it's a very even game right now. The Rift Herald is upon us as well. RTO is going to take some sort of damage in the top lane. Copy choosing to go for the AD build instead of the AP build right here. I think that's a smart decision as well. Seeing Ilawi had gone for the Merc Tread's first item, and you already have a lot of AP damage with the Sejuani and the Ari coming in. So I think that's a good choice. And you can see that Corporal hanging around that top side of the map, maybe looking to
they're going for a dive over here. And RTO is completely neutralized underneath the turret. Look at the heal. Copy has to run away. RTO is still alive. He can get a double kill over here if he lands it properly. But there goes in Copy with the frenzy pike. Gets some HP. His E shield is enough. It did look like RTO had turned it around. The heal was a lot. Copy did go in with his ultimate first over there. They did secure that. But yes, RTO's heal was so huge, but he just couldn't get the fight. He didn't anticipate Copy turning around. He just thought he got 2 free kills over there. Unfortunately, he goes down for the 3rd time this game.
Oh my god, that was so close to a double kill. If RTO had just been a little bit more patient right there. Infinity has helped his team secure the first turret of the game. The second one is going to go down to W. It looks like beautiful charm and Q coming out from his side. The Rift Herald is still up for grabs, and if Asterisk is able to pick that, the Feats of War, Feats of Strength rather, would be secured for his side. As we see, the shutdown bounties have started to come out, and RTO is a whole item down on this volley bear, and as Lotus goes in, might end up dying right here. Has to flash in, and Sam is going to outplay the whole situation.
That was well played by Sam over there. It's not looking good at all. Yeah, talking about bounties, they're all on Kakao's heads right now, the bounties. And Sam, nice outplay there against Lotus over there, the bot side. Nice flash into the other bush, gets away the vision away. Lotus couldn't get the final hit out. Instead, Sam gets the final auto attack off onto Lotus over there, gets the kill for himself. So we talked about Sam time and time again. Very consistent player, the way he plays. And you could see it just in that exchange over there. We thought that Samira could maybe accelerate a bit, but it's just not working out. The only choice right now is Red in these team fights. And if he gets locked down, it's pretty much GG at the point. Because look at how far ahead Kakao is. Not maybe that in terms of goal, but they are moving a lot around the maps. They are trying to get as much as they can. They are only up around 2k gold to their name. And Drake is about to spawn.
Yeah, as you said, I think it all lies on the shoulders of their star mid laner Red. On that way, I mean, Samira had started so well, 2-1 to start off the lane, and now somehow he is 2-5 on that champion. Has not had as that Corporal just jumps in, but he's so tanky. Oh, this fight is everywhere. The Lavi has come in. The tentacles are hurting everyone. Copy is going to go down. Yes, he does. Kratos flashes in. Gets the stun. He is going to go down as well. Now it's a 3-for-3. RTO is fishing for more. Pulls out the soul of love too. And now I think they should just back and get this dragon for themselves.
They channeled the Herald in the mid side. That was a close fight. It was a lot of the Tangles of RTO doing a lot of AoE damage in those fights as well. I think they're just going to give up Drake and take tier 2 for themselves instead. That's exactly what they've done. They've driven that Herald into the tier 2 over there. But this allowed the side of Asterisk to pick up the feats of strength as well. Love to pretty precarious. Red, nice dodge, trying to go from downtown. And look at this. It's Sam making his escape over here. He's trying to go to the top side, maybe get a hit onto that turret. But yeah, it's just not enough distance that you have to cover. Red is pretty outside, but he has a lot of backup. Infi's channeling his Q. Will it land? A flash forward by RTO. Sam lets the feathers fly. If he lands a big E over here, he gets a big root. How is the damage? The Ari does come, but she doesn't have the damage right now. She has to kite it out. Comes back in. A nice big Q lands out over there. There goes down to Samira. The Vi's already in the gray screen. Dead Corporal's going forward at the back line. RTO has fallen. Now Red is being chased around. Nice fear from Red. Throws Copy away. I don't think you can pursue him any further. So nice turnaround coming in for the side of Team Kakao over there. And this is a bit of a roller coaster after that last fight at Dragon.
Yeah, a 4-0 for the side of Kakao right there. I'm not too sure why they were over chasing the situation from the side of Kakao. RTO flashes in, uses his W, is not able to finish anyone at all. 0-4-2 now on that Ilawi. I don't think that was necessary at all. Even Lotus on the Samira 3-7, he has fallen behind quite a bit as well. If you see the items that have come out of the Zaya right now, Essence Fever, Infinity Edge, Cloak of Agility, so he is looking quite set, especially with the beefy frontline that he has standing in front of him in the form of Sejuani and Wally Bear. This is now Kakao's game to lose.
This is a yet again. I think we've said these words before about everything against Kakao. But yes, exactly. This is what is happening over here. Kakao have a monstrous lead for themselves right now. 5k goal advantage. Have winning these team fights pretty well over here. Saya so far ahead. As you said, Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver working her way up to her last whisper as well. And W in that fight did come in clutch. It looked like he almost got caught out for a second, but does ROA. Comes back in with the fight, gives enough DPS, allows his team, as you said, get a 4-0 in their favor. They're trying to clear some wards, but they're pretty deep in the enemy jungle. W is waiting for maybe grab a chance for himself. They thought they might walk forward again onto Dead Corporal, but no, that is not the chance over there. Sam is picking up the blue buff for himself. He does have an Essence Reaver, but that's how he wants it. Maybe he wants it for the ability haste at this point. He's trying to walk forward. It looks like they're trying to want to catch people here on the bot side. They are going in. A lot of damage put on Dead Corporal, but it does absolutely nothing to him. Look at this guy. He is so tanky right now.
Yes, has picked up the Aegis of the Legion as well. Has the Bramble West for himself as RTO is going to engage onto the Wally Bear. I mean, Ilawi is just so broken in these 1v1s. He can afford to do that, and once he gets his Black Cleaver completed, I think he's going to be a different beast altogether. The goal lead 22 minutes in is around 5,000 for the side of Kakao, so it is quite big, but it's not big enough as W is going to get caught. Maybe he does not even get to move right there, and a beautiful pick coming out from the side of Asterisk, and they really needed that.
He absolutely did need that in the fight. Copy does have his TP on from the fight. I don't know if it's recommended at this point. You do not have W at the back of this line, and they're backing away. They're showing pings of backing away because the TP from the Eli was already channeled. Copy does not want to channel things. This is pretty much a lost fight. It's a 5v4, and that crucial pick onto W before the fight began, or before they started taking out Kakao. They turned members of Kakao for even trying to do anything. They know if they lose even 1 or 2 more team fights of this matter, the goal lead can just completely neutralize or even go in the favor of Asterisk.
100%, and Asterisk do have a lot of wave clear in the form of Hue, so they can stall this game for quite a lot as long as they don't engage in these ugly scraps that Kakao Gaming love to do. They are like so good at just skirmishing all around the map. And the pings are going towards that top side turret. Just buy enough time for these champions to get 2 items. As you can see, Lawi ever so close to her second item. even the Samira, as soon as she gets the Infinity Edge, I think he's going to be a very happy camper as well. The Dragon is going to be traded for the top turret, but we might see some sort of engage coming in towards the mid side of the map as the ultimate comes in. Lotus is going to block that away. Dashes away, is going to flash as well, buying a lot of time for his team to do anything on the map. The top turret is going to go down. He is still just buying so much time. Might even be able to survive as that Corplet is trying to chase Infi, is going to try to save his AD carry, but he's going to get out.
Oh my god! The great escape coming in from the side of Lotus. And in the meantime, Copy and Sever like, we don't mind that, we'll just take the Drake instead. But yes, an amazing escape coming out from Lotus. He used the W, dodges the Sejuani ult, ease over to the wall, flashes over to the Wraith Spin, just roams around, uses one blast cone, uses a second blast cone with the help of he gets out. But hold that thought, a fight is breaking out over here. Copy's jumping forward onto Infi. Kratos is left all alone. He will be falling down the ultimate channel in from red. A lot of chunk damage, but there goes down the Vi. It's now a 5v3 essentially over here. Lotus will be going down. RTO is trying still alive, but look at the HP bars on the side of Kakao. They can't afford to fight any further over here. And it's gonna be a 5-for-3, but they might be looking the charm barely missing. Q was also lined up after the W. Just not hitting the charm this time. So that's a 3-for-0 in favor of Kakao.
Yeah, a 3-for-0 in favor of Kakao, and the TP is coming down as well. Double TP, in fact, from the Volibear and the Ari. Let's see if they are able to get away. Yes, they can, but the Baron is up. And it looks like Kakao Gaming is going to start that. Of course, they have the 5,000 gold lead. They are still a bit low on the jungler, but this Baron is melting. And I am not too sure if they are going to be able to make it in time to fight this one off. Kratos is here. Oh no, the ultimate hits red there.
I think they just sacrifice Copy at this point and just move on. They have the Baron buff. Jacob was trying to delay the inevitable, but yeah, that's Copy going down, a huge shutdown, going over to the side of Asterisk, and they're just trying to get out of this fight with the Baron. Dead Purple's on this side of the bush, but he just jump over that side. Look at how he's playing around with Kratos over there. Nice movement from him. Keeps it very cool, calm, collected. And unfortunately, they do lose Copy, but they do end up picking the Baron at the end of the day. They still maintain around a 4.5k goal lead in their favor, and they are happy campers with that. It's just about how they want to utilize this Baron right now.
Yeah, 100%. And let's see what they can get off this. Again, the goal lead has remained consistent, but look at Dead Corporal's items. He has picked up the Unending Despair as well, so he is very, very tanky on that champion. The Void Staff needs to come out now for the side of red if anyone's going to deal any form of damage to the tanky Sejuani. The Infinity Edge will be picked up by the Samira pretty soon as well. She looks like she's quite close to it. But again, as soon as he enters the fight, he gets instantly exhausted. The CC is there to ward him off these team fights. So he's finding it very difficult to do whatever he can in this game.
And that's the problem with the short range that the Samira does provide. He's around 625 gold off of his Infinity Edge if he just got the last item on his last pack. But yeah, that's a bit tough for him, right? We talked about this in the beginning of the game, that Samira's range might be a problem in this fight, especially how far Xayah is doing well in these fights. She's being a pretty big nuisance, as we could pretty much tell from it. Copy jumps forward, neutralizes the back line essentially over there, does his job. He's got the AD build, mind you, so he does a lot of damage with each auto as well. So he does not mind anything that goes up against him. It's about going for these team fights and maybe try. It's the side of Asterisk have to pick out a couple of members like they did against the Ari before the Atakan. That's the kind of thing they have to be looking for if they want to, make a comeback in this game.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. I think that's the sort of plays that they need to make, or they need to keep the Hue alive and just keep on dishing out consistent DPS. But are they tanky enough for the Hue to survive is the question right now, because the enemy team certainly is. The Sejuani has 3 tank items. The Volibear, of course, with his R gains a lot of HP, has the W shield for himself, has the items as well for himself. So that's the sort of frontline they are fighting as we go into the replays of this game and see what has unfolded so far. Madness, take us through this one.
Yeah, this is a bit of a hectic fight. Infi gets instantly jumped on by Copy, but that leaves Kratos all alone, right? The rest of his Asterisks are trying to just run away. Infi ends up falling down no matter what, and that's it. In goes the Samira, but instantly so much CC just put on her. She can barely move, can't do anything. That's the problem with the low range ADC at that point against a team comp that is Kakao's, and they end up going down. They pick up the Baron. They try to run away. They're in two minds about running away or fighting over here. Essentially, you can see it's like half call of running away, half call of fighting. The Dead Corporal ultimate does land, but after that, you can see the rest of the team just like, no, let's cut our losses. Leave Copy alone. Let him die at that point. We take the Baron buff and we run away with it.
Yeah, 100%. And that was the 1000 shutdown bounty that went over to the Y. So not the optimal champion that you would want it on. Maybe if the Samira had gotten it, she would have completed her third item. Same for the Hue. But as long as someone picks it up, right, I think it is effective. As the game is paused, guys, we will be jumping back into it. And this is the final that we were hoping for. And it is upon us. And Kakao Gaming, it looks like very likely to cause a huge upset, taking 3 games off Asterisk, although the game is not done, but they do find themselves in a very commandable lead off the back of Dead Corporal on the Sejuani, who has been flawless so far in the last 2 games, and Copy, who has just been the absolute beast that he is in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal coming out from Copy, doing a fantastic job against Eloy over there. Instantly punishes the mistake Eloy makes over there when Dead Corporal comes up for the first gank over there. Repeat, rinse and repeat, but hold that thought. In the bot side here, the fights are still breaking out. Now Sam's left alone. Nice lands onto the Xayah. The Xayah is getting melted, but that's not before Vi gets melted in return. In the meantime, in the mid lane, the mid tier 3 has fallen. They're looking to pick up the inhib. Copy's working down the top side of the map as well, looking to pick up the tier 3, and they committed a lot of members to just get a trade in the bot side, albeit a beautiful hook coming out from the side of Kratos. Is it worth it to lose turrets like this and an inhibitor?
If they don't lose one more inhib, I think it is fine, relieving some sort of pressure, killing the Xayah right there, getting the kill for the Samira. I think it's huge. Hue will do with some free farm in the mid lane as well. He needs to get level 16 as soon as he can and complete the Void Staff as well, which is going to be so crucial for the rest of the game. 3 items, as you can already see, completed onto the Samira. So although he is 4-8 and his score looks quite ugly, he can still take over these team fights with 1 hour. So I think that's what we have to keep our eyes on. As Infi is fishing for some sort of kill here as well. They are going to clear out some vision. The dragon is going to come up soon, but it's not going to be the soul dragon for any of the teams. So I think there's still like 5-10 minutes more to go in this game, as Dead Corporal is looking to complete his 4th item, which will be the Thornmail as well. 700 gold shutdown bounty on the Sejuani. I don't think I've seen that too much. 4-1 and 14. He has been really solid on the champion so far.
Oh yeah, he has been. He is the meat shield that they need in front. W uttered over the wall. The charm doesn't connect, but the hook from Kratos does land. If somebody can get an ultimate off at this point, she does, but it's only hitting Copy in the backlane. Illumin doing a lot of damage. W has the Hue out landed on top of him. Kratos left alone yet again. But Angel's Load is picking up the kill onto the RE, and look at this, they're melting HP bars on the side of Kakao. They're running for the hills over here. It's a 3-for-1 in favor of Asterisk. They only lose their support while they kill Dead Corporal, W and Sam in that exchange. Yeah, and they will also pick up the Drake.
Yeah, these sort of team fights, I don't think Kakao want to fight them in a choke point. Especially against the Hue, against the Samira as well, and specifically the Ilawi, who is 0-4 and doing a lot in these team fights, mind you. I think he's dealing so much damage with his ultimate and the tentacles that come up, and the healing as well we have seen. So his score might not look as good, and his items might not look really good as well, but the damage that he's putting on these guys is too much, as Copy is going to try and see if he can find a kill here. No, that's not going to happen. But that was a huge team fight for the side of Asterisk.
Mm-hmm.
And that still keeps them alive in this game, even after losing the Baron. As we go over the replay here, Madness, look at this. Copy comes in. He's the one who started the fight, jumps onto Samira right there. But look at the damage from the tentacles coming in the team fight. My god, there's like 5 tentacles there. The ultimate comes in. W find himself too deep, ends up dying right there. Infi is buying a lot of time, finishes off uh, Sam right there, and then picks up the kill onto the Sejuani as well. So that's back-to-back shutdowns for him, and he's going to have one more item completed as Dead Corporal looks like has got it caught once again, and ends up dying.
He does end up dying. That's the way ultimate being used. Red being forced to flash. Zaya will get the return kill, but she might end up going down instead. But no, she's putting out more pressure over here. But it looks like Copy is pretty low on the HP bar margin over himself. It looks like 2 members actually fell down in that fight. Milio actually went down pretty much earlier on over there. And Red falls down in exchange for the Sejuani, in exchange for the Dead Corporal. Mind you, in that previous fight that we had seen, Dead Corporal had a huge bounty on his head. I want to know who that went to, because that's a lot of gold going into someone's pocket.
It went to the Y. It went to the Y.
It went to the Y, and that's something you have to keep in mind. And now Baron started. Dead jungler on the side of Kakao. This is a pretty free Baron, it looks like, from Asterisk. Kakao do want to maybe challenge this. Copy is looking around. Does have the ultimate to jump in. W and Sam have to keep their distance over here. It's a 4v4 essentially.
Oh, no.
And over there, the root does land on W, but he does get out of it. The McKills is just enough to get out of the fight. But look at this. It's disastrous for Asterisk at that point. They cannot do anything. They're trying to get away, but here comes the damage output. And look at this, Copy really wants to chase RTO to ends of the earth. Will he get the kill? RTO does suck away the soul, but Copy does have a lot of damage. Nice dodge on the E, but here comes Red to deter the big bad bear from going forward. It looks like the side of Kakao want to march it in from the mid lane. The TP is also being channeled. Can this be the end of the game over here, Kaka?
I don't think they can end this game.
They don't have a wave. They don't have a wave.
Yeah, and the Hui is still alive right now, so he will be, and the Inhib has come down as well to. So that is going to help their cause. The champions have respawned almost. Infi is going to be up in 7 seconds. Lotus in 3. Kratos is already up. They might lose the Baron right here, but it's not going to be the end of the game just yet. And we might see another fight going towards the Baron.
Yeah, I don't think they want to give this up at all. They're marching here fast, but the Baron's getting melted pretty fast over here. Sam can melt it pretty fast with his feathers. They have to get this Baron and run for the hills unless they want to turn this around. RT is going to pull people in. If he lands a good tentacle, his tentacles have been used. They're only hitting Sam on that side. Sam flashes over the wall, and they've gotten away with daylight robbery in the sense that members of Asterisk were close by, but they have been deterred. Dead Corporal just throwing his ultimate out for good measure to deter people. He's still farming up on the way out. If he might catch him out because of this problem, but no, Dead Corporal is on the way. The hook does land onto him. A lot of damage will come. It's a pretty tanky Sejuani, but Sejuani is continuously getting chain CC'd over there. And the mistake of taking those Krugs at that point have come back to haunt DC.
I don't understand why you would try to take the Krugs when the enemy team is hell-bent on chasing you. You have the wards as well set up nicely to see what the enemy team is doing. So I don't think that was the optimal play coming out from the side of DC right there, as the dragon is going to come up pretty soon. That will be the soul if Asterisk do manage to pick that up, and that could be another turn in this game that has been everywhere so far. I mean, we still can't tell who's going to win this one, even though Kakao have some 4,000-5,000 gold lead for themselves. You can see 4 items already completed for the Samira, 3.5 for the Hui. All 6 items onto the Zaya, who has picked up the Guardian Angel as well for herself. And yeah, what a game we have on our hands.
Yeah, Drake coming up, that's what you have to clear around the vision. They're just pushing that mid wave in as deep as they can, so it forces someone from Asterisk to go catch it over there, given the Drake timer right now. Good macro move from them, but it might not buy them enough time as they thought they could. Kratos clearing the vision over here. They don't have vision on the backside of the Drake pit. Just a nice ping being put in over there, trying to drag the Drake out. This could be the fight that defines the game essentially over here. Drake getting melted pretty fast. They want to maybe go for a steal, but no, instead choosing against. The charm does land, but it hits the Eloy, not the target you want, as well as the Hui ultimate hitting only Dead Corporal. Dead Corporal is pretty much left alone, has to walk around try to channel it around. Infi's trying to go ahead, maybe try and catch a flank of some sort. Lotus trying to run away from Dead Corporal over here. I think the rest of Asterisk think it's better just to back out from the fight over here. Kakao are still walking up. Wei putting down a pretty big line over there that prevents anybody from walking towards that direction. I think that's pretty much all sure, at least from this exchange. Copy is chasing forward. Copy running into a lot of people over there, but he probably don't want it. They're chasing people underneath the turret. There gets Kratos. Kratos shrunk below 50% HP right now. They really want the turret, especially now with the Barrett empowered minions as well. This provides a lot of reprise to their team. Copy going mid lane, doing a 4-1 split. They're going in over here. Dead Corporal comes under the turret. Kratos will get caught as well. RTO channels his ultimate. The tentacles coming out. Look at the damage being put out to Kakao players. Members love to is barely surviving. W goes down. Sam is still alive, so he's the member giving the most DPS at this point, and they have to be wary about this. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. You're using your top laner for W, the mid laner of Kakao, where Sam does have a Guardian Angel, mind you, so he doesn't mind taking these fights. They're trying to catch up in these bushes. Infi going forward, he's going to catch onto Dead Corporal over the hook, barely missing from Kratos, and I think that's it for right now for this very heavily fierce exchange.
Oof, what a game this is. Yeah, as you said, the team fight damage that seems to be coming out from the side of Asterisk just looks like they are doing just a little bit more damage, and that's down to the RE not being so efficient. So all the responsibility is on Sam to carry this game from the side of Kakao Gaming. You can already see Copy is quite tanky, so is the Sejuani, so those guys are not going to deal a lot of damage themselves. And the damage that is coming out from the Hui, and especially the Ilawi, even though he's 0-5, he is doing a lot, shredding out the armor coming in from the side of Kakao with the tentacles, with the black cleaver that he has made for himself. And Dead Corporal might get caught here. No, he's not going to. He's going to take some damage, but he's just going to be fine. Banshee completed for Red right here as the ultimate comes out. Copy might need to ult away, but he's jumped onto his team and
his team. What is happening from this big back bear? That's not what you want, but W coming in, a lot of damage being dealt out. Now Asterisks are in a very big stronghold. Here comes RT. Oh, he has his ultimate, and now you're pulling in the soul. Oh, that's a double kill for the side of Asterisks over here. They really want to push in this wave. Maybe they think they can. And look at the death timers right now on Death Corporal and on to W. If they can catch out even one more member on the side of Kakao, I think that could be all that she wrote at this point. But yes, chasing forward. That fight was a bit messy, and the fact that Copy, after getting hit by the Hui ult, chose to jump into his team kind of messed up the synergy his team was going for over there.
Oh yeah, I mean, these guys are at it, and I'm not sure how Kakao is finding themselves always losing these team fights as the tier 2 turret is going to go down. And look at the gold lead, it's almost shrunken down to 2000. And oh my god, what a game. I'm just at loss of words, and do not check that brush, guys. Copy very smartly uses his W to check it, but is going to get caught by Black Infinity, who still has his ultimate but is not going to chase out too much. RTO uses his teleport to come back into the picture, and the Baron is now up once again and on the Rift, and maybe third time's the charm for Asterisk if they can pick this one up and maybe, just maybe, win this game where they have found themselves behind for throughout the game's duration. This is still a 50-50.
This is absolutely still a 50. W going in. He jumped too far in, but he has the Zhonya's. He's using it as bait, but his team is getting melted off the back of it with RTO's ultimate. The Baron gets picked up by the blue by Team Asterisk. Kakao falling one by one, and they were so close to making history over here. But unfortunately, Asterisk, with a mammoth comeback coming over here. You said it, it was Kakao's game to lose, and unfortunately gave the win over towards Asterisk over here. And as you said, rightfully so, this should be game, and this should be Asterisk winning this finals.
I am not sure what else do Kakao need to do to end their losing streak against Asterisk. I mean, this game had everything. 14, 6, and 9, and Sam is not able to win the game, even though he's one full item ahead. But once again, Asterisk show us that when it comes to game 5, when it comes to these clutch situations, they are the kings, and they are going to win yet another final in game 5 against Kakao.
This is after like so much pressure was put on them in the early game. Just take a look at this fight. DC is looking for an entry point over here, but they don't have vision. Finally, with the blue side overraise they can. W, he just jumps in too deep, loses half his HP, and they can't go for these kind of group fights with an Illaoi so close by. It just makes no sense to me. And now the Baron goes down. Now you're falling one by one and it's getting isolated fights. The GA gets popped, but that's just, reprise, just a bit of time being bought when the game has pretty much been decided by the first 4 kills of that fight. And yes, they just march on forward. And for the most part of this game, Asterisks were completely on the back foot, but they show you the resilience that they can only show, especially in a game 5. And this is why they are known as the best team in the region currently right now. Look at those smiling faces. They tell you what has happened over here on the Rift. And we wanted a series of game of League of Legends, and we got that exactly what we wanted, Kakao, today.
I mean, that was a game and a half, honestly, and
Mhm.
it could have gone either way. Kakao had so many opportunities to win this game, got 2 Barons for themselves, just could not end the game. And wow, I don't know how they have lost this game yet again and lost to Asterisk once again. It's just, this must be so disheartening and so, it must be killing their confidence right now, losing like that. But
Honestly.
Asterisk just show us why they are the best team in the region.
Yeah, it's just like a bit of kryptonite, it seems like, for the side of like Kakao's Superman and Kryptonite is Asterisk. They just can't seem to get over this game 5 scenario. They played the series so well. All games were pretty much a bit one-sided until we got to the game 5. And you didn't want a one-sided game, and that's exactly what we got. We got a complete roller coaster of a game. Completely was going up, going down. By the end, Asterisk was up in goal technically by around 2k after those entire team fights. They pick up the Baron, the only Baron that they got, and they pushed their lead forward and they went for it. It's just the fights were not going in the favor towards the end of Kakao. They could not initiate the way they want, and RTO's ultimate was coming in clutch in those scenarios. The amount of damage it was dealing in those close-knit fights.
I mean, yeah, you said it best. And those were the fights that I think Kakao did not need to take some 2-3 team fights. They just ran it, and if you go into a choke point against the Lawi, against the Hui, you're gonna pay for it, especially with the Samira as well, getting the resets and just being able to jump on everyone. That was the end of game 5, guys. Again, Asterisk show us why they are the best team, but not by a big margin anymore, it seems like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, given how close this game 5 was, you can honestly say that the margin and the distance between them is getting closer and closer, and Kakao just barely missing out on the chance on making history over here. I'm pretty sure they're going to look for revenge against Asterix in that round robin that we'll have, because both these teams have already qualified, guys. It's up to see which team between Phoenix, Ascension, and FFing will be joining them as our top 3 of qualifier 1 to see who actually made it to the round robin for that spot in the LCP wildcard playoff. But yes, these guys will have some battles over there. It'll be a league battle as well. It's going to be round robin. Probably they will also end up in the top 4, so they're going to have a couple of battles to come. I think Kakao Gaming, they're really going to look to finally maybe try and win it after all in that game 5.
Yeah, and just a curious question, man, is who do you think was the MVP of all 5 games? Of the series, rather, if you had to pick one, who would it be for you?
It's a very interesting question, because I think DC did an amazing job last 2 games, just didn't go enough for him. Sam, on the other hand, very consistent on that AEC role. Lotus had a couple of here and there good showings. RTO, the backbone of the team, was being pushed around a lot, did mean a lot to him. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, you've got to have to give it to Black Infinity, I think so.
Yeah, I think I stand by you. As we look at the end game screen right here, look at the goal difference. It is nothing. It's 2000 gold at 40 minutes. That just tells you how far ahead Kakao was. 30 kills to 25, 7 towers to 7, 3 drakes to 3, 2 barons to Kakao Gaming to 0 of Asterisk. Actually, they did pick up the last one in the end, so I think that had happened. Rift Herald again picked up by Kakao. Void Grubs were taken by Asterisk and Atakan as well, and this was a game as close as it can be as we look at the MVP of the 5th game. And I think it has to be the mid laner coming out in Akshaj. I think he did really well with the wave clear. I mean, look at the damage share, right? Over 1000 damage per minute is absurd. 4 to 15 in such a chaotic game. 15,600 gold and 7.1 CS per minute. So we were waiting for Red to show up in the screen in one of these games, and finally he does, and he comes in clutch in the last game with the Hui. And props to his team and himself, and how mentally strong they were to navigate all 5 games and then come out of adversity in the last one.
Yeah, they pretty much put in that RTO mentality of just sticking it through the tough times, getting into the last part and nailing it right there itself. They did struggle, and yet, like you said, pretty resilient for themselves. It was a very tough time for them, but they did make it out in the end. It was a pretty good showing. Akshaj, yes, was the one early on who was getting the kills. Later on, his ult did a lot of damage as well in the team fights. A lot of burn damage coming here and there. A lot of poke coming out from him. And as we said, we needed the man to step up in the last game, and step up he did. Exactly when his team needed him the most, he stepped up. And that just shows you why he's known as one of the star players on that team.
Yeah, guys, having said that, this will be the end of Qualifier 1, but the Qualifier 2 starts from tomorrow itself, and we will see you in the semi-finals and finals of that one. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did, casting the games that went to all 5 games. And again, congratulations to Team Asterisk for winning it, and to Kakao Gaming as well. They were clearly the underdogs in this one, but they showed up and how could have easily taken the series for themselves. So good job and well played to both the teams, and we will see you pretty soon in a week's time, I'm sure, with more League of Legends coming in from Fragnation in association with Riot. I'm Kaka, and with me, Madness, as always. We are going to sign out, and we will see you in the next one.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. I'm like that. I'm going to win. Flip the letter, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all they got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the top. Right on the way to the go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just hug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give you all they got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Stand at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not the